Chapter 251 Take Chai-jin away. However, this opportunity is not easy to wait for. First, the Baijishan base is strictly controlled, and many people see Zhang every day. If she suddenly disappears without reason, someone must be looking for trouble with the military. Second, since Zhang found out that her crystal core was stolen, she has been hiding in the big tent and basically never comes out. Even if she occasionally goes out, she is with her relatives and friends and rarely leaves herself alone. The only time she went out alone was to go to the old place to find Chai-jin. Unfortunately, after Zhou Yang and others found out what Zhang did to Chai-jin, they did everything they could to take Chai-jin to fight zombies outside the base, leaving him no chance to miss Zhang. So, Zhang naturally didn't wait for Chai-jin to arrive as promised. She then asked the patrol team members and found out that the Qianlong team had gone on a mission across provinces, so they could only turn their target to Qinming. However, Qinming, who was supposed to lead the patrol team in the base, was not seen for several days in a row. Zhang couldn't help but ask about it, and found out that he was promoted and transferred. Zhang was almost mad because she couldn't see either of the two main targets, and the crystal core was stolen. Zhou Yang and the others didn't care about Zhang's anger. They were busy fighting zombies in the neighboring Su province. Before they came out, they calculated the date when Chai-jin would meet Zhang next time, and took Chai-jin out to fight zombies. They deliberately chose the place farthest from the base, and planned not to go back for 3 days, forcing Chai-jin to quit Zhang. At the beginning, when Chai-jin heard that they were going to go out of the base with him, he refused directly. It was only when Zhou Yang and the others said that they wanted to test his newly upgraded level 5 power evolution, and lied to him that he would go and come back on the same day, that he nodded and agreed. After leaving the base, several people got on the Ps and rushed north. Due to the high speed, everyone could only bend down to reduce the resistance as much as possible. So Chai-jin did not find anything wrong, but just felt that the walking speed today was particularly long. When Wando stopped again, the few people had already arrived at a place hundreds of kilometers away from the Baiji mountain base. At this time, Chai-jin still did not find anything wrong. The few people fought zombies all day, and Chai-jin consumed all the energy in his body in order to test his ability to evolve to level 5 strength. The result was still very good. After reaching level 5, Chai-jin's strength was no longer the same as before. Now he didn't need to blast to demolish the building. Chai-jin just broke it with his bare hands. During the fight against the zombies, he accidentally demolished several buildings. Chai-jin, you have to be careful when you find a wife in the future. Don't accidentally break your wife's hand. After seeing Chai-jin demolishing the building with his bare hands, Lu Yanwen joked. Chai-jin touched his hair and smiled. No way. Isn't this for the convenience of fighting zombies? It would be so convenient to demolish the building and surround the zombies on the street to kill them. I can't bear to give up my future wife. I don't know what he was thinking about. And his face was a little red. Zhou Yang and his friends knew that he was probably thinking of Zhang. So they changed the subject and continued to deal with the zombies. By the evening, they almost cleared out the town. The streets that were originally infested with zombies were left with piles of ashes. After fighting the zombies, they were hungry. After walking around the town, they found a relatively clean bank on the second floor and started cooking. After eating and drinking and resting, Zhou Yang began to take out the tent from the space, as if he was going to set up camp. Chai-jin, who was waiting for everyone to rest and go back, realized that something was wrong. Seeing that several brothers picked up the tents and started to set up, he immediately couldn't sit still. Aren't we going back today? Why are you setting up the tent? Hearing this, Zhou Yang and the others didn't even raise their heads and continued their actions. It was Su Zi who took the time to answer him. Oh, when you were busy dismantling the building just now, we discussed that we were not in a hurry to go back. With you dismantling the building and building the fence, it would be much more convenient to fight the zombies. So we planned to fight for 2 more days. Chai-jin became even more anxious when he heard this. But you said you were going back today. When we came out, we didn't tell my parents that we might not go back today. Will they not be anxious if we don't go back? Yes. But this is not the first time for us. They know it in their hearts. Don't worry. After Shen Zichuan finished speaking, he waved his hand at Chai-jin, not caring at all. In fact, before they came out, they had agreed with Yu Jing and the others behind Chai-jin's back that they would not be able to go back for 2 or 3 days this time. But of course, they couldn't tell Chai Jin this. But Chai Jin still didn't give up and wanted to refute again. But he was interrupted by Su Zi just after spitting out 2 words. Don't worry about it. Do you have a wife waiting for you at home? Look at Yin Fei and Xing Yi. They didn't even bring them out. But they weren't in a hurry. Why are you? A bachelor. In a hurry? I'm not. No, I can't stay here today. Chai Jin was so anxious that he was stomping his feet and was about to walk out, shouting, I have to go back. I want to go back. I must go back. Seeing that Chai Jin was like a madman and was determined to go back on foot, Yin Fei and Shen Zichuan quickly held Chai Jin. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Besides, we are now hundreds of kilometers away from the base. Can you walk back alone? No. I want to go back. I want to go back. Chai Jin struggled desperately. But unfortunately, after a day, he had used up all the energy in his body and couldn't get away from Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei at all. Zhou Yang saw that Chai Jin couldn't wake up for a while. So he took out a solid wooden chair. Forget it. He's crazy. Tie him up first and let him calm down by himself. Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei had no objections. So they carried Chai Jin over and tied him to it. Is this okay? It's not a big problem. It's much better than the withdrawal reaction of drugs. It's just a mental problem. Just get through it. If it doesn't work, just knock him out. Okay. Then let's do our own things first. And come back to see him later. Looking at Chai Jin, who was still trying to break free, Shen Zichuan and the others discussed for a while. Then turned around to work on the tent that hadn't been set up yet. Zhou Yan was left alone. In a mess. Chai Jin is so lucky to have you as his brothers. Chapter 252, Wake Up Chai Jin. Seeing that Shen Zichuan and his brothers were so confident in leaving Chai Jin behind, Zhou Yan could not say anything and could only watch from the side. When they were done, they came back to see that although Chai Jin was still trying to break free from the ropes that tied him, his movements had become much smaller. I just don't know if it was because he was tired from the noise, or if the restrictions in his brain had weakened the effect. Yin Fei leaned down, looked at Chai Jin and asked, How do you feel now? Do you still want to go back? Chai Jin was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was Yin Fei and his friends who came back, and then nodded vigorously, Yes. I want to go back. Hearing this, Yin Fei shook his head, Okay. Knock him out. Tie him up and throw him in the tent. After saying that, Yin Fei turned around and looked at Shen Zichuan and his friends. Seeing that no one objected, he directly slapped Chai Jin on the back of his neck. Chai Jin's neck tilted and he fainted. And the world became quiet. Together, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei tied up Chai Jin's hands and feet and threw him directly into one of the single-person tents. After covering him with a thin blanket and closing the door curtain, the others ignored Chai Jin and went to sleep in the assigned tent after washing themselves. The next morning, before dawn, Zhou Yang and his group were woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that his eardrums were about to be pierced. It was Chai Jin in the next tent who woke up and was shouting loudly. Where are the people? Where are the people? Who tied me up? What are you doing? Ah! Untie me quickly. I have to pee. Someone come quickly. Fuck. When they heard the noise, they had to get up quickly to check. When they opened Chai Jin's door curtain, they saw Chai Jin lying on his side on the mat, his limbs huddled together, not daring to move, his face almost red. As soon as he saw Yin Fei and the others, he immediately blurted out, Oh my god! What are you doing tying me up for? Untie me. I can't hold my urine. Puff. Hearing Chai Jin's words, Zhou Yang and the others couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, Yin Fei stepped forward and untied the ropes on Chai Jin's hands and feet. As soon as he was untied, Chai Jin didn't care about who tied him up. The moment he got free, he ran out. Zhou Yang and the others saw that Chai Jin was like being chased by a ghost and disappeared in an instant. They touched their noses and looked at each other, feeling inexplicably guilty. So they scattered and found their own work. Some were preparing breakfast, while others were dismantling tents. As a result, after they finished their work, they didn't see Chai Jin coming back for several minutes. Zhou Yang and the others felt strange and almost thought that Chai Jin had sneaked away while going to the toilet. So they hurried out to check. Then, they saw Chai Jin standing sideways in the corner of the first floor, looking confused and not knowing where to put his hands. Why are you standing here? Come up after using the toilet. We have finished breakfast and are waiting for you to eat together. Yes. Come up and have breakfast after you finish. Suzy and Shin Sichuan talked back and forth. But Chai Jin just glanced at them without replying, but waved in the direction of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and realized that something must have gone wrong. So he took 2 steps forward alone. What's wrong? I. Chai Jin kept talking to me for a long time. His face flushed. And then he turned his head and whispered to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, do you have new pants? Can you give me one now? Yes. You need new pants to change. Zhou Yang didn't think much about it for a moment, and directly took out a new pair of pants from the space. Took another step forward and handed it to Chai Jin. And then he looked down and saw a large water stain in the middle of Chai Jin's crotch. After a long while, Zhou Yang realized that Chai Jin had peed before he had time to take off his pants. He tried hard to hold back several times before he finally stopped laughing. After thinking about it, he took out a brand new pair of underwear from the space, plus a small pack of wet wipes, wrapped it in his pants and handed it over. Ahem. Change first. We wait for you upstairs. Chai Jin blushed and nodded, silently took the new pants, and looked at Zhou Yang gratefully. Seeing Chai Jin take the pants, Zhou Yang turned and retreated, then grabbed Shin Sichuan and went back to the second floor together. Shin Sichuan and the others seemed calm, but in fact, they all saw the clues from behind. And after following Zhou Yang back to the second floor and confirming with Zhou Yang, they laughed so hard that they couldn't help themselves. Who would have thought that a man in his 30s could still hold his pants to pee? This matter was enough for them to laugh at Chai Jin for the rest of his life, calculating that Chai Jin should change into new pants and come up. Zhou Yang hurriedly kicked Shin Sichuan's leg. Shin Sichuan coughed lightly, stopped laughing, and reminded the other two. 2 minutes later, Chai Jin finally came up, empty-handed, without taking anything. Obviously, he had thrown away the wet pants. Considering Chai Jin's face, they all tacitly did not mention what happened just now and finished the breakfast in silence. However, after breakfast, Chai Jin calmed down a little and began to settle accounts with a few people. What happened to you guys last night? Weren't we talking about going back? How did I suddenly fall asleep? And you tied me up? I woke up this morning because I had to pee. And when I woke up I found my neck hurt. Hee hee. Wasn't it because you made a fuss last night? I had no choice but to tie you up. I made a fuss? Chai Jin was shocked and denied without thinking. Impossible. I'm not drunk. How could I make a fuss? You made a fuss about going back last night. We didn't go back. But you still insisted on going back by yourself. If Yunfei hadn't knocked you out, you might have been eaten by some high-level zombie on the road? Chai Jin was silent for a while, trying to recall what happened last night. But it always felt vague, and he couldn't remember. Seeing that Chai Jin had no self-awareness at all, Suzy held his forehead and said with a headache, No. Buddy. Don't you think you have any problems recently? You were cursed. What? I was cursed? Are there really sorcerers in this world? Hearing that Chai Jin's focus was on the sorcerer, everyone couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. No. There is no sorcerer. I'm just giving an example. You are just like someone who has cast a spell on you. Suzy shook his head speechlessly. You are controlled by a woman's supernatural power. Chai Jin blinked. Ah? Who? Qi Tang? She used me to control her for experiments? Fuck. Not Qi Tang. It's Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan. Yes. I have to see her. She told me not to break the appointment. Brothers, let's go back early. As soon as Zhang Wan was mentioned, Chai Jin immediately changed into a different person, became impatient again, and immediately proposed to go back. Of course Zhou Yang and the others would not agree to go back. And this time, they were not going to let him go so easily. They had to make him recognize the facts and wake up. Chapter 253. Suzy continued to ask, Who is she to you? Why do you want to meet her? She is. Chai Jin hesitated for a moment before answering. She is the person I like. But I have never dared to tell you. Oh. Why not? Chai Jin was stunned for a moment before saying, Because she said that I can't tell you. Because you will not disagree. And her family will not agree. For such a thing. Of course we will not agree. Suzy looked at Chai Jin's lovesick look and couldn't help but sigh. And then asked, Then tell me how you fell in love with Zhang Wan. And how did you chase her? I am. Chai Jin thought and thought. but he couldn't remember the process of their love. Oh, why don't I remember? At this moment, even he began to doubt himself. How could you not remember it at all? Yan Fei, who was standing by, couldn't bear it any longer and pointed out the truth directly. Stupid thing. Because you never liked her at all. And you never had any bullshit relationship with her. She just controlled you unilaterally, and made you think you liked her. But that's not right. I clearly thought I liked her for a long time, and we met often. Chai Jin was confused by what he heard. He knocked his head, and tried to recall the past with Zhang Wan. But the more he thought about it, the more headache he felt. Lu Yanwen, then can you remember how many times you have seen her? I have seen her many times. But why can I only remember a few times in my mind? This time, Shen Zichuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Silly. It was only a few times. Zhou Yang thought about it, and felt that things like mental control must be done away from everyone. When the two of them were alone. So he asked, Chai Jin, when was the first time you remembered meeting her alone? Ah. It was not long after you went to the Shanghai base for rescue. I went out to the military headquarters to deliver something to Uncle Gu, and I accidentally bumped into her on the way back. She didn't blame me, and apologized to me instead. I thought this girl was okay. So I talked to her a few more words. Later, I went out for other things and ran into her twice. And I only said a few words each time. Suzy. He sighed and looked at Chai Jin as if he was looking at the stupid son of a landlord. Are you a tiger? Didn't I tell you to try not to go out? Why do you keep going out? And you bumped into her. How do you know she didn't do it on purpose? Besides, you suddenly started to run into her frequently. Don't you think it's strange? You were so bold to talk to her. Chai Jin scratched his hair. Didn't you go out because you had something to do? I didn't think so much. It should be these few encounters that Zhang Wan took advantage of. She must have considered many factors before choosing Chai Jin. Who was the best to attack? Zhou Yang rubbed his eyebrows. It's useless to worry about this anymore. The primary goal now is to kill Zhang Wan first. Only when she dies can there be no more trouble. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he looked directly at Chai Jin, wanting to see how the other party would react when he said he wanted to kill Zhang Wan. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, Chai Jin, who was originally calm, instantly became red-eyed again and stretched out his hand to attack Zhou Yang. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was prepared and stepped back. Shen Zichuan took a wrong step and stood in front of Zhou Yang. He slapped Chai Jin on the head, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground for a long time without getting up. After a long time, when Chai Jin seemed to be a little sober, he asked coldly, Are you awake after being slapped? How dare you attack Zhou Yang? Shen Zichuan's slap was not effective, and Chai Jin rested on the ground for a long time before he stood up again. However, the effect of this slap was also quite obvious, and Chai Jin's mental state returned to normal. I didn't want to hit Zhou Yang. I just suddenly couldn't control myself. Chai Jin became less and less confident as he spoke, and he also realized that something was wrong with him. Suzy walked around Chai Jin and nodded, not bad. He woke up much faster than last time, which means that his control has indeed decreased a lot. Let's do this for now. Before dealing with this woman, don't go out alone without our company. If we find you sneaking out, we will lock you up at home. Chai Jin touched his neck and didn't dare to refute. Seeing that Chai Jin didn't react this time, Zhou Yang and the others understood that as long as they didn't mention Zhang Wan's name, it seemed that the ban would not be triggered. So in the following conversation, Zhou Yang and the others used this woman instead of Zhang Wan's name. Okay. It's getting late. Let's continue to fight zombies. Lu Yanwen stood up and stretched, then dragged Chai Jin, who was squatting in the corner, and walked outside. Let's go. Dolly Chai. Stop pretending to be a quail here, and continue to demolish your building. Zhou Yang and his companions hurriedly followed. This small town had been almost completely cleared by them, so they planned to move to another place to continue. After looking at the map again and again, they finally decided to go further north to a town with a larger population. The temperature was already 30 degrees, but it was still a bit cold to ride on P. Fortunately, P was fast, and the process only took a few minutes. Before they could get used to the cold, they had already reached their destination. Still following the pattern of yesterday, they started to work quickly as soon as they landed. The zombies in that city were like walking wealth in their eyes. Along the main streets of the city, they swept through one by one, and a town with a population of several million was also swept away by them at night. At night, Zhou Yang and his companions found a clean place to set up camp as usual. This time, Chai Jin was not as noisy as yesterday, but he was still a little impatient. And occasionally, he couldn't help but tell everyone that he wanted to go back. Fortunately, after realizing that he had a problem, Chai Jin tried his best to hold back, and kept fighting against the voice in his head that called him to go back. Although he shouted that he wanted to go back, his feet did not move at all. Zhou Yang and others watched silently from the side, just in case Chai Jin couldn't bear it and wanted to leave. They could stop him in time. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Several people were startled at the same time, and even the anxious Chai Jin calmed down the moment they heard the sound. Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan immediately stood up and walked to the window to inquire. In the street in the distance, more than a dozen cars were running all the way, and gunshots were heard from time to time. There was also a car that was overturned and burning in the distance. It seemed that the loud noise just now was made by the explosion of this car. Chapter 254. Two teams fighting. Generally speaking, this kind of situation is either a convoy of living people being chased by a group of zombies, or a conflict between living people. But no matter which one it is, such a loud noise will attract a lot of zombies, which is not good for the few people in the center of the town, and it may even cause trouble for them. It is much more difficult to fight out of being surrounded by zombies than to fight the zombies in the middle. It is time-consuming and laborious, and it is easy to get nothing. These people don't know what's going on, making such a big noise. Something happened outside, and several people turned off the outdoor lights in the house and waited quietly for the group of people outside to pass by. However, it may be that these people found that the zombies in this town have been dealt with, so they immediately turned the car head to this side, and judging from the direction, they were heading towards Zhou Yang and his team. The main streets in front were also demolished and collapsed, and there were few good buildings. Only the small street where they were located was still intact. Soon, the group of people arrived near the small building where Zhou Yang and his team were, and stopped outside the larger government office building next door. The first few cars blocked the entrance and hurried into the building, closing the door immediately. The cars that lagged behind were directly locked outside, and when they caught up, they crashed into the tails of the abandoned cars at the door, and the huge impact deformed the door. It was only at this time that Zhou Yang and his team realized that these people were clearly two gangs, and their hatred for each other was not small. Judging from the posture, it was clear that they would fight to the death. However, as long as it did not affect them, they did not intend to intervene for the time being. So Zhou Yang and his team just continued to observe the movements of the two groups of people next to them from the window. However, they were more worried about the zombies attracted by the fight between the two groups of people. If the two groups continued to fight like this, by dawn, they would have cleaned up the town in vain today. Lu Yanwen turned his head to look at Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan. You don't care? I see there are quite a few zombies following behind. Shen Zichuan naturally saw the endless stream of zombies following from a distance, and shook his head and said, Don't worry. Let's see what the situation is, and if necessary, we can take action to eliminate one of them. Hearing this, the others also had no objection. Downstairs next to them, the group behind also turned off the engine. One of the men who looked like the leader shouted to his men to start as soon as he got out of the car. Everyone grab your weapons. Go in and kill these bitches. Especially that Li Mei. I want her alive. I'm going to skin her alive. Fuck you. The man had a loud voice, and it was nighttime, so Zhou Yang and the others could hear it clearly. Why do I feel that this voice is a bit familiar? As if I have heard it somewhere. Zhou Yang scratched his head and said uncertainly. But I can't remember it. And the accent sounds like a northerner. Shen Zichuan touched his chin and nodded. I also feel like I have heard it somewhere. Do you have any impression? Yan Fei and Chai Jin shook their heads, indicating that they had no impression. Su Zi lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, I should have heard it, but it should have been a long time ago, so the impression is not very deep. Lu Yanwen on the side saw that several people couldn't think of it for a long time, so he kindly reminded them, You quarreled and almost fought, and you can't remember it? Sichuan, you also met someone's daughter? After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Shen Zichuan. After Lu Yanwen said this, everyone remembered it. Oh my god! It's that group. The man who bit people randomly after his daughter died. Zhou Yang slapped his forehead. What's his name? Lu Yanwen, Tiger Roar Group. Zhang Tao. Oh! Right. Right. Tiger Roar Group. Zhang Tao. But why did he bring people here? And chase a group of women? Zhou Yang paused in the middle of his words. And suddenly had a bad premonition. Are the people being chased Li Mei and the others? A group of women who were chased by Zhang Tao all the way, and still managed to survive until now. It seems that no other group can do it except the Black Rose Ability Group. Lu Yanwen sighed. It's possible. But how did they offend Zhang Tao, and chase him all the way here? That's not clear. Zhou Yang shook his head. But if it's really Li Mei and the others, should we go over and take a look? They chose to stop halfway. So something must have happened, and they couldn't continue on their way. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan nodded. Well, Yan Fei, Brother Yanwen and I will go over and take a look. And you and my brother will stay here to watch Chai Jin. His emotions are still unstable. Zhou Yang refused directly. No. You all go over. I can watch Chai Jin alone. Anyway, his energy is exhausted today. If he makes a big fuss again, I will just tie him up with Shihu. Besides, P stayed here with me, so it was no pressure to control Chai Jin. At this moment, Chai Jin, who was standing outside the crowd, suddenly felt very weak and pitiful. Shen Zichuan and the others looked at the pitiful Chai Jin behind them, and then looked at the combination of the mutant creeper and P in Zhou Yang's hand. It was indeed as Zhou Yang said. There was no big problem. So Shen Zichuan said a few words to Zhou Yang, and warned Chai Jin a few more times, and then took Yan Fei and the other three downstairs. After the others left, Zhou Yang asked P to watch Chai Jin first, and he walked to the window and quietly watched Shen Zichuan and the other four. After leaving their building, they quietly moved to the next door and gradually disappeared into the night. At this time, Zhang Tao and his men had already broken into the window. The group was at the door of a conference room, cursing loudly and using their supernatural powers to fight the people inside. And the people stuck inside could only hold on. Sister Mei, I can't hold on any longer. A woman who had been using her water power to cool down the iron gate shouted faintly. Sister Mei. Me too. Another younger girl next to her was obviously unable to hold on any longer. Li Mei was also very anxious at this time. Her brother was seriously injured on the ground and could be in danger of death at any time. Several sisters next to her were also injured to varying degrees. Even she herself had used up most of her power when she got rid of the Tiger Roar group just now. Now she was not completely sure of facing Zhang Tao. But even if she died, she would fight hard. Hold on a little longer. I come to help you. After saying that, Li Mei temporarily handed her brother to the sister next to her, asked her to help press the wound, and then turned to help. At this time, the man who had been resting for a while came up. Let me come too. I just recovered a little. As he spoke, he released his metal power and continued to reinforce the gate. This person was Wang Yang, the captain of the thunderstorm team whom Zhou Yang had saved before. Li Mei nodded gratefully. Thank you, Captain Wang. Why are you being polite? We are on the same boat. Helping you is helping ourselves. Wang Yang shook his head and turned to call his brothers again. Come and help when you have recovered. Okay. Coming. Chapter 255 Save Black Rose. Shen Zichuan and his four companions followed the stairs and the sound. They saw Zhang Tao and others at the end of the corridor, trying to find a way to attack the meeting room. Maybe Zhang Tao himself had lost a lot of his abilities, and the abilities of the psychics he brought were not very good. He only knew to use fire and metal abilities to attack the iron door. However, Zhang Tao saw that the gate could not be attacked, and his abilities had recovered a little. So he quickly changed his strategy. You continue to attack the gate here. Dongzi, you come with me to break the wall. After saying that, he went straight to the small office next to him, stood in front of the wall connected to the meeting room, and began to use his abilities, intending to directly make a hole in the wall to attack. Zhang Tao is now a late level 5 Earth Psychic. He only hit a wall, but a big hole appeared on the wall in a few minutes. Li Mei and others inside panicked when they saw a big hole suddenly appeared on the wall. The woman who was covering the wound of Li Mei's brother looked up and saw the big hole in the wall. And she exclaimed, Sister Mei, Zhang Tao made a hole in the wall. Li Mei was also panicked when she heard it. Just as she was about to go over to check, she saw Zhang Tao and a subordinate had passed through the wall and were standing not far from where his brother was lying. Zhang Tao, if you dare to touch my brother again, I will make you die. TSK. What's wrong with touching your brother? I will also grind you to ashes. Zhang Tao didn't care about Li Mei's warning at all, and walked directly to Li Mei's brother, who was on the ground, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The woman who was pressing the wound had no other choice at this moment, so she could only grit her teeth and use her plant ability to fight Zhang Tao. However, the woman's plant ability had just reached level 4, which was far from Zhang Tao's opponent. In addition, her mutant plant was also a relatively weak wind bellflower, and she was pierced into the chest by Zhang Tao's earth thorns at the first encounter. Sister Fang. Seeing Sister Fang being knocked to the ground by Zhang Tao, everyone else screamed in surprise. Li Mei was so angry that her eyes were about to burst. Zhang Tao was about to attack her brother next, so she quickly transformed into a clone and projected it over to block Zhang Tao. She also took this opportunity to run back to her brother in time and continue to press the wound. This was not the first time Zhang Tao had seen this clone, and he was even more furious when he saw it this time. You used this method to kill my daughter. I will make you pay for your life today. After saying that, he was about to attack Li Mei's clone. After all, although it was only a clone with 80% of the original body's ability, if the clone died, Li Mei's original body would also suffer a lot of trauma. So Zhang Tao had to kill this clone first, so that it would be much easier for him to deal with Li Mei, who was also a level 5 psychic. At present, Li Mei's superpowers have been exhausted a lot, and the ability of this clone can be imagined. Zhang Tao destroyed Li Mei's clone without much effort. As soon as the clone died, Li Mei spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Tao sneered, and just as he was about to continue, he heard several heavy objects falling to the ground behind him. Zhang Tao, ? Dongzi. Go and see what's going on. Zhang Tao didn't know what was going on, and pointed at Dongzi behind him to check. Dongzi walked over immediately after hearing it, and saw that several people who were still attacking the gate were now lying on the ground. Just as he was about to squat down, a flash of lightning flew over from the other end of the aisle, and before he could react, the person fell down. Zhang Tao inside heard another heavy object falling to the ground, and then he realized that someone else must have come to the aisle, and it was a powerful character. Zhang Tao was silent for a moment, and directly gave up Li Mei and others in the meeting room, and turned around and walked out of the meeting room. At the other end, Shen Zichuan and others also walked over, and happened to meet Zhang Tao, who came out to investigate. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. As soon as Zhang Tao saw Shen Zichuan at the head of the line, he thought of his dead daughter. Although it has been confirmed that he did not kill her, she was still related to him. So Zhang Tao hated Shen Zichuan so much that he gritted his teeth even when he called his name. Shen Zai Chuan. Shen Zichuan smiled contemptuously, and turned on the mocking mode directly. Hey, isn't this Captain Zhang of the capital base? Are you the only one left? Why did you come out with only these few people this time? It doesn't fit your identity as the captain of the first superpower group of the capital base? Humph. Don't be too proud. I am now a level 5 superpower. It's like killing an ant to crush you. As soon as Zhang Tao said this, Shen Zichuan and the others couldn't help laughing. No. Can you see that there are at least 2 people here whose level is not lower than yours? Are you blind? Lu Yanwen also laughed heartily, and then couldn't help reminding Zhang Tao on the opposite side. Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he carefully looked at the 4 people on the opposite side, and found that there were indeed 2 people whose strengths were unclear. One was Yan Fei, but he was not much higher than him. But the other Shen Zichuan was not clear at all. Impossible. How could you be higher than me? Nothing is impossible. But you don't need to know so much. Shen Zichuan glanced at him, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly sent a level 6 late-stage lightning to him. You? Zhang Tao only uttered one word, and fell straight down under Shen Zichuan's lightning. Su Zi glanced at Zhang Tao on the ground and couldn't help sighing. TSK. He died directly like this? Zichuan was a whole level lower than him, and he didn't hold back, so he died quickly. Yan Fei said, as he stepped forward and directly used the flying blade to perform craniotomy on several corpses on the ground. And several high-level crystal cores were easily obtained. After dealing with Zhang Tao and his men, Shen Zichuan and his 4 companions continued to walk inside. As soon as they entered the small office where Zhang Tao came out, they saw a large hole in the wall that could easily allow a person to pass through, and Li Mei and others who were either dead or injured in the conference room. Shen Zichuan looked at Li Mei and others and raised his eyebrows and said, "We heard Zhang Tao's voice next door. And Zhou Yang guessed that he was chasing you. So he asked us to come and see. I didn't expect it was you." Li Mei and others, who had been on guard, relaxed the moment they saw Shen Zichuan and his 4 companions. Chapter 256 Save Li Liang. Li Mei was still pressing her brother's wound and couldn't get up. But she still sincerely thanked Shen Zichuan and the others. "Thank you for saving us." "You're welcome. But this ground?" Shen Zichuan raised his hand and then asked. "This is my brother Li Liang. He was injured by that bastard Zhang Tao. Can you please save my brother first?" Li Mei felt her brother's body getting colder and colder under her hands. And she was so anxious that she wanted to replace her brother. Thinking that Shen Zichuan and the others might bring Sun Peng with them, she hurriedly asked, "By the way, did you bring Sun Peng with you this time? My brother lost too much blood and was in a coma. And he needs timely treatment." Shen Zichuan, "Well, we didn't bring him. But let's go to our side first. Zhou Yang has emergency medicines and equipment in the next building. There are many zombies outside that were attracted by your movements. And there are dead people here. It's not safe." Li Mei nodded quickly. "Okay. But can you please help me take my brother over?" Okay. Shen Zichuan and the others naturally saw the dilemma of Li Mei and the others. None of them were uninjured. So they helped Li Mei, and the others moved Li Liang to the opposite building. Wang Yang and his men at the back helped carry the woman who was beaten to death by Zhang Tao. On the other side, Chai Jin was much quieter after the incident and did not cause any more trouble. So Zhou Yang focused all his attention on the opposite building. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yang finally saw Shen Zichuan and his men carrying something. And there were many people coming with them. Seeing this, Zhou Yang's heart tightened instantly. After leaving window to continue watching Chai Jin, he hurried to the direction of the stairs and looked down. After a while, Zhou Yang heard some movement below, and hurriedly took out an outdoor light to turn it on, and saw Shen Zichuan and his men hurried up, carefully carrying a person in their hands. "What's going on?" Zhou Yang looked at the person being carried, a little confused about the situation. "Shen Zichuan, this is Li Mei's brother Li Liang. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Let's go in and take a look first." "Okay." When Zhou Yang heard that he was seriously injured and unconscious, he didn't dare to delay and immediately led the way with a lamp in front. The group quickly entered the house. After Shen Zichuan and the others put the man down, Zhou Yang went to see the wound and found that it was near the heart, which was indeed very tricky. Giving the lamp to Shen Zichuan, Zhou Yang hurriedly took out scissors, bandages, hemostatics, and a basin of spring water from the space and began to treat the man's wound. Seeing Zhou Yang concentrating on treating Li Liang's wound, Li Mei did not come forward to disturb him and waited silently by the side. When Zhou Yang finished and stood up, nearly 20 minutes had passed. "Zhou Yang, how is my brother?" Seeing Zhou Yang stand up, Li Mei came forward and asked immediately. "The bleeding has stopped temporarily." Zhou Yang scratched his hair. "But I am not a professional medical student after all, and I can't do anything else. The wound inside still needs to be treated at home. So it's better to go back as soon as possible. By the way, is your brother a superpower? If not, it's best to go back now and let Sun Peng treat him." Hearing this, Li Mei immediately said, "He is not. So shall we go back now? This place is too far from the Baiji mountain base, and it's too slow for so many people to travel." Zhou Yang frowned and looked around, then said, "How about this? If you trust us, Shen Zichuan and I will take Li Liang back on the piece first, and you will follow Yin Fei to rest here today, and then set off early tomorrow morning." Okay. Li Mei nodded without thinking. Since Li Mei agreed, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan didn't hesitate and planned to take Li Liang back. Before leaving the house, Zhou Yang saw a woman lying on the ground by the wall. So he asked one more question, "Who is this?" "This is a sister from Li Mei's team who just died." Wang Yang on the side stood up to explain. Hearing the voice, Zhou Yang tilted his head and was surprised to see Wang Yang. Then he saw the other 3 teammates behind Wang Yang, and suddenly realized that they should have come out of the capital base with Li Mei and the others. "You also came here with Li Mei and the others?" Wang Yang forced a smile. "Well, the capital base couldn't survive anymore, and Li Mei and the others just happened to leave. So we shamelessly came here together." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a girl from Li Mei's team hurriedly helped him. "Don't say that. You also helped us a lot. Otherwise we really wouldn't be able to make it here. Hearing this, Wang Yang waved his hand and said nothing more. Zhou Yang looked at the body of the lady on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and raised his head and said, "Sisterly, why don't I take this sister's body back with me and have them cremate it first? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to leave it here." Li Mei sighed after looking at the bodies of the sisters on the ground, and then agreed. Zhou Yang then put the bodies into the space, and went downstairs with Shen Zichuan and others, taking Li Liang at the bottom of the building next to them. Because of the previous car chase and fight between Zhang Tao and Li Mei, and the smell of blood inside, many zombies have been wandering around and gathered. Even downstairs where Zhou Yang and his friends were, there were a few zombies scattered, while the zombies hadn't noticed them yet. As soon as they reached the flat ground outside, Zhou Yang made the peas grow bigger, and then, under the cover and protection of Yan Fei and others, he took Li Liang on the peas and set off smoothly. After speeding all the way, they arrived at the Baijishan base half an hour later. As soon as they entered the base, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan went straight to the villa. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and Sun Jing and her brother might have fallen asleep. But human lives were at stake, so Zhou Yang didn't care so much, and directly took the key, opened the door, and went upstairs. After bringing the person to the empty room on the 3rd floor, Zhou Yang took out another bed and asked Shen Zichuan to put the person down before knocking on the door of the siblings' room. Sun Jing and Sun Peng inside actually woke up when they heard the noise. The first thing they did was to pick up the weapons beside the bed and be ready for self-defense at any time. However, after waiting for a long time and hearing no other noise, Sun Jing took the courage to pick up a fruit knife and planned to get out of bed to take a look. As soon as she walked near the door, she heard another noise outside, which scared Sun Jing. Just when she didn't know what to do, she heard a hurried knock on the door. "Sun Jing, are you asleep? We brought someone back who needs emergency treatment. So let your brother come out to take a look." Recognizing Zhou Yang's voice, Sun Jing felt relieved instantly and hurriedly replied, "I'm not asleep, Brother Zhou. Wait a minute." After that, she quickly put down the fruit knife and opened the door. "Little Brother Zhou, what happened? Is your teammate injured?" "No. It's Sister Li's brother, Li Liang, who is in the next room. Let your brother heal him and save his life first." "A Liang?" Sun Jing's eyes widened in surprise, and then nodded hurriedly. "Next door? Peng Peng and I will go there right away." After saying that, he quickly pulled Sun Peng and followed Zhou Yang to the next room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Li Liang lying on the bed with blood stains all over his body. "I just stopped the bleeding for him. Let your brother heal his internal injuries. It won't be a big problem. He can be cured later." Okay. Sun Jing nodded and hurriedly pulled Sun Peng over to explain a few words. After several healing experiences, Sun Peng now roughly understood how to use supernatural powers to heal by himself. So after Sun Jing finished speaking, he understood and went up to perform on the wound without saying a word. More than 10 minutes later, seeing that Li Liang was no longer in danger of life, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Sun Peng's power had been consumed by more than half, he quickly asked him to stop. As for the remaining injuries, they would be almost healed after another treatment tomorrow. Chapter 257 Zombie Crisis. After entrusting Li Liang to Sun Jing and her brother, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan went home directly. It was almost 10 o'clock at this time, and Yu Jing and the others had fallen asleep. So the two did not disturb anyone and fell asleep as soon as they got home. When they woke up the next day, Yu Jing thought they had all returned when she saw them. After asking, she found out that they had only returned temporarily to save people and had to leave after breakfast. She felt so distressed that she fed them and asked them to pack a lot of delicious food to take away. Zhou Yang was not polite and immediately put it into the space. Then the two went to see Li Liang, who was still awake. After confirming that he was fine, they went to the military department and entrusted the lady's body to the military department responsible for cremation, and cremated and buried it separately. Of course, cremation and burial separately cost money. After paying a sum of crystal cores, the two got on the P and left the base again. After more than half an hour of galloping, the two arrived at the place where they set out last night. As soon as they stopped, they found that the zombies here were obviously several times more than last night. It seemed that Yan Fei and his team did not completely eliminate these zombies last night. The whole town was filled with zombies again after just one night. Just as they expected, the two did not think much about it. They cleared the ones blocking the way and went directly into the building where they stayed overnight. However, when they went up, they did not see Yanfei and others. It was clean inside, except for a few traces of tents. It was completely impossible to see that someone had stayed overnight. Looking at the empty house, Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. Where are they? Shen Zichuan did not talk to them immediately, but walked to the side of the wall and stood there. Zhou Yan also looked over and found a line of words engraved on the wall, already on the way back. This was the message Yanfei had left for them on the wall. They may have gone back overnight last night, but because they were driving, they were not going the same way as us. Huh? Zhou Yan was stunned for a moment. What happened that we had to go overnight? It may be related to the gathering of these zombies. There are too many of them, and it is difficult to break through when they are surrounded. Shen Zichuan looked at the zombies that had gathered because of the two of them, and thought, let's go too, and look for them along the way. Okay. After the two of them discussed it, they did not stop, got on the P and went back. But this time, because they wanted to look for Yanfei and the others along the way, they took the main road, and the speed was not fast. The two of them were just like traveling, looking for people while walking and rushing. Not to mention, except that the zombies were a bit of an eyesore. This place without exhaust gas and haze, and with green plants everywhere, was indeed quite beautiful. After the apocalypse is over, I really want to go out and see the world that I didn't have time to see before. It's no big deal. I go with you to see it then. A global tour is fine. Forget about the global tour. There are too many variables in the sea. Let's just take a tour of the Eurasian continent. Okay. Okay. You decide? The two chatted with each other, and soon returned to the territory of Anhui province. Then, they finally found Yanfei and others, who were on their way on a certain national highway. The car they were driving was exactly the car of Zhang Tao and Li Mei. The two could recognize it at a glance because the cars that were hit and broken apart were too conspicuous. When Zhou Yang and the others saw Yanfei and his group, Yanfei and the others naturally noticed the huge P. After all, when a large mutant animal passed by, the feeling that the earth was shaking was too obvious. So, Yanfei and the others pulled over and parked the car. Zhou Yang and the others waited for the P to walk to the side of the convoy before getting off it. As soon as they landed, Li Mei and others came around to ask about Li Liang and the lady's body. Zhou Yang answered them one by one, and Li Mei and others were relieved and thanked him repeatedly. By the way, why did you suddenly leave overnight? After comforting Li Mei and the others, Zhou Yang returned to Yanfei and the others and asked his own questions. After you left last night, we continued to clean up the zombies. But later we found that the number of zombies surrounding us was more than expected. If we stayed, we might be surrounded by zombies. In addition, Li Mei and the others were injured. So we discussed it and decided to retreat first and move to another place. Yanfei paused and said, but I left you a message on the wall. You should have seen it. Right? Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan nodded. We saw it. So we chased after you immediately. Yanfei nodded, and then said, by the way, there is one more thing, which we just learned from Li Mei and the others yesterday. When they left the capital base, a wave of zombies had just ended there. The retreating zombies basically went south. So they attracted so many zombies along the way. We predict that this wave of zombies is likely to continue to grow, and it will cause a great impact on many bases passing by. This is another reason why we are in a hurry to leave. We have to go back to the base as soon as possible to report the news and notify other bases to prepare for it. Hearing this, Zhou Yang and the others frowned. Zhou Yang thought back to this time in his previous life. It seemed that there was indeed a wave of zombies attacking the city before the extreme heat. However, at that time, because there were three major bases in front of them, Shanghai, Shicheng, and Hangzhou, and their small base was not on the main route of the zombies, it did not cause a big impact on them. Now the Baijishan base is close to the inland, which is a stumbling block on the zombies' path. And it is also a food replenishment point in the eyes of the zombies. It is conceivable how big the impact will be. Moreover, don't think that the zombie siege only has zombies walking lamely on the ground. There are zombies that drill in the ground and fly in the sky. However, the most difficult one is the zombie king who leads the battle. And basically they are mental zombie kings who can disguise and calculate. I just don't know what level they will encounter this time. In that case, let's go back quickly. The sooner we go back, the sooner we can prepare. That's what we mean. Let's go! After realizing the zombie crisis, Zhou Yang and the others stopped chatting and greeted Li Mei and the others before getting in the car and heading towards the base. Chapter 258 Strengthen the Defense. It took only half an hour to get out, but now it took almost a day to drive back. This is because everyone tried to avoid fighting as much as possible in order to hurry up. If they could not avoid it, they would just fight and not give the other party a chance to fight back. In this way, the group still rushed back to the Baijishan base at more than 2 p.m. The first thing they did when they arrived at the base was to find Gu Tianqi and tell him about the northern zombie group heading south. Of course, only a few people from the Qianlong team could enter the military headquarters, and Li Mei and other unfamiliar faces could only wait outside, because Yan Fei had already greeted Gu Tianqi on the satellite phone on the way, so he had been waiting for them in the office for a long time. As soon as the few people entered, Gu Tianqi skipped the greeting stage and went straight to the point. Are you sure about the news? Are there really a large number of zombies gathering southward? It should be true. If not, send a helicopter to check. After the battle to defend the city at the capital base, the group of zombies went southward. There must be a lot of zombies gathering along the way, although they will be consumed by other large and small bases along the way. The base number will only grow, and many small bases are likely to be directly breached by zombies. There are only a few Earth bases in front of us, so the impact on our base will still be great. Then I will send someone to send a notice to other bases now. I hope that after they are prepared, they can all survive. Gu Tianqi was silent for a while, then nodded and said, and then asked the police officer to notify the operator responsible for contacting other bases to come over. Zhou Yang quickly added a few words at this time. We also need to make preparations early. The city wall needs to be raised and reinforced. The current 6 meters is not enough. It cannot defend against a high-level physically evolved zombie. It is best to have a wall about 10 meters high and 4 meters wide. Just kidding. With this high wall now, any 7 or 8 meters high physically evolved zombie will break through the defense directly. How can we defend when the gate is wide open? And the zombies attacking the city are mostly not only human zombies, but also zombie rats, zombie birds, etc. The zombie king is not very picky. It will grab those who can command earthquakes on the road. In addition, many zombies have superpowers. So it is not only the walls, but also the underground and air defenses that are very important. Gu Tianqi heard this, nodding his head. He agreed, well, Zhou Yang has a point. The underground is not bad. In order to dig underground granaries and underground shelters, the base below was hollowed out and reinforced. There are thick cement and metal layers for defense. Just fill in the corners that were not noticed before. But the air defense. Shen Zichuan thought about it and suggested, let's lay a metal mesh cover, and then add lightning. I am now at the peak of level 6, and it is not a problem to set up an electric grid that accommodates the entire base. Ordinary zombies and birds should be able to stop them. And even if there are high-level ones that break in alone, they can be dealt with in a concentrated manner. When they heard it, several people thought this idea was good and agreed. Then, they talked about the base defense for a while. This talk lasted for nearly half an hour. When Zhou Yang and his friends left, the sun was about to set. Considering that Li Mei and her group should be very tired and waited outside for another hour, Zhou Yang quickly took them to the villa. As soon as he got off the car, Zhou Yang introduced to Li Mei, this is Zichuan's house. You can live here temporarily. You can move in when you find a more suitable place to live. Although the first floor is flooded, it is okay to live on the second floor and above. Sun Jing, Sun Peng, and Li Liang are also inside. We will take you inside to have a look, and then put some furniture and supplies for you. Thank you. I didn't expect that I could live in such a luxurious villa when I arrived here. I really trouble you. Li Mei looked at the 4.5-story dahlia in front of her. Her eyes widened. Wait a few days. We will move out after we find a place to live. Zhou Yang coughed lightly. It only looks okay from the outside, but we have actually emptied the inside, and it looks very rundown. You don't have to move out in a hurry. We don't live here either. It's empty anyway. It doesn't matter if you stay here forever. It's just that the warming and cold-resistant measures here are not very good. If you want to live here for a long time, you have to take good care of it. Hearing that Zhou Yang and his family didn't live here, Li Mei didn't hesitate and said with a smile, "Then we will be polite to you. But we won't live here for free. We will pay you the rent later." Zhou Yang smiled, said nothing, and let everyone in. Originally, Li Mei thought that Zhou Yang's emptying was just a casual remark, until she really went in and found that it was really emptied. Even the curtains and floors were pried away, except for the wallpaper and hard decoration. It was really a bare house. Li Mei and others, however, everyone was only surprised for a while, and soon returned to their normal state of mind. In the end times, if these things were not taken away, they would only be taken away by others. It was a miracle that the windows and doors were still intact even though no one lived in the villa. This once again proved the strength of Zhou Yang's team and their status in the base here. Otherwise, who would leave such a good villa untouched? Seeing the changes in everyone's reactions, Zhou Yang touched his nose. Ahem. Well, you will be assigned rooms later, and I will provide you with a few beds, wardrobes, curtains, etc. You can clean up by yourself when the time comes. After hearing this, Li Mei and others had no objection and nodded happily. On the third floor, Sun Jing heard the noise and came out to check. He saw Li Mei and others below at a glance and ran down immediately. "Sister Mei, you are here." Li Mei smiled and nodded. "Yes. I just arrived. By the way, where is Xiao Peng?" "He is upstairs with a Liang. He woke up this afternoon. Peng Peng treated a Liang again just now, and he is almost recovered." Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I am relieved." After the two finished talking, everyone went up to look at the rooms one by one, and quickly chose their own residences. 2 people in a room. More than 20 people in a group soon filled up the 3rd and 4th floors of the villa. As for Wang Yang and the other 4, they originally wanted to go out alone. But after going through hardships all the way, the girls of Black Rose also recognized their character. So they let them live on the 2nd floor of the villa. On the one hand, it solved Wang Yang's and his housing problem, and separated them from the girls without affecting each other. On the other hand, it can also prevent people with bad intentions from breaking into the house and stealing. And they can also help with hard labor at ordinary times. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 259, Bombing First. After Zhou Yang placed the basic furniture for Li Mei and the others and left the curtains, he left with Shen Zichuan and the others. When they returned, Yu Jing and the others had just finished dinner. As soon as they saw Zhou Yang and the others coming back, they immediately got up and cooked a few more dishes. At the dinner table, Zhou Yang and the others told everyone about the zombies gathering and heading south while eating. Qi Feng, who was enjoying his meal, was stunned when he heard the news. "Huh? The zombie army is coming?" Zhou Yang nodded. "Yes. And it won't take long. We estimated that they will arrive in the next few days, and at the latest before the next extreme heat. Everyone should go to bed early after dinner today, and get up tomorrow morning to reinforce the doors and windows. It is best to reinforce the walls as well, and weld steel plates. Those of us who live high up are more vulnerable to attack." After saying that, he focused on Qi Feng and the others. "You have to participate too." Qi Feng scratched his hair. Although he didn't want to work, he had to nod and agree. Besides, they lived higher up, so he could only nod and agree. Naturally, the other members of the Qinlong team had no objection to Zhou Yang's decision. After dinner, everyone simply agreed on the start time for tomorrow and went back to bed early. As the ban on Chai Jin had not been lifted, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan detained him in Zhou Yang's house for fear that he might sneak out in the middle of the night. He was packed into the 2nd bedroom and Wanda was on guard at the door. The next day, everyone woke up early in the morning. After having breakfast at Yijing's place, they started working immediately. Everyone was busy, but the main work was still concentrated on Yan Fei. The others were basically responsible for helping to move metal or doing some odd jobs. Fortunately, Zhou Yang's space usually had a stockpile of various materials, especially metal, and there was a lot of reserves. Everyone didn't have to collect materials anymore. It was more than enough to reinforce the 3-story building. After a busy day, everyone finally completed the basic protection. Now their 3-story building is like a copper wall and iron wall. The actions of the Qinlong team were also seen by many people. Many people felt that they had too many resources to do anything. Some people realized that something might happen, so they came to ask for advice. Zhou Yang and his team did not hide anything and directly informed them that there might be zombies attacking the city in the near future. Those who believed it immediately went back to make drastic preparations, while those who did not believe it sneered and mocked Zhou Yang and his team, saying that they were exaggerating. Zhou Yang and his team were too lazy to talk to these people. Anyway, the base would issue a notice soon. Sure enough, that afternoon, the base issued a task on the app to recruit superpowers to build fortifications. And almost all superpowers in the base were on the list of those to be recruited. All superpowers in the Qianlong team were also on the list, although the reason was not clearly stated in the notice. The construction of such a large-scale fortification still made most people smell a sense of crisis. The next day, all superpowers in the base responded to the call and began to work on the project in a hurry. In just a few days, the wall of the Baijishan base was raised to about 15 meters, and the width was widened from more than 2 meters to about 5 meters. Even the depth of the underground was deepened to the same depth as the underground shelter. A layer of metal was built from the inside to the outside. It was really a copper wall. In addition to the granary and the shelter, another layer of defense was added underground. A dense metal net was also set up above the entire base, and only sparrows before the end of the world could pass through it. As for the lightning net, it has not been arranged yet. It will be added when the zombies really come. After finishing the defense work, the base announced the start of martial law. All teams were not allowed to go too far away from the base when they were on a mission. Sun Zichuan and Yan Fei also wrote P out several times, but not for missions, but to detect the current progress of the zombie army. This was the task assigned to them by Gu Tianqi, who let them have the highest ability in the base, and P's speed is also the fastest. Now that planes can't fly, they can only rely on this method for detection. The two lived up to expectations. When they went out to explore on the third day, they saw the shadow of the zombie army at the border of Hui Province. Because there are no large bases in the north of Hui Province, the zombie army is like entering an empty land, marching forward with great vigor, and the team is still growing. At present, this army has more than 1 million people. If they collect zombies from several surrounding provinces, it will be really a headache. Sun Zichuan looked for a while before putting down the telescope. This base is too large. We have to think of a way to consume some. The best way is to send planes to bomb first. Hearing this, Yan Fei frowned, but the base is now covered with metal nets, and the fighter planes can't fly at all. Isn't your thinking limited? Sun Zichuan rolled his eyes at Yan Fei. Why don't we let Yang Yang collect the plane and take it out of the base first, and then let the pilot take off directly outside the base? Yan Fei thought so too. So he immediately called the base by satellite. Gu Tianqi's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he asked someone to call Zhou Yang and 2 pilots over. Zhou Yang was lying at home, and when he heard that Gu Tianqi was looking for him, he went over quickly. When he heard that he was asked to take 2 fighters out and bomb zombies with the pilots, he was immediately excited and nodded in agreement. Oh my god! Riding a fighter! This is the first time in my 2 lives, and it's the latest model of the J series, so I have to agree. Zhou Yang followed the 2 pilots to the place where the fighters were parked with excitement. It was on the 2nd floor of an empty factory building, because there were a total of 4 latest models of the Annihilation series fighters parked on the entire floor. Zhou Yang rubbed his fingers, but still couldn't help but touch them. That figure, those smooth lines, are really beautiful. The 2 pilots smiled knowingly at Zhou Yang's actions, and did not stop him or urge him. After all, which teenager would not want to touch the Annihilation? Fortunately, Zhou Yang did not delay for long. After he had enough fun, he hurriedly followed the 2 pilots. Anyway, he still had to follow the fighter plane. There were plenty of opportunities, so there was no need to rush. However, when he brought the fighter plane out of the base, the 2 pilots got on the plane, and everything was ready, waiting for the order from above to set off. He realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something. It turned out that he only needed to be a plane transport bag, and the bombing mission had nothing to do with him. However, Zhou Yang was disappointed for a while, and he cheered up again after the fighter plane left. Forget it. Bombing is too dangerous, and there are many zombie creatures in the sky. It is better for a weak ordinary person like him to stay in the base. And if he really followed him out today, Sun Zichuan and the others would definitely hold a criticism meeting for him. Chapter 260 Zombies are coming. The 2 fighter jets set off quickly, at full speed, and arrived near the airspace where Yan Fei reported in just a few minutes. From the sky, The ground was full of zombies, and there were black and brown bands wriggling among them. Only by looking carefully could you see that they were countless zombie rats. There were also a large number of zombie birds hovering in the sky, and there were also many human-shaped zombies flying crookedly. These should be zombies with wind abilities, because they were inspired by the flying birds and learned to fly. The two pilots were dumbfounded when they saw the scene, and they couldn't help but look at each other in their respective cockpits. Looking at this situation, it would definitely not work to fly directly over to bomb. However, the two pilots were veterans with rich combat experience. After communicating on the intercom, they decided to climb to a higher altitude and conduct the first round of bombing at high altitude. The two pilots looked at each other again, and then pulled up the climbing rod at the same time. The two fighters stood up and reached a height of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, and then flew over the zombie group at supersonic speed. As the fighters flew over the zombies below also heard the sound of the two fighters and immediately howled on the spot. The zombie birds even pounced directly on the two fighters. However, the two fighters reacted faster, and after dropping 2 bombs each, they flew away separately. The 4 missiles fell into 4 areas of the zombie group respectively, and exploded one after another in an instant, and 4 large pits were directly blown out on the ground. Because the millions of zombies were too dense, the explosion effect of the missiles was also pulled to the extreme, and a small half of the zombies were solved in a blink of an eye. Even if they were not dead, they were blown to pieces and were pressed into the pit and could not get out. The huge explosion filled everyone's ears. The two pilots and the fighter were flying high in the sky, concentrating on how to get rid of the zombie birds. In addition, the fighter's shield itself was soundproof, so it didn't have any effect. But Shen Zichuan and Yen Fei on the ground were uncomfortable because of the evolution of their superpowers. Their 5 senses were strengthened a lot. The explosion was really uncomfortable to hear in their ears. As a mutant animal, P was more sensitive to sound. He stepped back uncomfortably and scratched his ears with his claws several times. Seeing P was uncomfortable, Shen Zichuan simply let P retreat a few hundred meters before continuing to take out the telescope to observe the movement of the zombie group. Because of the missiles, the zombies were all crazy, roaring angrily and wanting to chase the fighter in the sky. But because of the zombie king hidden inside, they could only stay where they were, and the zombies in the distance continued to gather in the sky. After flying a big circle and finally getting rid of the zombie birds for a distance, the two fighters flew back again. When they passed the zombies, they threw the remaining 2 missiles under the wings. This time, 4 more bombs were dropped, and 4 more large earth pits filled with zombie debris appeared on the ground in an instant. The magazines were empty, and the 2 fighters completed their mission and flew back immediately. However, in order not to lead the zombie birds to the base, they drove the fighters around for several big circles, and only returned to the Baijishan base after completely getting rid of the zombie birds. Shen Zichuan and Yen Fei took a look through the telescope and saw that at least 1/3 of the zombies had been dealt with. The 2 fighters did not need them to cover the retreat, so they followed them to retreat. When the 2 of them returned to the base in the P, Zhou Yang was still outside the base. He had just put the fighter into the space and was about to go in when he saw the P running all the way back. After the 2 got off P, Zhou Yang asked anxiously, "Are you 2 going well?" Shen Zichuan approached and nodded. "It's going well. The zombies have just arrived in Hui province, and there are already millions of them. However, the effect of today's bombing is good, and almost 1/3 of them have been eliminated. When we get closer to the base, we will have another big round, and it will be much easier to defend the city then." Yen Fei on the side didn't say anything, but nodded in agreement. The 3 of them walked into the base while talking. However, Zhou Yang's base still had 2 fighter jets from the base, so the 3 of them went to the military headquarters first, returned the planes first, and then went home. In the next few days, Shen Zichuan and Yen Fei would still take P out of the base to explore the progress of the zombies. Finally, 3 days later, the zombie army crossed the central area of Hui province and was less than 300 kilometers away from the Baijishan base. So Gu Tianqi immediately ordered the start of the second round of bombing missions. As the zombie army continued to replenish zombies along the way, the team has now expanded to several million again, even more than before. So 3 fighter jets were sent this time, and more than a dozen missiles were dropped in succession. Under such a large-scale bombardment, the effect was also gratifying. At least half of the zombies on the ground were eliminated this time. However, The bad news was that because the distance was too close this time, the zombie birds could not be successfully shaken off, and many of them followed and found the base. Fortunately, the base had prepared defenses in advance, and the zombie birds were stopped by a group of superpowers led by Shinzichuan and Yan Fei, who were waiting on the base wall as soon as they approached. However, there were too many zombie birds, and many of them still escaped back. After the crisis of the zombie birds was over, Yan Fei looked at Shinzichuan, got off the wall, and then accompanied Zhou Yang and others to pick up the 3 pilots who were trapped in the fighter plane and had not come down, as well as 3 fighter planes. After returning to the military headquarters and returning the fighter plane, Zhou Yang and others went to Gu Tianqi's office together. As soon as he entered the door and saw Gu Tianqi, Yan Fei said directly, "Uncle, the location of our base must have been exposed. Next, the zombie army should come directly to us. More than 200 kilometers is not far, and the zombies need to rest. If they travel day and night, they will arrive tomorrow morning if they are fast." Gu Tianqi was silent for a moment, nodded, and then asked the guard to come over and issued a new order. From now on, the entire base is on level 1 alert, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. By the way, issue another notice that 1,000,000 zombies are about to attack the city, so that everyone's skin is tight. Yes. The guard took the order and trotted out. Not long after, everyone in the base received this red-marked notice on their communicators. It scared many people, especially ordinary people. That's 1,000,000 zombie army. The entire Baijishan base has only tens of thousands of people. Can they beat it? For a time, the people in the base were panicked, worried that the base would be breached. But then, watching the army continue to patrol the base in an orderly manner, although the atmosphere was more serious and tense, they did not seem to be panicked or uncertain, which made everyone calm down. Chapter 261 Go Steal Trees? After Zhou Yang and the other 2 went back after talking with Gu Tianqi, they called all the members of the Qianlong team and Shifeng and the other 4 together. First, they reminded everyone about the zombies attacking the city tomorrow, so that everyone could be mentally prepared. Secondly, they also made personnel arrangements in advance to avoid being in a hurry tomorrow. After everyone arrived, Yan Fei first said, "The zombies are likely to arrive tomorrow morning. At that time, those of us above level 5 will go out to help defend the city. The rest will be led by Z to stay at home with Aunt Yujing and the others. Chai Jin, you will also stay to help. Your main task is to guard the house and defend against the attacks of zombies in the air. Although defending the city is important, guarding the house is also important. Moreover, Yujing and the others are ordinary people. It is too dangerous to go outside, so it is better to stay at home. However, considering that there will be zombie air raids, it is natural to leave a few people at home who can calm the situation. Now even Qin Tang has been promoted to level 5 with the crystal core from Zhangwan, so it is not a problem to guard the house with Su Zi. As for Chai Jin, well, the main thing is that he can't be caught by Zhangwan before he is dealt with." Okay. Su Zi and Su Qin Tang nodded at the same time after listening to this, and they had no objection to this assignment. As the only one left at level 5, Chai Jin was naturally very reluctant, but his request to go to the battle was unanimously rejected by Zhou Yang and others, so he could only obey the organization's arrangement. After the personnel were assigned, seeing that no one else had other opinions, even Qi Feng and others agreed, Shen Zichuan decided on it. Okay, that's it. Everyone should rest early tonight and recharge their energy so that they can fight a tough battle tomorrow. After the internal meeting, everyone was about to leave, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Yang and others thought that Gu Tianqi had sent someone to find them, so they hurried out. However, when they opened the door, they saw Li Mei and Wang Yang. "Why are you here?" Li Mei smiled a little embarrassedly. "We heard that the zombie army might arrive tomorrow, so we came to inquire about the defense of the city tomorrow. And if possible, we would like to act with you." Zhou Yang and his friends understood what they meant as soon as they heard it. Li Mei and Wang Yang's small team had just arrived at the base a few days ago. After all, they were unfamiliar with the place. There were also a few ordinary people, and people with low superpowers in the team. It would be easy to suffer in the battle of defending the city. At this time, it was very important to find a familiar and powerful ally, and the Qianlong team was naturally the best choice. Li Mei herself was a level 5 superpower user, and her 2 deputy leaders, and Wang Yang were now at the peak of level 4. Their overall strength was still good. So after Zhou Yang and his friends discussed it, they agreed. However, Shen Zichuan reminded them again, you need to obey our deployment and never run away. Li Mei had no objection to this, of course. Shen Zichuan thought for a while and said, then you two will join us in defending the city tomorrow. And Wang Yang, you will focus on following me tomorrow. As for the rest of you, stay in the villa to guard the house and defend against possible attacks from underground and air. Although Wang Yang is only at the peak of level 4, he has a thunder ability. If his ability is consumed too much, and he cannot replenish the thunder network above the base in time, Wang Yang can help for a while. Okay. Li Mei and Wang Yang nodded at the same time. After the group discussed, they dispersed. After dinner, everyone went to rest early. Zhou Yang was originally planning to go back to sleep, but Qi Feng stood in the corridor and waved at him mysteriously, asking him to come over. He also made a go gesture to Shen Zichuan, who was following behind Zhou Yang, obviously not wanting Shen Zichuan to hear it. Zhou Yang had no choice but to go alone. When Zhou Yang approached, Qi Feng immediately turned his head and whispered in Zhou Yang's ear in a voice lighter than a mosquito flying by, how about we go to the mountain behind and steal some trees? Zhou Yang didn't understand for a moment and stared at Qi Feng dumbfounded. What do you mean? Go to the Baiji mountain behind? To steal trees? Why do you steal trees? Qi Feng rolled his eyes at Zhou Yang, of course. We use them to defend the city. You are not using such a large mountain. Are you stupid? Mutated plants are very useful for fighting zombies. I know mutant plants are useful for fighting zombies. But they are mutant plants. They are intelligent. Why do you steal them like this? Zhou Yang rubbed his eyebrows and said, and we want them to help us defend the city? Are you sure you are not digging them to eat people? I have plant abilities. I can communicate with them. And you also have mutant plants that you have conquered. You can also send your mutant plants to communicate with other mutant plants. As long as the benefits are in place. It is not impossible. Zhou Yang thought it made sense. But he was still a little hesitant. Will communication work? I think the mutant plants in the mountains are not easy to deceive. Especially those powerful ones. I don't know. But we know if we try it. After Qi Feng finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Zhou Yang. And don't you have a rare mutant plant and animal? If communication doesn't work, let's abduct them. At the end, Qi Feng seemed to remember something and added, oh, by the way, my mutant plants have been bothering me with your thing for a long time. They all want it. After you abduct these trees, can you give me some? Zhou Yang was silent for a while, and nodded resignedly after a while. Okay. He didn't ask Qi Feng why he found such a stupid question. After all, the other party had mutant plants and animals. It was normal for him to find some clues when he took out the spring water to feed Pi and Tiger. If Qi Feng had never noticed anything, he would find it strange. However, Qi Feng's idea of using spring water to lure people back can be tried. If we can really lure back a group of mutant plants, it will be much easier to fight the zombies attacking the city. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang scratched his hair again and said, then, let's go and try it. Hearing Zhou Yang's agreement, Qi Feng immediately clapped his hands and wanted to pull Zhou Yang away. Go. 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 Go now. Let's lure back a big tree that can circle the base. This way, I can lie down and retire in the future. Zhou Yang immediately twitched his mouth when he heard it, and his face was speechless. You are so eager to steal trees. Not to protect the base, but to lie down and retire in the future? But before Zhou Yang could speak, Shen Zichuan, who had been staring at him not far away, was unhappy. Qi Feng, where are you going to lure my wife? It's fine if you don't let him listen. But now you want to lure his wife away? Is there any justice in the world? Chapter 262, Abducting the Spruce Tree. Qi Feng glanced at Shen Zichuan and said directly, you are such a rude person. How can this be called abduction? We have something important to do. Besides, why would I abduct your wife? We have the same number. So we can only be sisters in this life. But Zhou Yang was not happy about it. And he elbowed Qi Feng. You can be a sister yourself. I choose to be a man. Zhou Yang's blow was not heavy. So Qi Feng just rubbed his belly in a pretentious manner and made a way for himself. Hey! Let's not care about those details. Are you going to leave or not? Time waits for no one. Right? Of course. They had to go. But it seemed unrealistic for Shen Zichuan to be a stay-at-home husband. So Zhou Yang finally sighed and said, "Let's go together." Hearing this, Shen Zichuan immediately snorted at Qi Feng with pride. Qi Feng shrugged, not caring about Shen Zichuan's childish provocation. Since Zhou Yang himself didn't mind letting Shen Zichuan follow, he naturally had no objection. After the three of them made the decision, they didn't delay and went out with Wando. Because the base was under martial law, the three of them couldn't go out of the base gate blatantly. Although they could go out through the back door, it would damage the dignity of the military and be detrimental to the management of the base. So the three of them went to the side of the base near Baiji Mountain and climbed over the wall with Qi Feng's mutant plants. After leaving the base, in order not to attract the attention of other people in the base, Zhou Yang didn't let Wando grow bigger, but took out a car from the space. Anyway, the base is only a few kilometers away from the Baiji Mountains, and it can be reached quickly by car. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the foot of Baiji Mountain, and each of them took a flashlight and started walking up the mountain. After several rounds of extreme heat and cold, the vegetation at the foot of the mountain is now sparse and almost bare. But after continuing to walk up, the situation has obviously begun to improve. Various plants and trees were lined up lushly, and there was no sign of extreme heat or cold. If it were any other time, Zhou Yang and his companions would not dare to go up the mountain casually. After all, these seemingly ordinary plants and trees had survived through thousands of trials and tribulations, and there were unknown numbers of mutant plants hidden inside. But now that Qi Feng was here, it was much more convenient. If there were mutant plants nearby, they could sense them immediately. Moreover, once the pressure from the level 6 plant power master was released, those low-level mutant plants did not even dare to make a sound, and directly pretended to be ordinary plants and dared not move. Even so, Zhou Yang still summoned Xiuhu out just in case. The three of them walked for a long time, but they did not encounter the mutant plants they liked. To be more precise, they did not encounter any mutant plants that would satisfy Qi Feng. They either disliked the low level or the insufficient attack ability. Zhou Yang felt that if these mutant plants could speak, they would be able to curse them very badly at this moment. Finally, when they climbed halfway up the mountain, Qi Feng finally stopped. In front of the three of them was a large cypress forest. TSK. This spruce forest is good. It feels like it's on par with me. It can be used. Qi Feng looked at the spruce forest and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Take them down. Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this, and felt that his forehead should be full of invisible black lines at this moment. No, buddy. These are a group of mutant trees that are on par with you. And you just go up and say take them down? Are you sure it's not us three who will be taken down by them? Zhou Yang was so confused that he didn't know what to say. Seeing that Qi Feng had walked quickly to the front of the spruce forest, Zhou Yang could only sigh, then looked at Shen Zichuan, and hurriedly followed, thinking that if Qi Feng was beaten up by this group of cypress trees, they could still help. The two followed Qi Feng and walked into the spruce forest. It was very quiet inside, except for the rustling sound of the leaves caused by the breeze. Nothing else could be heard. If Qi Feng hadn't said in advance that this area was full of high-level mutant trees, Zhou Yang would really feel like he had returned to the mountain forest before the end of the world. After walking to a position close to the center and standing still, Qi Feng stopped, closed his eyes, and began to use his supernatural power to try to communicate with these spruce trees. Hello, trees. Are you interested in changing your routes? It's so boring to stay on this mountain all the time. Hey, can you hear me? Give me a response. The spruce trees, who were originally looking at the two-legged beasts and communicating with their roots whether they wanted extra food today, suddenly heard what Qi Feng shouted with his mind. And they were all silent. They have been in the mountains since the end of the world. On weekdays, they can only encounter wild beasts and flying birds in the mountains, or the occasional zombie two-legged beasts that stray into the mountains. This kind of living two-legged beast is really the first time they have seen it. And it is a two-legged beast that can talk to them. It's amazing. So the spruce trees also became interested. After discussing for a while, they decided that the oldest brother in their area would come forward to talk. No. Change. Place. Like. Sleep. Trees like to find a good place with fertile soil to take root. Running around is so tiring. Isn't it sweet to sleep? Wouldn't you like the delicious food at the foot of the mountain? You only eat the energy in the soil and air, and at most hunt passing birds and beasts. This growth is too slow. How many years will it take to evolve again? The tree boss was unmoved and continued slowly. We live long. Any tree here lives for decades, and will only live longer in the future. Time is not important to them at all. So they didn't deliberately pursue evolution. And they will evolve naturally over time. So you are the king of this mountain? Why don't you go to the top of the mountain? The light is so good up there. The tree boss was stunned for a moment. Without the camphor trees, the territory will be attacked. Chi Feng tried harder to deceive. Then you should go down the mountain. The camphor trees up there will definitely expand in the future. Will you still have room to survive? It's better to find a new territory as soon as possible. And there will be millions of zombies coming down the mountain to deliver food to you soon. As long as you help us defend the base. You can eat a lot of this. After saying that, Chi Feng took out a few crystal cores from his trouser pocket and showed them to the spruce trees. The spruce trees took a look and found that it was just something taken out of the heads of mutant animals and zombies. Except for a little more energy. It was not as delicious as the soil under their feet. And they immediately lost interest. If they can only eat this when they go down the mountain. And they have to help humans defend some land. Then they would rather eat more delicious food here. Besides, it would take who knows when to knock down the camphor tree above. Besides, the spruce trees are not soft persimmons. So after collecting the opinions of all the spruce trees, the tree boss refused again. Seeing that the spruce trees were not willing to listen, Chi Feng angrily pulled Zhou Yang forward. Come, show them something good. A bunch of country bumpkins who only like to eat dirt. Let them open their eyes to brag. Although the spruce trees had never been exposed to human language, they had seen many forest rangers before and learned a little bit. So they could understand the word country bumpkin. So the scolded spruce trees waved their branches one after another. And they wanted to hit Chi Feng in the next second. Seeing that the spruce trees looked angry, Zhou Yang didn't have time to scold Chi Feng, and hurriedly took out a basin of spring water from the space. Chapter 263 Planting Trees Around the Base. Instantly, a faint fragrance beyond human sense of smell spread, and all the mutant plants around stood up, wanting to move. But they dared not move because of the spruce trees and high-level human psychics there. And the spruce trees also froze and danced their branches at the same time as the spring water came out of the space. For a moment, the whole world fell into silence. After a long while, the tree boss spoke under the urging of his younger brothers. I want that. At this time, Chi Feng pretended to pick it up. Ah, which one? The tree boss stretched out a branch and pointed at the water basin in Zhou Yang's hand. Oh, you mean this? This is something that only the mutant plants we raise at the foot of the mountain can drink. TSK. It smells so good. After speaking, Chi Feng shook his head with regret. Alas, since you prefer to be on the mountain, we won't bother you. Let's go! See you again if we are lucky. After speaking, he pretended to pull Zhou Yang away together. The spruce trees couldn't stay still anymore and started shaking their branches. The tree boss hurriedly asked to stop them. Wait, come down the mountain. Can we drink? Chi Feng nodded. Yes. The mutant plants that help us guard the base at the foot of the mountain can drink it. Our mutant plants grew up drinking this. Come on. Drink one for them to see. After collecting the vines, Chi Feng let go of the vines in his hand that had been staring at Zhou Yang's water basin for a long time, and buried his head in the basin. In the blink of an eye, he drank the whole basin of spring water without leaving a drop. The spruce trees saw the spring water being drunk by other mutant plants. Ah. The spruce trees screamed silently. Then, the branches danced wildly in front of the people again. Obviously, the disappearance of the spring water made them panic. The tree boss was also anxious. He hurriedly shouted at all the tree brothers. And he spoke fluently in this hurry. Let's go down the mountain. To drink. Chi Feng, who had already walked several steps with Zhou Yang, grinned when he heard the words. But when he looked up, he made a look of embarrassment. Alas, but we need a lot of trees. And your small piece is not enough. And our spring water is very rare. If you get it down and can't even beat a zombie, we will lose it. Besides, you are not the strongest tree on this mountain. Forget it. Let's go up and ask the mutant camphor trees. No need. Enough. Just a few words made the tree boss shout angrily. Then he raised his branches, and the spruce trees shook their heads. And they instantly grew bigger. And even the height was raised a lot. Okay. You are just pretending to be cute. Right? Zhou Yang was speechless as he looked at the spruce trees, which were taller than the other, and even covered the stars and moon in the sky. Before he could come to his senses, there was a faint commotion behind the spruce forest, followed by an earthquake. The spruce trees, one by one, walked in front of Zhou Yang and the other two with their roots. In just a few seconds, several punctuation marks passed through Zhou Yang's mind, but none of them were enough to describe his shock at the moment. Seeing that Zhou Yang was still in a daze, Qi Feng pushed him and urged him. Why are you standing there? Get to work. Can't your space contain mutant plants and animals? Hurry up and collect them in the space first. Otherwise it will be too slow for them to use their roots to walk to the base. Hearing this, Zhou Yang came to his senses, and then stepped forward to try to collect the tree closest to him. He found that the spruce trees did not react, so he was relieved and his hands collected the trees more and more skillfully. It took Zhou Yang more than 10 minutes to finish hundreds of spruce trees. After the last spruce tree was put into the space, Zhou Yang and the other two immediately turned around and went down the mountain. After they left, a small mutant camphor tree came down from above. The camphor trees on the top of the mountain also felt the shaking of the ground just now. But the big mutant camphor trees, with deep roots, did not want to move. So they sent one of the small mutant camphor trees down to investigate. However, when it slowly came down with its roots, it only saw the empty spruce tree territory, and not a single spruce tree was gone. Small mutant camphor, ? On the way down the mountain, Zhou Yang curiously asked Qi Feng, why don't you choose to go directly to the top of the mountain to find the mutant camphor tree? Aren't those more powerful? Qi Feng answered without thinking, those who can occupy the top of the mountain are not simple people, and they are definitely not as easy to talk to as these spruces. If they fight over a disagreement, we will lose face if we can't win. Zhou Yang, After returning to the base, Zhou Yang and the other two first placed a row of spruces on the side of the base facing the mountain. After each tree was placed and waited for it to take root in the soil, it had to be watered with a small basin of spring water. This was the price agreed upon by Qi Feng and the spruce trees. Today, we will take a basin to try it out, and then we will water it every 3 days. After placing the spruces in the back row, Zhou Yang and the others walked along the city wall to the nearest east gate of the base. Because Zhou Yang and the others did not deliberately restrain their movements, they were soon discovered by the guards at the gate. At first, I thought there were some mutant animals or zombies coming, so I immediately became alert. As a result, when I used the searchlight to look, I found that there was a tree that was taller than the city wall. The more I looked back, the more frightened I was, because there seemed to be many more trees behind. So many tall trees appeared at once. It must be a mutant plant attack. So the captain of the guard team immediately called the military control room and reported the situation. The control room immediately couldn't sit still when they heard it, and immediately notified the superiors. Gu Tianqi also immediately sent Song Lian's team to check it out when he heard the news. However, when Song Lian led the team to the destination, he saw Zhou Yang and the other two chatting and laughing with the guard team. There was no tense atmosphere at all, not to mention the invasion of mutant plants. He was stunned. What's going on? Didn't you say that mutant plants attacked? Where are they? Chapter 264. The zombie army arrives at the battlefield. Seeing Song Lian and others rushing over, the captain of the guard grabbed his hair and explained, Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It was Captain Shin who found a way to get a large number of mutant trees from the mountain and planted them outside the base wall. We will be more confident in fighting zombies and defending the city later. Hearing this, Song Lian hurriedly ran to the top of the wall to take a look with a searchlight, and indeed saw a long row of mutant trees that could not be seen at the end. After coming down, Song Lian looked at Zhou Yang and the other two and gave a thumbs up. Brother, it's okay. It's a small matter. Then please help explain to the higher-ups. We still have to continue. This is only half done, and the other half is not completed. Song Lian immediately patted his chest and promised, okay. Leave it to me. You can go with peace of mind. So Zhou Yang and the other two left the base through the spruce tree again and continued to plant trees. It was not until late at night that they finally planted all the places in the base except the 3 gates. But the embarrassing thing is that Zhou Yang's space has several more spruce trees. They can't send the trees back to the mountains, and the trees can't be willing. So the 3 of them had to go around to the main gate on the south side of the base. and then planted 2 rows on both sides opposite the moat. This time, the 3 of them still didn't bother the guards, but directly asked one of the spruce trees on the wall to send them up. As soon as they got off the wall, they saw Gu Tianqi, who was guarding below with his men. "Are you sure these mutant trees won't backstab the base? After all, those who are not of our race must have different hearts." So after listening to Song Lian's report, Gu Tianqi was still worried. So he waited here specially to ask in person. "Uncle Gu, we have communicated with these spruce trees, and we have a relationship of mutual benefit. They help us guard the base, and we regularly water them with a special nutrient solution made by the crystal core, because the spring water cannot be exposed." Zhou Yang directly said that the nutrient solution with the characteristics of the crystal core is used. Gu Tianqi was still stunned when he heard about the crystal core nutrient solution. Crystal cores can also be made into nutrient solution. "How is it made?" "I discovered it by accident. I can use space to grind the crystal core into powder, and then blend it into water, and it can become a nutrient solution that is easier for mutant plants to absorb," Zhou Yang explained. After hearing this, Gu Tianqi nodded and finally felt relieved. The next day, when the residents of Baiji Mountain woke up, they found that the base was surrounded by a group of mutant trees. They were all scared out of their wits, thinking to themselves, "It's over. The zombies haven't come yet, and they will be eaten by mutant plants first." The military department, who just woke up, was also panicked. But then, they were notified that it was the Qianlong team that added an extra layer of protection to the base. So they put their hearts back in their stomachs. Afterwards, this news was quickly spread in the base by the military department. Other survivors were also happy when they heard the news. The base has an extra layer of protection, which means that when the city defense battle comes, their survival rate will be higher. However, this brisk atmosphere did not last long. Near noon, the zombie army finally arrived at the battlefield. A few thousand meters away, the endless black zombie army and the flock of zombie birds hovering in the sky made people who saw it from the city wall and the top of the high-rise residential building feel that their breathing was not smooth. The zombies have arrived, and the Baijishan base has quickly entered a state of preparation for war. All level 5 and above psychics have been recruited to join the frontline team to defend the city. And other level 4 and above psychics are responsible for guarding the city walls and the interior of the base to prevent zombie invasion. As the only 2 level 6 late psychics in the base, Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng are responsible for sitting in the entire base and guarding against airspace invasion. Of course, Wang Yang, the only 2 thunder psychics in the base, was directly assigned to Shen Zichuan for deployment. As for ordinary people who are powerless, they are not idle either. Anyone who does not have a team is assigned to the logistics department to prepare supplies for the front line. While everyone was preparing for battle, the zombie army outside gradually arrived 100 meters away from the base, and the full picture of the zombie army became clearer. Among the millions of human zombies, there were countless zombie rats and other zombie animals, and the dust raised by the passing places did not dissipate for a long time. The flying zombies in the air were also circling back and forth constantly, and the sharp cries unique to birds came one after another, piercing people's ears. At this time, the distance between the two was enough for long-range shooting. But the people of Baiji Mountain were not in a hurry, because there were hundreds or thousands of mines buried under the land in front of the zombies. As the zombie army approached, the first batch of mines was detonated first, and the zombies and zombie rats in the front row were blown into pieces. But this loss was like a chill to the zombie army, and it was insignificant. So the zombies behind continued to rush forward. So the second batch of mines, the third batch of mines, until the last row of mines less than a kilometer away from the base were all detonated, and nearly 100,000 zombies were either killed or trampled. But the zombie army still did not stop. Moreover, because of the attraction of fresh flesh and blood in the Baijishan base, they seemed even more excited and manic, and the roars of beasts resounded through the sky. Seeing that the mines were used up, and there was no obstacle in front of the zombies for the time being, Gu Tianqi waved his hand and ordered the first wave of large-scale cleanup operations to be carried out immediately. A group of long-range superpowers and a row of medium and long-range missiles had been arranged on the walls of the Baijishan base early on. When they heard the order, they immediately let go and started to attack. One by one, the long-range superpowers mixed with missiles were launched together, and a large area of the zombie group was immediately bombed down, followed by a series of explosions produced again under the stimulation of various superpowers. This wave consumed hundreds of thousands of zombies again. But this is just a drop in the bucket for the zombie army with a base of millions. As the zombie army approached further, many zombies were already at the gates of the city. However, due to the obstruction of the spruce trees in the front row, these zombies were pierced by the spruce trees as soon as they approached, and they couldn't even step over the moat. Seeing this scene, the people who were not very confident about the mutant spruce trees were completely relieved and continued to focus on dealing with the large number of zombies behind. Those zombies that were too close were directly handed over to the mutant spruce trees and comrades, who were suitable for short-range attacks. However, soon, the zombie army behind arrived around the base, and soon surrounded the base. Fortunately, Zhou Yang and his team predicted this situation, so the mutant spruce trees were planted in a whole circle around the base. For a while, the zombie army had a problem breaking through the defense line of the mutant spruce trees, let alone attacking the base. Flying zombies and zombie birds can invade from above the base. But I didn't expect the mutant spruce trees to grow taller and intercept directly in the air with their branches. This made the metal net above the base and Shen Zichuan's lightning net useless for the time being. Chapter 265 Giant Zombies. Seeing that the mutant spruce tree really played a big role, many people, including Zhou Yang, breathed a sigh of relief. And Qi Feng even raised his chin proudly at Zhou Yang from a distance. Everyone in the Baijishan base was also very happy. But the zombie king hidden in the zombie group was not so happy. No, it was more than unhappy. It was simply mad. It even felt like a clown, insulted by a small base. You know, along the way, except for the capital base, other bases, big and small, even if they were not completely conquered, had not been rejected like this. After more than an hour, the zombies under his command could only roar helplessly outside. The zombie king's eyes rolled, and he immediately controlled several tall and physically evolved zombies to devour zombies and continue to evolve, while controlling the zombie rats to invade from underground. Don't look at the small size of zombie rats, but there are many of them, and it is precisely because they are small that they are more difficult to stop. Even though the roots of the mutant spruce trees formed a large net underground, the zombie rats were still able to tear a hole through it to let their companions pass. So after a struggle, the zombie rats still broke through the roots of the spruce trees and arrived at the foot of the city wall. Fortunately, the wall base of Baiji Mountain was deep, and these stinky rats directly hit the outermost iron plate of the foundation. And they couldn't break through the iron sheet after biting for a long time. There was no way. They could only continue to dig deep under the pressure of the spruce roots. They finally dug under the base with great difficulty, thinking that they could finally get in. But unfortunately they hit another layer of iron sheet as soon as they emerged. What happened underground, the people of Baiji Mountain could not detect. But the scene of several tall zombies outside the city devouring their own kind made them sick. I saw that the 6 zombies kept grabbing the zombies around them and stuffing them into their mouths. And after eating, their bodies also grew visibly larger. However, in just a few minutes, the zombies that were only more than 2 meters tall have now almost reached 4 meters. They stand out among other zombies, like a crane among chickens, and are particularly eye-catching. Zhou Yang saw the tall zombies on the wall, and immediately understood the strategy of the zombie king. This zombie king is quite cunning. He is planning to create several physical zombies that are more than 10 meters tall to make a breakthrough. Although this kind of physical zombies do not have superpowers, they can easily lift a building from the ground. And their outer skin is also very tough. It is difficult for metal superpowers below level 5 to cut through the shell of physical zombies. Therefore, once physical zombies appear, it is difficult to be killed. Now that 6 have appeared in a row, Zhou Yang is naturally restless. Of course, it is not just Zhou Yang, but others have also noticed the 6 special zombies. It has been more than 2 years since the end of the world. Everyone has seen the world. So it is not that they have never encountered such physical zombies, but they have never seen them grow so fast. After all, the physical zombies are still quite weak in the early stage, and other zombies will not stand there and let them eat. And these 6 physical zombies can evolve so quickly. Obviously there is the work of the zombie king. On the other side, Gu Tianqi also reacted quickly and immediately sent metal superpowers above level 4 to carry out concentrated attacks. But the zombie king also reacted very quickly, and immediately commanded the zombie birds in the air to block in front, directly blocking everyone's sight. Losing the target of attack, A group of superpowers could only use 18 martial arts to clear the zombie birds in front of them. I don't know how many zombie birds were killed. When they finally cleared the birds in front of them, and finally saw the physical zombies behind, they found that there were only 3 physical zombies left out of the original 6. And each of them has become a giant zombie with a height of about 10 meters. Whenever they move, people can feel the tremor of the ground. Looking at the zombie army, that suddenly became much sparse under the giant zombie, there is nothing to understand. Obviously, after eating to a certain extent, the evolution slowed down, and the zombie king controlled them to devour each other again. Now the 3 giant zombies are enough to be on par with the mutant spruce, and the mutant spruce alone may not be able to stop them. Zhou Yang thought so, and his brows tightened. Just as he was thinking, 3 panting giant zombies had already rushed to the base under the command of the zombie king, and avoided the mutant spruce and the main gate with the largest number of guards, and directly found an inconspicuous position. And this place was not far from where Zhou Yang was. Zhou Yang wanted to curse at the moment. No. Does he have some unlucky constitution? Why do they all like to stare at the place where he is? Last time in Shanghai. But Zhou Yang didn't care about complaining at the moment, and quickly summoned Shihu out, so that he could save others and himself if something happened. The impact of the 3 giant zombies moving together was undoubtedly huge. They rushed to the front of everyone, and they didn't care about the attack of the mutant spruce tree outside, and directly crashed into it. Although this did not directly cause the city wall to collapse, it also caused the city wall where Zhou Yang was located to tilt inwards by several degrees. Zhou Yang and other superpowers who stayed here were also knocked to the ground, and even the survivors inside the base were almost shaken and could not stand steadily. After the collision, the 3 giant zombies were not idle. 2 of them ignored the attack of the mutant spruce and wanted to pull the tree directly, while the other began to swing his fist and hit the wall. With one punch, a small gap was smashed on the side of the wall. Behind the 3 giant zombies, countless zombies rushed over and directly regarded this direction as a breakthrough. After arriving under the city wall, they began to climb up like a pile of monks, and many even climbed up with the help of the giant zombies' bodies. Seeing this, the guards in the area immediately attacked several zombie giants and the zombies below, and the surrounding superpowers also rushed to support. However, the zombies that have evolved to this point have 2 hard shells, and it is useless for them to use any superpowers to get up. And the zombies below are also gradually climbing up, so everyone can only concentrate their firepower to deal with other zombies first. The flock of zombie birds in the air took advantage of the small gap created by the 3 giant zombies and rushed over directly, although there were other spruce trees on both sides to intercept. It was enough for thousands of zombie birds to invade the sky above the Baiji mountain base. This made Shen Zichuan, who originally wanted to come to help Zhou Yang, have no choice but to stay where he was, quickly turned on the lightning network, and then dealt with the zombie birds above his head with Qi Feng. Chapter 266: The Death of the Giant Zombie. Although Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng could not come, Yan Fei and Li Mei arrived in time. As soon as he arrived, Yan Fei focused on dealing with the giant zombie that was throwing money. After all, if the city wall was broken, it would be difficult to defend the city. Li Mei directly took out her clone. The 2 bodies floated in the air and activated the wind power together. They directly cut down all the zombies that climbed up through the giant zombie, and also covered Yan Fei. Zhou Yang knew about Li Mei's wind power, but it was the first time he saw her clone. However, after being surprised, he understood why Zhang Tao chased her in the first place. After all, the suspect who killed Zhang Nanan at the time was only Li Mei. Except for them. Apparently, Zhang Tao didn't know through what channel that Li Mei had the ability to create a clone. So he saw through her alibi and locked Li Mei as the murderer of his daughter. However, Zhou Yang only sighed for a short while before continuing to focus on Yan Fei. Although Yan Fei is now ranked first among all the metal mutants in the base, he is only at the peak of level 5. Even if he has the advantage of standing on the city wall, it is extremely difficult to directly perform craniotomy on a zombie with a physique that has evolved to a giant and directly extract the crystal core. Besides, it is impossible to crawl into the eyes, like last time in Shanghai. The mutant octopus last time was at least alive, and its eyes were full of water, which was acceptable. But the eyes of this zombie, well, they are all maggots. Just thinking about it makes it impossible to do it. Zhou Yang thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come up with 1, 2, or 3. So he asked Yin Fei and the others to come up with a solution. But after proposing many methods, none of them could be put into practice. Just when everyone was at a loss, Li Mei on the side coughed lightly and said, "Well, how about, let my clone try it." Can your clone go in directly?" "Yeah, almost." Li Mei nodded. "But don't you think it's too troublesome to go in and dig out the crystal core in the brain? Then what are you going to do? Do you have a C4 level bomb? Give me one. And you find a way to make this giant zombie open its mouth." Li Mei pointed to the giant zombie that was smashing the wall. "Then I let my clone take the bomb and fly in and press the bomb into its throat. Before the bomb explodes, I just summon the clone." Others thought this method was feasible. So they went directly to Gu Tianqi to ask for bombs. There were some bombs in Zhou Yang's space, but they were basically grenades, which were not harmful enough. Or they were ambush bombs that required fuses, which were not suitable. Fortunately, the military had enough bombs in stock, and soon someone sent over several bombs with enough explosive damage. The activation method was very simple, and there was still time for Li Mei to recall her clone after activation. However, in order to make the bomb more convenient to install, Yin Fei modified the bomb and installed a sharp hook on the back. As long as Li Mei's clone hooked the bomb deeply into the zombie's throat, it would definitely not be able to get rid of it even if it died. After agreeing on the strategy, Yin Fei assigned everyone some tasks, except for Li Mei controlling the clone to find the right time with the bomb. Everyone else had to try their best to make the giant zombie open its mouth. Everyone nodded and immediately divided the work. Li Mei also immediately let the clone fly with the bomb not far from the giant zombie, ready to act at any time. Zhou Yang followed Yin Fei and others, and while they concentrated their firepower on the giant zombie's eyes, he let Xiuhu quietly approach the giant zombie. When the giant zombie was blinded by a bunch of superpowers and roared angrily, Zhou Yang quickly directed Xiuhu to hook the giant zombie's lower teeth horizontally and pull them down, and tied them tightly to the giant zombie so that it could not close its mouth immediately. Taking this opportunity, Li Mei's clone immediately flew into the giant zombie's mouth and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. During this gap, the giant zombie also reacted and began to reach out to pull the mutant vines that tied its jaw, and soon rescued its jaw. Just when everyone was worried that Li Mei's clone would fail, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside everyone. At first, everyone thought it was Li Mei who came, but when they turned around, they found that there were two Li Mei standing there. Then they realized that the clone should have successfully installed the bomb, and they were all excited. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a loud noise came from the depths of the giant zombie's throat, and then the giant zombie's movements seemed to be frozen, and soon fell straight down. "Yeah!" Everyone clapped their hands at the same time. After finding a way to kill the giant zombie, everyone became more motivated and immediately aimed at the other two giant zombies that were dealing with the second mutant spruce tree. Still the same method, the same operation. Several people worked together and quickly killed the second one. At this time, the zombie king also discovered Zhou Yang's intention, and immediately stopped the giant zombie from pulling with the spruce tree, and instead directly hit the wall with all his strength, causing the tilted wall to tilt a little more inward. Seeing that it didn't fall down, the giant zombie began to hit the wall hard again, and the gap that was hit by the first giant zombie that fell further expanded into a big hole. Zhou Yang and others saw this situation, and they didn't care about being happy, and quickly faced the third giant zombie. But this time, no matter how Zhou Yang and others attacked, the giant zombie just didn't open its mouth. Seeing that the surface of the wall had cracked several times, and the iron sheet outside began to deform, the wall might really be broken if it was hit again, and several people were very anxious. Zhou Yang could only let Xiuhu try to get into the giant zombie's eyes, ears and nose to see if he could get directly to the other party's brain, mix the brain into mud, and cut off the connection with the crystal core. Xiuhu immediately entangled the giant zombie's head, and before the other party could react, he quickly grew and differentiated into several branches, rushing towards the eyes, ears and nostrils. Fortunately, the physical zombies did not focus on the five senses when they evolved, so Xiaohu rushed into the giant zombie's head without much effort. In an instant, the giant zombie's entire head was surrounded by green and thick vines, and it directly penetrated the other party's brain. Maybe the vines rushed into the brain and made the zombie finally feel a little sense of crisis. The giant zombie began to howl, but before it could shout a few times, It was directly filled with new branches separated by Xiaohu. The ferocious appearance made everyone's heart jump. They unconsciously touched their intact facial features, and then silently moved a few steps away from Zhou Yang. Ferocious. Too ferocious. Never offend this person again. Zhou Yang, who was unaware, and was madly cheering for Xiaohu in his heart, looked at the other people who suddenly moved away from him for no reason, and slowly asked a few questions in his mind. Chapter 267 Clues were discovered. 10 minutes later, the third giant zombie also fell to the ground, crushing a large group of zombies underground. The wall where Zhou Yang and his team were located was temporarily saved. However, because 2 mutant spruce trees were broken and the top of the wall was broken, this place was still the weakest defense of the entire base. So everyone did not dare to relax at all. The zombies in the group saw that the 3 giant zombies failed, and they were so angry that they directly mobilized all the zombies and controlled more zombies around them. The other zombies that were originally surrounded by Baiji Mountain, as well as the zombies wandering a few kilometers away, all felt the call of the Zombie King, and all gathered here, and gradually gathered under the wall that was easiest to break through. Although the 3 giant zombies failed, the 3 huge bodies at the bottom also reduced the difficulty for other zombies to climb up the wall. Under the command of the Zombie King, all the zombies desperately climbed onto the corpse of the giant zombie, and then continued to climb up in a stacking manner. The base number of zombies was still too large. Using this method, the zombies quickly climbed to more than half the height of the city wall. Zhou Yang and his team quickly used their superpowers to knock down the zombies on the top. The garrisons on both sides saw that the garrison pressure on this side had increased sharply, so they sent superpowers to support them, which allowed Zhou Yang and his team to breathe a sigh of relief. But such endless fighting soon made everyone feel a little irritated. They were too passive to continue like this, and seeing that there were still zombies coming to replenish supplies around, it was unknown how long this defense battle would take. Although they were not afraid of being surrounded by zombies, the supplies in the base were always limited. Once they were exhausted, they would starve to death if they were not eaten by zombies. Besides, zombies can go without food, water or sleep, but they can't go without sleep for a long time. Therefore, the most important thing now is to find the Zombie King hidden inside. As long as the Zombie King dies, the zombies will not come continuously, and the remaining zombies and zombie birds will be much easier to deal with. Looking at the zombies below that kept roaring and climbing up, Zhou Yang whipped the zombies with his tiger cub while observing the zombies below, thinking about how to find the Zombie King. First of all, the Zombie Kings who don't fight humans head-on are actually very timid. They like to hide among ordinary zombies and act with ordinary zombies. Moreover, it is said that this Zombie King only emerged after the death of the previous Zombie King, so his strength may not be too high, probably about the same level as Shinzichuan. Otherwise, he would not have been hiding until now. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang stared at the zombie group for a long time, but couldn't find any abnormal zombies. He was frustrated, and suddenly saw Li Mei's clone. And suddenly his mind flashed, and a plan came to his mind. Sister Li, can you let your clone fly down there? Li Mei, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhou Yang's words. I want to find the Zombie King, but there are too many zombies down there now, and I can't see clearly, so I want your clone to try it out. After hearing this, Li Mei finally understood and nodded. Okay, no problem. Seeing that Li Mei agreed, Zhou Yang looked at a level 5 psychic in the army and said, Brother, when Sister Li's clone goes down, you use your superpowers to keep an eye on it, and see if you can find any clues of the Zombie King. The brother nodded. Okay. After Zhou Yang gave a few more instructions, Li Mei immediately controlled her clone to fly down and began to circle around the zombie group. The brother also lay down beside the city wall, carefully observing the every move of the zombies below. Zhou Yang and Yan Fei were responsible for protecting Li Mei's clone while fighting the zombies to prevent her from being attacked by the zombies. As time passed, Zhou Yang and his team repeatedly fought wits and courage with the zombies, who were determined to climb up. Although Zhou Yang and his team did not stop, the zombies continued to climb higher and higher. At present, they were less than half a person's height from the top of the city wall. If they continued like this, sooner or later, the zombies would touch the top of the wall. Just when everyone was getting anxious, the young man suddenly shouted, Hey! I seem to have captured a very strong psychic power just now. Definitely stronger than mine. But because it's stronger than me, I can't lock it. Yin Fei thought for a while and asked, "Can you roughly know where this psychic power comes from?" "This should be possible. But I just captured it for a while. I can't be sure yet." Zhou Yang nodded. Turned to look at Li Mei, then sisterly, "Please fly a few more laps." Li Mei nodded, and continued to control the clone to hover above the zombies. Perhaps they noticed something wrong with Li Mei's clone. And the zombie birds that were originally focused on dealing with Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng and trying to break through the air blockade suddenly split into a small group and began to turn around and rush towards Li Mei's clone. Seeing this, Yin Fei and the others also quickly used their special powers to attack these zombie birds to prevent them from affecting Li Mei's clone. At this moment, the young man suddenly pointed to the northeast corner of the zombie group and shouted, "Over there. I just felt it again." It came from the northeast corner. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over. In the northeast corner of the zombie group, there was a small group of zombies squeezed at the outermost edge. They have been trying hard to rush in, but the zombies inside are too crowded. They can't compete, and can only be squeezed out at the outermost edge. But zombies like this are no different from other zombies squeezed out to the periphery. Even though Zhou Yang and the others were told that one of the zombies there was problematic, they still couldn't see anything. "It's hard to tell. We have to force it. Or we can just attack them indiscriminately. If it's an ordinary zombie, it will die in one hit. And the unusual one will naturally show up." Zhou Yang looked for a long time, but couldn't see which zombie was wrong. So he proposed an idea. After listening to it, the others also thought it was a good idea. So they nodded. "Okay, let's do it according to Zhou Yang's method." After Yin Fei finished speaking, he reassigned everyone. "You melee fighters continue to guard the city wall. And be careful not to let the zombies attack. We ranged fighters will directly deal with the zombies in the corner." "Okay." "Medium." "Okay." Everyone nodded at the same time, and immediately went to their assigned positions. Chapter 268 Find Zhongwan. Zhou Yang was also assigned to the team guarding the city wall. But he always trusted Yin Fei's judgment. So he followed the others to concentrate on guarding the wall. Not long after, Zhou Yang was using Xiaohu to beat down two zombies, who tried to climb the wall when he heard shouts from Yin Fei and his team. He listened carefully and realized that Yin Fei and his team's attack had worked and found the mental zombie. But the zombie's level was higher than theirs. And Yin Fei and his team could not do anything to the other party. Instead, they were almost injured by the other party's mental attack. Fortunately, Yin Fei and his team had taken precautions in advance, and the other party was just testing. So there was no big problem. However, in this way, the mental zombie also found that he had been exposed, and at the same time confirmed that the humans who attacked it were obviously lower than its level. So he simply stopped pretending, raised his head and roared, summoned a group of large zombie birds, and then jumped onto the back of one of the birds. Seeing this, everyone was more convinced that this spirit zombie was the zombie king. Afterwards, before everyone could react, many zombies also jumped onto the bird's back one after another, and they were high-level zombies with superpowers. These zombies followed the spirit zombie and rushed straight to the sky above the base. At the same time, the ordinary zombies stimulated by the zombie king began to climb more frantically, which put Zhou Yang and his team guarding the city wall under great pressure. However, their pressure was not worth mentioning compared to Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng. Originally, the two of them were only guarding against flying zombies and zombie bird flocks, and they still had the energy to deal with them. But now with the addition of a group of superpower zombies led by the spirit zombie king, they seemed a little exhausted. But Zhou Yang couldn't spare his hands to help at the moment, so he could only let Yin Fei and Li Mei go over to support first. Zhou Yang was very annoyed as he listened to the superpower zombies and zombie birds howling louder and louder under the leadership of the zombie king. However, he could only vent his anger on the ordinary zombies still climbing the wall outside the city wall. But there were too many zombies, and they gradually began to be unable to resist. Fortunately, the military quickly sent soldiers to support them. And then, they controlled the situation again. Seeing that the soldiers could still handle it, Zhou Yang took this opportunity to retreat to the bottom of the city wall, and then transplanted the little tiger in his hand into the land under the corner of the city wall, and quickly poured a whole bucket of spring water on it. Before, he only summoned the little tiger in his palm, and he couldn't really exert the full power of the little tiger, and it consumed a lot of it when it was used to deal with a giant zombie. So he only dared to use the little tiger to beat the zombies. Now that the little tiger is planted in the soil and poured with spring water to store energy, the little tiger can move freely. At the moment when the spring water invaded the land, Xiaohu suddenly grew into a giant vine. And after branching out several branches under Zhou Yang's instruction, he rushed towards the zombies on the other side of the wall, and strung a long string of zombies with one blow. With Xiaohu's participation, the pressure on the people on the wall was relieved a lot. And it was only at this time that Zhou Yang had the mind to observe the situation in the base. At this moment, everyone in the base was in a hurry, running for the city defense battle. The superpowers were busy dealing with zombies, and ordinary people were busy delivering water and food. You know, it has been more than half a day since morning, and everyone has no time to eat. Even Zhou Yang and his team have not had a drop of water so far. So as ordinary people who have contributed the least, they can only take on the task of delivering water and food. Zhou Yang looked around the frontline area, but did not see Zhang Wan's figure. I think she should be hiding directly in the back. He looked up at the metal net above, and the lightning net arranged by Shen Zichuan. They were all intact. While Shen Zichuan, Shi Feng, Yan Fei, and several other level 5 psychics were busy confronting a group of zombies. He couldn't help for the time being, so he thought about going to the back to find Zhang Wan's trace. If the time was right, he would just tie her up. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang turned around and walked quickly to the logistics department behind the base. Everyone in the base was already in a panic, and no one noticed his abnormal behavior. So Zhou Yang went to the logistics department, which was the military cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he saw that the people inside were busy making food for the front line. They were all pancakes mixed with a little vegetables and mutant meat that were easy to carry and filling. After each batch was made, someone would immediately send it to the front line of the base. Because everyone was busy, no one cared about Zhou Yang, an idle person who didn't fit in here. But the pancakes were quite fragrant. Zhou Yang felt a little hungry after smelling it, so he planned to take a few back for everyone to eat when he left. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhou Yang continued to walk in. But after a quick look, he didn't see Zhang Wan. Thinking that there should be a back kitchen, he went out of the small door and went around to the back of the canteen. Sure enough, he found the long-haired woman who was helping to wash vegetables at the vegetable sink. Zhou Yang was speechless when he saw that. It was already this time, and she still had long hair? Are you sure you won't wash your hair with the vegetables? And let others eat a mouthful of hair? Thinking that he might eat Zhang Wan's hair, Zhou Yang, who originally wanted to take some food away, stopped thinking instantly, retracting his thoughts. Zhou Yang looked around again and found that there was not only Zhang Wan here, but also several middle-aged and elderly people beside him, who were also washing vegetables together and talking and laughing with Zhang Wan from time to time. TSK. It's not a good idea to kidnap her directly like this. Zhang Wan is really vigilant and doesn't let herself be alone. If she was alone, he could only kidnap her and throw her into the space. After all, in such a chaotic situation where everyone is extremely anxious and only cares about themselves, no one will care if one person is missing. Zhou Yang was worrying about how to get Zhang Wan away, when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from under one of the sinks. But it only lasted for a while before disappearing. Seeing that no one else reacted, Zhou Yang thought he had misheard, thinking that the base also had secondary protection measures in place. It should be unlikely to be breached so quickly. So after the sound disappeared, Zhou Yang didn't think much about it. However, a few minutes later, the sound rang again. This time it was clearer and closer to him, as if it was right in front of him. This time, the other people in the kitchen also heard the sound, and they all gathered around the sink, looking curiously at the bottom of the sink. However, this sink was the dirtiest of all the sinks. Usually, all the dirty and smelly things were washed in this sink first, so the water inside was very turbid and could not be seen clearly at all. Zhou Yang also wondered where the sound came from. Thinking that he didn't seem to see many zombie rats on the city wall just now, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Oh no! Could it be that a zombie rat chewed a hole underneath this place? Chapter 269 Zombie Rat Invasion. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Yang immediately prepared to step forward, and at the same time summoned Xiao Xiuhu, wanting to use Xiao Xiuhu to block the drain hole of the pool in advance. And by the way, let it go down to see if there are really zombie rats coming up from the bottom. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhou Yang only had time to take 2 steps, and saw that the water level in the vegetable washing pool suddenly began to drop sharply, and it was drained away in a blink of an eye. Several middle-aged people curiously leaned over and looked in, and they were still muttering strangely. However, before the middle-aged people could exclaim a few more words, countless zombie rats with gray eyes drilled out from the bottom of the pool, and immediately pounced on the few living people around them and bit them. Ah! Help! Oh! Zombie rats? Without exception, several middle-aged men were thrown to the ground by zombie rats. They began to roll and scream on the ground because of the pain. There were countless bloody bites on their faces and bodies. The strong smell of blood attracted more zombie rats to attack. In a blink of an eye, several people were covered with zombie rats, and soon they became unrecognizable bloody people. Zhang Wan, who fell behind the others and did not join in the fun, was also scared and screamed when she saw this scene. Just as she was about to turn around and run away, Zhou Yang, who had been staring at her, tied her up with Xiao Xiuhu and threw her into the space. After telling Ah Hu in the space to keep an eye on Zhang Wan, Zhou Yang ignored the woman and released P from the space again. Baby, set fire to the rats. As he said this, he also took out a bucket of gasoline from the space and directly directed Xiao Xiuhu to pour it on the zombie rats that were still gnawing on the flesh and blood, especially the vegetable washing pool where zombie rats kept emerging. Then, under the blessing of Wando's supernatural fire, a group of zombie rats, along with several corpses below, caught fire together. At this time, several ordinary soldiers guarding the cafeteria also rushed over after hearing the sound, and saw Zhou Yang and Wando setting fire at a glance. Just as they were wondering, they heard the sound of rats coming from the front, and in a blink of an eye, they saw countless rats struggling in the fire. Several soldiers were stunned instantly. Now is the time when zombies attack the city, so the rats that appear in the base now can basically only be zombie rats. Although these soldiers are ordinary soldiers without supernatural powers, they have all been trained by the army and have experienced more than 2 years of the end of the world. They reacted immediately and immediately asked 2 of them to report the news and evacuate the ordinary people in the cafeteria. The other few stayed to help Zhou Yang deal with the zombie rats. Brother, are you the only one left here? How can we help you? Several people were also smart and had seen Zhou Yang a few times and knew his abilities. But they were all ordinary people and could only help Zhou Yang and see if they could help in any way. When I came here, I happened to see zombie rats coming out from under the pool. They had been eaten by zombie rats and were no longer human. I had no choice but to burn their bodies together. Zhou Yang sighed and continued, you can help pour gasoline together. By the way, it's better to find a few more fire-type mutants, and then let the mutant cats come to catch rats. The base can't keep them in vain. As he said that, he took out several barrels of gasoline from the space and handed them to several soldiers. The soldiers quickly took it and began to help pour gasoline together with their hands and feet. At the same time, they said, we have sent someone to report the news, and they will be here soon. Zhou Yang nodded and said nothing more, concentrating on dealing with the zombie rats. However, there were too many zombie rats below, so Zhou Yang and his men could only retreat while burning. Seeing that there were more and more zombie rats, and they were about to get out of control, the 2 soldiers who went to report the news finally arrived with a group of superpowers, followed by a group of mutant cats of different sizes. With the help of other superpowers and the mutant cat group, Zhou Yang and his men's pressure was reduced, and they finally had some free time to relax. It was also at this time that Zhou Yang had the energy to see the mutant cats he hadn't seen for a long time. After half a year, the kittens in the mutant cat group have now evolved into big cats. Each one of them is majestic and awe-inspiring, and they are not inferior to the big cats. Of course, the most arrogant one is still the leading tabby cat. I don't know if it's because it has received the base organization now. The tabby cat will not come to stick to Zhou Yang now. It only looks at Zhou Yang a few times and goes to work with other mutant cats. But Zhou Yang didn't take it to heart. If it really came to stick to him, he would feel a lot of pressure. Although they had received assistance and were able to control the situation, the tens of thousands of zombie rats were much more difficult to deal with than the zombies. These rats were too small, and if they were not careful, they could easily escape the encirclement. Zhou Yang and his men could only stare at these zombie rats, guarding them strictly and resolutely not giving any zombie rat a chance to escape. But this was both tiring and exhausting, and soon some people felt tired, especially a few ordinary soldiers. This couldn't go on. Zhou Yang looked around and saw an abandoned flower bed nearby. So he walked over and transplanted the little tiger there, and then poured a large bucket of spring water into it. It was the first time for the little tiger to drink so much spring water, and he shook his waist happily. After absorbing the spring water, he immediately turned into a thick vine that was no less powerful than the little tiger. Be good. Go and surround all the zombie rats. And don't let any of them run away. But you have to be careful not to get burned by the fire. The little tiger shook the branch and immediately jumped out, surrounding the zombie rats in a few breaths. With the encirclement of Xiao Xiu, the mutant creeper, it was much more comfortable for others to fight the zombie rats. At the same time, they could spend less energy on defense and just focus on killing the zombie rats. Now everyone was more motivated and fought the zombie rats harder. The advantage was that they completely suppressed the zombie rats and left them nowhere to escape. The disadvantage was that they often lost control and burned Xiao Xiu, forcing Xiao Xiu to cut off branches many times to save his life. Fortunately, Xiao Xiu didn't have many branches, but many branches. Every time. There was no big problem as long as the burned branches were cut off. After more than an hour of burning, the zombie rats finally stopped coming out from the bottom. However, just in case, 2 earth and metal ability users cooperated to block the sewer of the pool. The crisis here was temporarily resolved, and everyone did not dare to relax. They immediately went to check the sewer pipes in various parts of the base to see if there were any loopholes that were also exploited by zombie rats. Fortunately, there were no such loopholes in other places, and no traces of zombie rats were found. However, the military still sent a small team to patrol and check the base continuously. Chapter 270 Mental Attack? Useless. Zhou Yang did not participate in the subsequent series of actions, but hurried back to the gate of the base. The aerial defense battle above his head has reached a white-hot stage. The two sides have fought countless times, but neither of them has been in a good situation. The metal nets laid throughout the base are now covered with many corpses of zombie birds that have been electrocuted, and the metal nets are almost deformed. The fight between Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng and the Zombie King is also getting more and more intense. But no one is still suppressing the other. Both of them are now at the peak of level 6, and are actually on par with the Zombie King. But the Zombie King's advantage is that he relies on zombie birds to fly in the air, and it is very easy for him to avoid the attacks of the two. So until now, the two have not been able to do anything to each other. However, due to excessive consumption of superpowers, Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng have gradually begun to show signs of fatigue. If they do not replenish their energy in time, they will easily fall behind. When Zhou Yang returned to the city wall, he saw the status of the two from a distance, and his heart was anxious, and he immediately rushed over there. However, because the two were surrounded by flying zombies and zombie birds, even Yan Fei and his men could only support from the outside. So Zhou Yang could only stand at the edge of the outer circle drawn by the military, looking inside anxiously. Although he was anxious, Zhou Yang still tried to calm himself down, and then took out 2 bottles of spring water and mutant meat from the space. Shen Zichuan, Qi Feng, I let my mutant plants send you some food. You two take turns to eat. Drink more water. Zhou Yang specifically emphasized the last 3 words. After all, compared to food, spring water is the most important. On the other side, hearing Zhou Yang shouting, Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng looked at each other, and nodded in agreement. They were indeed very hungry. Originally, the superpowers have a large appetite, and are easy to get hungry. In addition, after several hours of fighting, their physical strength and superpowers have been consumed a lot, and now they are almost belly to belly. Others had tried to send them food and drink before, but they were all knocked down by the zombie birds. Even Qi Feng, who controlled his mutant plants to get them, was stopped by the Zombie King. As a result, the two have not been able to eat a bite of food or drink a sip of water until now. Obviously, the Zombie King also knows that humans need to replenish energy. This method is also a disguised way to weaken the strength of the two, so that they can wait for the right time to kill these 2 roadblocks and allow its flying troops to successfully attack the human base. So after hearing Zhou Yang shout, the 2 people who urgently needed to replenish their physical strength did not stop Zhou Yang. Others outside the encirclement also looked at Zhou Yang's direction with burning eyes. Let's try again. What if Zhou Yang's vines can succeed? But even if they succeed, the process is very difficult. Everyone thought so. Seeing that the other side responded, Zhou Yang didn't care so much. He immediately took out a few beef patties made of mutant beef and 2 large bottles of spring water from the space, and sent them to where Shen Zichuan and the others were after the little tiger list was solid. Yan Fei and others beside him also stared at the vine set by Zhou Yang nervously, and they were all tense and ready to support Zhou Yang's vines at any time. As expected, as soon as Zhou Yang's vines went out, they were immediately attacked by many zombie birds. And there were also superpower attacks from superpower zombies. However, the superpowers on the human side were all staring at those zombie birds, and they directly sent away the first batch of zombie birds that wanted to make trouble. Xiao Shuhu's own strength is also very strong. In addition, Zhou Yang rarely lets it out for activities. Today is not a good opportunity, so naturally he wants to show his skills to make more chips for future play. So when he saw that there were zombie birds and superpower zombies trying to attack it, he immediately split into countless branches to protect the main branch, and anyone who dared to approach would be directly served with skewers. At this time, Xiao Xiaohu had successfully passed half of the encirclement, but everyone still did not dare to relax, because Qi Feng's mutant plants were operated in the same way before. The first half was very smooth, but then the zombie king took action. It directly attacked Qi Feng with its psychic power, making Qi Feng unable to distract himself from controlling his mutant plants. In the end, he had no choice but to take back the mutant plants. Now Xiao Shuhu has reached a similar situation. It depends on whether the zombie king will take action next. Just when everyone was worried, the zombie king really took action as everyone worried. It actually had its eyes on Zhou Yang early, but it just let him do whatever he wanted, like watching a circus. Now that the distance is about the same, it followed suit and began to use its psychic power to attack Zhou Yang. But what it didn't know was that Zhou Yang had also been prepared and was not afraid at all. His mutant plants are different from Qi Feng's. They have their own independent consciousness and ability to act. Even without him, they can still fight alone. Therefore, the zombie king's attack on him will not affect Xiao Shuhu at all. But Xiao Shuhu doesn't have to worry. He still has to worry about himself. After all, the mental system has no effect on plants, but it still hurts him as a human being. Besides, he is not Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng, 2 level 6 superpowers who can battle with the zombie king. He is just an ordinary person, very fragile. On the way here, Zhou Yang has been thinking about this problem, and finally thought of a way just now. At the moment when the zombie king launched a mental attack on him, Zhou Yang endured the splitting headache and first told Xiao Shuhu not to worry about himself and had to deliver the things. Then sat cross-legged on the ground, and completely sank his consciousness into the space. At the moment when the consciousness entered the space, the headache brought to him by the zombie king's mental attack was also resolved. Zhou Yang's consciousness breathed a sigh of relief in the space. Sure enough, the space can cut off everything, including mental power, as long as his consciousness cannot feel the attack. His outer body and brain are a vegetable, and a vegetable without consciousness and can only breathe. At this time, the brain nerves have entered a dormant state and have no reaction to external stimuli. What is the use of mental attack? He is really a genius. Zhou Yang couldn't help but applaud himself in his heart. But the people outside the space were not so calm. Many people here felt the mental fluctuations of the zombie king, and the target was directly in the direction of Zhou Yang. Even the people around Zhou Yang were innocently affected, and they were also very headache at the moment. Seeing that Zhou Yang, as the main target of attack, sat down cross-legged on the ground, he completely lost his reaction, and they were all very anxious. Everyone spontaneously began to attack the zombie king, trying to interrupt the zombie king's ability output in this way. Shen Zichuan was even more crazy and condensed lightning into a whip to attack the zombie king. However, the zombie king was very cunning, controlling the zombie bird under his feet to flash quickly, and no one hit it. While everyone was fighting with the zombie king, Xiao Shuhu had successfully delivered the things to the feet of Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng. Seeing that neither of the 2 bipeds had time to pay attention to him, he very considerately pulled up their trouser legs, then pointed at the bamboo basket on the ground, as if to say, "Eat quickly. The master told me to do that." Chapter 271 Dealing with Zhangwan. Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng looked at the mutant plants under their feet that seemed to have no reaction to their master's current dangerous situation, and fell silent. After a while, Qi Feng seemed to think of something and asked, Can Zhou Yang's space ability also separate his consciousness alone? So the zombie king's mental attack is useless to him? Hearing this, Shen Zichuan was stunned for a moment, remembering that it seemed to be a similar situation in Shanghai last time. Zhou Yang put the mutant jellyfish into the space, and used his consciousness to control the space, and Ahu inside to deal with the mutant jellyfish. He immediately understood Zhou Yang's countermeasures. So he nodded and said, yes. He can temporarily put his consciousness into the space. That's right. No wonder he didn't move once he sat down. After saying that, Qi Feng snorted again. This kid has this ability but didn't tell me in advance, which made me worry for a long time. I must make up for it with a luxurious meal later. Shen Zichuan and the others understood Zhou Yang's tricks, and they were relieved and began to eat the food and water in the basket in turn. The two of them ate with peace of mind. But Yin Fei and others on the other side didn't know about this. They stared at Zhou Yang, who didn't respond, and their hearts were in their throats. If it weren't for the rising and falling chest and the gentle breathing rhythm that let them know that Zhou Yang was fine, they would have thought that Zhou Yang had been killed by the zombie king. The people around tried to call Zhou Yang a few times, but there was no response. Just when they didn't know what to do, they saw that the two people in the center of the encirclement had taken turns to eat. This operation confused everyone outside, especially Yin Fei and his companions. But they soon understood. They knew how nervous Shen Zichuan was about Zhou Yang, and it was impossible for him to have the mood to eat when Zhou Yang's life or death was unknown. He probably knew what was going on with Zhou Yang, so he put down his food. After understanding this, they gradually felt relieved. The zombie king on the other side saw that he had no reaction to the attack of the human who tried to deliver food with mutant plants, but instead let the two strongest humans who had been unable to defeat him successfully get the supplies. He was so angry that he jumped up and down, and began to output his spirit to other humans, and at the same time commanded his subordinates to attack humans. Others did not have Zhou Yang's space cheat, and many of them, who could not bear it, began to hang their heads in pain. Fortunately, the zombie king's attack this time was a large-scale attack, so the attack was relatively weakened. Otherwise several people would have fallen directly. Everyone held their spirits, huddled together, and threw their superpowers at the zombies in the air one after another. For a while, the battle between zombies and humans escalated to a new level. The people outside were fighting fiercely, but Zhou Yang, whose consciousness was in a space, was unaware of it. Thinking that the zombie king outside would not stop attacking him for a while, he began to wander around in the space. However, after wandering around, he found it really boring. He remembered that Zhang Wan, who was thrown into the space by him before, had not had time to clean up. So he decided to go and see first. Zhou Yang then went to where Zhang Wan was with a thought. However, the situation was urgent, so he just randomly found a remote place in the space where they could not see their supplies and threw them there. But he did not pay close attention to where he threw them. Now he came over and found that he had thrown her to the place where the group of mutant cattle he had collected before lived. At this time, Zhang Wan was surrounded by a group of mutant cattle, and from time to time she would be pushed far away with her head, and then she would be pushed back by another mutant cattle. Just when he was confused about what was going on, Ahu, the first housekeeper of the space, arrived in time and explained Zhou Yang's confusion. It turned out that Zhang Wan fell on a newborn calf as soon as someone came in, scaring the calf to tears. So a group of big yellow cattle surrounded Zhang Wan and rolled her over to make the little yellow cattle happy. Just like that, Zhang Wan, who was tied up and thrown here for no reason, was treated as a toy by a group of yellow cattle before she could come to her senses. Now, after hundreds of rounds of playing, she was almost broken. Not only was she in a trance and crying, but she was also incontinent, and her whole body was filled with an indescribable smell. Well, Zhou Yang felt a little sympathetic to her when he saw her miserable appearance. However, although he sympathized, he couldn't let go of the grudges, and he couldn't let people go. So Zhou Yang controlled Zhang Wan and moved her to a new place, on a small slope deep in the mountains. The mutant yellow cattle that suddenly lost their toys were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't see where they were going. Finally, the group of yellow cattle gradually calmed down and continued to graze. Zhang Wan, who was suddenly moved to another place, was almost frightened, although she was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She dared not make a sound, for fear that she was being thrown to some terrible place again. She looked around and found herself in a forest. She couldn't figure out the situation for a while, and could only stay where she was. Of course, she couldn't move even if she wanted to. Her hands and feet were tied and locked. She had been pushed around by the mutant yellow cattle before, and several bones in her body were broken. It was difficult to move. Not long after, she saw a mutant vine approaching, and Zhang Wan screamed in fear. Ah, this scared Zhou Yang, who came with Ahu. Don't come! Don't come! Don't eat me! I'm not delicious. Hearing this, Zhou Yang realized that Zhang Wan was scared by Ahu and thought that Ahu wanted to eat her. Zhou Yang was originally worried about how to torture Zhang Wan, because he appeared in the space with consciousness at this time, and Zhang Wan couldn't see him, let alone hear his consciousness. Now Ahu is here. It's easy. Ahu didn't know if he drank too much spring water in the space and evolved a lot. Now he can start to speak some simple human words. At that moment, Zhou Yang sent Ahu the question he wanted to ask. Ahu then related, "What power do you have?" Zhang Wan, who was still screaming, was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice. It was not until Ahu repeated it that she realized that it was the mutant plant in front of her who was speaking. Thinking that mutant plants should only be interested in plant-related powers, she immediately shouted, "I'm not a plant-related one. I'm just a psychic. And my level is very low. I just reached level 3 yesterday. And my ability is useless except for making people feel a little good about me. I'm really useless to you. Don't eat me." Chapter 272 Zhang Wan is dead. Roar. It's really a supernatural power that can charm people. After listening to this, Zhou Yang silently complained in his heart. But before he could finish thinking, he heard Zhang Wan shout again, "My level is so low. You really won't benefit much from eating me. However, I know another team, called the Qianlong team. They are very strong. There are 2 level 6 supernaturals. They are in the Baijishan base below. I can take you to find them, as long as you are willing to let me go." Zhou Yang was speechless. What did their Qianlong team do to her? Why did she hate them so much? Zhou Yang has never thought about this question since he knew that Chai Jin was controlled last time and found out that Zhang Wan was spreading rumors about their team behind their backs. In my memory, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he only met her once in that community in the city center and didn't take her away. How could this become a blood feud? To be honest, saving her is a favor. Not saving her is a duty. And anything more is moral kidnapping. Besides, it's the apocalypse. What kind of morality is needed? Not killing people and robbing is a noble character. Zhou Yang sighed for a while, and then conveyed the questions he wanted to ask to Ahu, letting it continue asking. Ahu then shook the branch and spoke again. "Why do you harm your kind? Why?" Zhang Wan was stunned for a moment, and then her face gradually twisted. "Of course it's because they deserve to die. It's them who made me what I am now. Especially that bitch named Zhou Yang. He deserves to die the most." Zhang Wan was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she thought of the humiliation she had suffered. At the beginning, if Shen Zichuan and his men had not suddenly returned to the community, she would not have thought of going down to ask for help. If they had not refused to lend a hand when they saw her asking for help, she would not have been targeted by the gangsters and then captured, imprisoned and insulted. So it was all their fault. They would all die. If she had not been lucky later and awakened her current psychedelic ability when she was tortured to death, she would have died long ago. And even if she had awakened this ability, she would not dare to expose it. After all, no one can accept being deceived and controlled by others. So she could only continue to pretend to be an ordinary person, relying on the accumulation of time to influence the attitude of the abusers towards her little by little, which made her life a little better. That is why, when she and the other 2 women were rescued together, she was the only one with the lightest injuries, and the only one who was still mentally normal among the 3. The other 2 women had gone crazy in the torture day after day. But that skin was 1 in 100. And after going crazy, it became more obedient, which made the abusers reluctant to throw it away. After being rescued, she had been secretly using her supernatural powers to improve the favor of people around her, so that she could live a better life. But even so, she did not dare to reveal that she had supernatural powers. She could only upgrade secretly, occasionally cheating a few base crystal cores from those men to upgrade. So it took her 2 years to just reach level 3. Later, she recognized Zhang, who had the best favor, as her godmother. Of course, She did not really want an old woman who would only drag her down. She just wanted to use this old woman to get close to Yu Jing, gain sympathy, and get into their inner circle, and then find a way to control Shen Sichuan bit by bit. However, she did not expect that Zhou Yang would find out the clues of this plan before it was implemented for a few days. This was not known until she accidentally controlled the fool Chai Jin. So among these people, she hated Zhou Yang the most. He had taken her position beside Shen Sichuan, and used a mutant dog to scare her. And now, he was trying to ruin her plan. He deserved it. Since the plan failed, Granny Zhang was useless. So she took advantage of the flu outbreak to let the old woman, who would only drag her down, get infected and die. And then quickly found a new family to be her godparents. During this time, she also got to know their newly appointed captain by virtue of the goodwill she had gained with the patrol team, and got a lot of benefits from it. Most of the resources she upgraded came from it, especially the level 5 spiritual crystal core that she embezzled by chance. It's a pity that some bastard stole it. Otherwise, she would be a level 5 psychic now. She should have taken revenge long ago and walked sideways in the entire base. Zhang Wan was so angry that she couldn't breathe when she thought of this, and she vomited blood directly. Zhou Yang's consciousness, who was sentenced to death for no reason and saw Zhang Wan vomiting blood, was confused at this time. He had no idea why he had earned the hatred of this woman, and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But it didn't matter. He had already determined that this woman was a born bad person, and all the reasons were just her selfish excuses. Such a person deserves death. Of course, if he knew the reason, he would probably just roll his eyes at him. After making up his mind, Zhou Yang lost interest in interrogating Zhang Wan, and didn't want to waste time on such a person. However, considering that this woman hadn't caused much harm to them, he decided to give Zhang Wan a quick death. And he didn't want to do it himself, and didn't want to watch here. So he conveyed his meaning to Ahu and floated away directly. Ahu split a branch only after Zhou Yang's consciousness left, and jumped forward and pierced Zhang Wan's forehead. When he withdrew, there was still a medium-sized crystal core on the branch. He turned around and took the crystal core, and gave it to Zhou Yang as if to ask for credit. However, the level 3 spiritual crystal core was not very useful. Zhou Yang only took a look and threw it into the large frame specially used for placing the crystal cores with attributes. As for Ahu, Zhou Yang waved his hand, and sent it to drink 2 large buckets of spring water, as a reward. The latter was immediately delighted to hear that he could get a big bucket of spring water to drink with such a small amount of work today, which was much easier than doing farm work in the fields. Before leaving, he firmly expressed his strong desire to find him again next time there was such a job. After wandering around in the space for a while, he felt that the zombie king outside should have given up on him. So Zhou Yang moved his consciousness out of the space with a thought. When he opened his eyes again, the zombie king had just finished a large-scale mental attack, and was being chased and beaten by Shen Sichuan and Chi Feng. Although the people around him had survived the mental attack of the zombie king, they had to deal with the attacks of the supernatural zombies that followed, and they were a little exhausted. As he was looking at the situation, he felt a shadow suddenly appear above his head. He looked up and saw that it was a zombie bird rushing towards him. Just as he was about to summon Xiao Shuhu to fight back, he felt a touch of green jumping up from his side and directly pierced the head of the zombie bird. Zhou Yang turned his head and saw that it was Xiao Shuhu who was guarding beside him. Not bad. I paid off raising you. I go back and add more spring water for you. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. After hearing this, Xiao Shuhu immediately threw the corpse of the zombie bird aside, then quickly retracted and rubbed his head against Zhou Yang's shoulder. Chapter 273, Catch the Zombie King. After Zhou Yang touched the leaves of Little Tiger, he continued to focus on the battle between Shen Sichuan and the Zombie King. This Zombie King is really good at hiding. He may not be very good at fighting, but he is the best at dodging. However, no matter how good he is only strong in mental strength, and his body is far inferior to the physical strength of zombies. As long as we can catch it, it will not take a minute to kill it. When Zhou Yang thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be impossible to fly if we cover it with a net? However, Little Tiger could not exert its full strength in his hands, and he had to let the other side of the Little Tiger planted in the soil take action. I just don't know if Xiaohu can spare his hands now. So, Zhou Yang asked Xiaohu about the situation through his mind, and after confirming that there was no big problem on the city wall, and that the others could hold on for a while. He immediately made a decision. He asked Xiaohu to weave a large net with vines, and then quietly lie dormant on the side, waiting for a suitable opportunity to directly catch the zombie king with a net, so that the zombie king would become a bird in a cage and a fish in a net, and it would be easy to kill it. On the other side, Xiaohu took the order and spontaneously climbed his vines onto the metal net above the base little by little, and intertwined and woven it into a large net, and then lay quietly pretending to be dead. When Xiaohu was ready, Zhou Yang made a few gestures to Shinzichuan, who happened to be looking at him in the distance, and then pointed in the direction of the metal net next to him. Shinzichuan was stunned for a moment, and then he understood Zhou Yang's general meaning. When he saw a piece of green mesh close to the metal net, he knew what he was doing, and turned around and explained a few words to Qi Feng. After hearing this, Qi Feng thought for a while, then turned around and nodded to Zhou Yang, obviously agreeing with this method. Seeing that the two agreed, Zhou Yang went to find Yin Fei and Li Mei again. In a while, sisterly, you and your clone will lure the zombie king over there. Zhou Yang pointed to the direction close to the tiger vine net. Then Yin Fei, you and Shinzichuan and the others will pay attention to protecting Sister Li and Sister Li's clone. Yin Fei and Li Mei looked at each other and nodded. After the instructions were completed, several people immediately dispersed and began to act. As the only Wind-type ability user in the Baijishan base, Li Mei's task is undoubtedly the most important, and the target of the task is the zombie king, who is one level higher than her. So as soon as she took action, Zhou Yang and the others focused their attention on her. Although the other people on the wall did not know what Li Mei intended to do at this time, they also stared closely at this big man who had a rare ability and could clone himself and had just arrived at the base not long ago. She took her clone and flew up with a leap, then turned around and split into two directions, while controlling the wind power to send them to the air where the zombie king was. She also transformed into wind blades and flew directly towards the zombie king. When the zombie king saw the oncoming wind blade, he subconsciously controlled the zombie bird under his feet to dodge. But he dodged one, but not the other. Soon, the zombie king and the zombie bird under his feet were cut by the wind blades. This injury was actually nothing to the zombie king, but the zombie king felt that his authority was challenged. As Zhou Yang expected, he soon started chasing Li Mei and her clone. Li Mei and the clone also led the zombie king to Xiaohu little by little, as Zhou Yang said before. I don't know if the zombie king is conceited or his IQ has not evolved to the standard level of humans. He didn't doubt it at all and chased after it. Seeing that Li Mei and her clone were getting closer and closer to Xiaohu's vine net, Li Mei left her clone in front of the vine net to continue throwing wind blades at the zombie king as bait. And then she took her clone away first. When the zombie king was about to catch up and catch her clone, she took it back with a thought. Seeing the human suddenly disappear from his sight, the zombie king was stunned for a moment, then looked around and saw Li Mei far away. He felt that he was fooled, and he was so angry that he immediately chased Li Mei over there. However, the zombie king was already in front of him, so how could he let him go? So several people including Zhou Yang started to attack the zombie king together. Zhou Yang and Qi Feng were responsible for interfering with the zombie king's actions with mutant plants, and the others were responsible for using attack abilities to greet the zombie king. The tiger that had been watching from behind took advantage of the fact that the zombie king was not paying attention to it, and quickly spread a huge net behind the zombie king. Then, in the blink of an eye, it caught the zombie king from top to bottom and tied a knot. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. However, it was not the time to relax. The zombie king would not just surrender, and would definitely fight back desperately. And this desperate counterattack was the most troublesome. Sure enough, the zombie king was only confused at the beginning, and then he knew that he was fooled again, and he began to tear Xiaohu's vine net with his bare hands. However, Xiaohu's current level is not lower than Qi Feng's mutant plant level. If it were the giant zombie before, it might be torn apart, but this mental zombie king does not have such great strength. So the zombie king pulled for a long time, and found that it was useless except for grabbing a few leaves. So he was furious and started to control all the flying zombies and zombie birds to attack everyone together. At the same time, the zombie king also used his mental power to concentrate on attacking Qi Feng, the only plant power user who could oppose him. In the zombie king's mind, only the human who played mutant plants with him could trap him. So he planned to deal with this human first without thinking, so as to rescue himself. But he obviously forgot that there was a mutant plant before Zhou Yang, who was not affected by his mental attack at all. So Zhou Yang, who was prepared to face the Zombie King's mental output again, and was ready to let his consciousness escape to space at any time, had several question marks in his mind when he saw that only Qi Feng on the opposite side received the concentrated attack of the Zombie King. Okay, the Zombie King's brain may not be fully restored by mental power. Anyway, the memory is definitely not healed yet. Zhou Yang relaxed here. But Qi Feng on the other side just wanted to curse. There is no one else to take the blame. What about the Zombie King? Does he have a brain? Didn't you see that the mutant plant network didn't change at all when attacking him? Chapter 274, Tricked to Come In and Killed. It turns out that the Zombie King still has some brains. After all, the spiritual system has evolved to level 6. Although the reaction and IQ are still not as good as normal humans, there is still some basic thinking. So after attacking Qi Feng for a long time, the mutant plant net that locked him did not feel like relaxing at all. And he knew he was wrong. So he gave up Qi Feng and turned around among the humans. And then quickly locked Zhou Yang, who looked super weak but could not be killed by it. Seeing that the Zombie King saw him, Zhou Yang immediately straightened his back. And then sat on the spot as usual and shouted to others, "You guys keep an eye on my body. I'm going to hide in the space. Xiuhu, control it to death for me. It's better to pierce a few more holes in its body. Protect everyone with Xiuhu." After shouting, without waiting for the Zombie King to attack, he directly threw his consciousness into the space. Alas, this time, he couldn't hold out any longer than the last time. Seeing the look in the Zombie King's eyes that wanted to kill him, he would definitely give him a big blow. He was not the superpower body of Qi Feng, and he couldn't bear it. He chose to escape first. Moreover, if he wasn't in the public eye, he would actually want to go directly into the space, which would be safer. But he also believed that Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei would protect his body. And there were Xiaohu and Zioxiohu, so it wasn't a big problem. However, Zhou Yang, who entered the space with his consciousness and was happy inside, didn't know that the Zombie King did launch a strong mental attack on him. But after finding that it was still useless, he went completely crazy. Maybe he felt that he had failed this time and his life was likely to be in danger. So he began to retaliate against everyone crazily and planned to drag all humans to be buried with him. So the Zombie King controlled more zombie birds he summoned and began to desperately stab the metal net above the base. Shen Zichuan, who had temporarily withdrawn the lightning net because of the excessive consumption of superpowers, saw this situation and quickly opened the lightning net again, successfully blocking the attack of the first batch of zombie birds. However, there were countless zombie birds following behind, and Shen Zichuan's lightning net soon felt that it could not hold up. So he quickly asked Wang Yang, who was standing on the periphery, to help. But such a large lightning net itself consumes a lot of superpowers. Even with the addition of Wang Yang, it can only hold up for a little longer. Before half an hour, Shen Zichuan and Wang Yang had both used up most of their superpowers. Seeing that it was futile to continue like this, Shen Zichuan simply collected his superpowers and turned around to concentrate on dealing with the Zombie King. Through the mesh between Xiaohu's vine net, he directly gave the Zombie King a pair of lightning shackles, which made the Zombie King scream with electricity. Without Shen Zichuan's energy transmission, Wang Yang couldn't hold on alone. So the lightning net was quickly broken by the zombie birds and rushed directly to the metal net below. Yan Fei and other metal power users saw this and hurriedly used their powers to continuously strengthen the metal net. Other power users also kept throwing out their powers to help attack the zombie birds. However, the electrocuted Zombie King suddenly roared at this time, and the power zombies, who were originally only focused on helping the zombie birds break through the metal, began to turn around and attack Yan Fei and others. At this time, everyone had to be busy killing more zombie birds, preventing the metal net from being broken, and taking care of their own safety. It can be said that they were busy doing 3 things at the same time and were as tired as dogs. Under such high pressure, it is inevitable that there will be omissions. So if one is not careful, a zombie bird will hit a big hole in the metal net and fall in smoothly. Seeing that there is a hole to enter, the zombie birds behind are rushing down one after another. The crowd didn't even have the time to fill the hole. If they blocked these few, they couldn't block the other one. So when they finally beat the zombie birds, hundreds of them had already drilled into the base. As soon as these zombie birds rushed into the base, they began to attack the survivors on the ground and hiding in the building. The base was immediately in chaos. For a while, all kinds of screams, cries for help, and cries came one after another. However, they were on the wall, and now they had no energy to help. Because although the zombie birds were destroyed, there were still several flying zombies in the sky, as well as superpower zombies stepping on zombie birds. The most important thing is that the zombie king is not dead yet. There are still the base commander and other brothers below. It shouldn't be a big problem to deal with those zombie birds. They should concentrate on killing those above first. In the base, on the 18th floor, Suzy and others, who had been paying close attention to the battle situation above through the metal net above their heads, also discovered the zombie birds that broke through the metal net and drilled down at the first time. Suzy immediately called everyone to be on alert, and quickly asked Eugene and Uncle Lee to stay away from the windows and hide in the living room. As more and more zombie birds came in, they gradually discovered that there were survivors in many buildings on the ground. So they began to wander between residential buildings, and rushed in to eat people when they saw people gathering, and then continued to look for the next place. There were also zombie birds that would randomly snatch a human from the ground and share the food with their companions in the air. Screams echoed in everyone's ears, and warm blood fell from the air in front of their eyes. The scene was bloody and terrifying. Although Gutianchi led many superpowers defending in the base to try to kill zombie birds, flying zombie birds were really hard to kill, and they couldn't be killed if they missed. So after working hard for most of the day, they only killed a dozen, seeing more and more survivors being dragged away by zombie birds. Suzy and the others were also very anxious, because their lairs were well protected. No zombie birds had come so far, but now seeing evil zombie birds flying all over the sky, they couldn't help but feel itchy. It would be hard to get through if they didn't kill a few more. So Suzy, Su Qingtang, Lu Yanwen and Chai Jin discussed and decided to trick those zombie birds in to kill them. The room was covered with metal by Yan Fei, which was obviously not suitable. But the open space between the two rooms was not processed and could be used. First, Chai Jin cut a hole in his hand and went to the window to open it to attract the attention of the zombie birds, and then quickly evacuated before the zombie birds rushed in. Then, Su Qingtang controlled the zombie birds to confuse their consciousness, making them think that they did not see humans. These zombie birds were not of high level, so Su Qingtang's level 5 psychic ability should have no problem controlling them. Finally, Suzy and Lu Yanwen killed the zombie birds. Of course, the corpses would probably have to be thrown down by Chai Jin. After all, the aisle was so small that it would be difficult to squeeze one in. After the hunting plan was decided, several people acted quickly. The zombie birds were indeed particularly interested in the blood of Chai Jin's high-level evolutionist. The first one rushed over so quickly, and Suzy and his team successfully killed it according to the plan. Next, the second, third, fourth. After killing more than 50 in a row, several people had to stop to rest. It was really that their arms and elbows were tired, and most of their abilities were consumed, and even their stomachs were hungry. However, they only rested for more than 10 minutes, took a bite of food from Eugene, and then got up and continued. There was no other way. The crisis at the base had not yet passed, so how could they rest? Chapter 275. The Master's Man was not well protected. On the city wall, the metal power users quickly patched up the big holes in the metal net after temporarily dealing with the zombie birds, in order to prevent the flying zombies from taking the opportunity to go down and cause trouble. Others directed all their attacks at the zombie king. No one needed to command them, and they all attacked the zombie king with knives and guns. Soon, he was beaten all over the body. Xiuhu also followed Zhou Yang's instructions and poked several big holes in the zombie king with branches. However, the zombie king was on par with Shen Zichuan and his men, and such a small injury could not kill it at all. Instead, it stimulated the zombie king to attack all humans indiscriminately. All the people present were suffocated for a while, and their brains seemed to be tightly pinched by something, and they were so painful that they doubted their lives. The only ones who were fine were Zhou Yang, who ran away from home, and Xiaohu and Xiaoxiohu. Even Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng's faces turned pale, but compared to the others, they still had the energy to use their bodies to fight against this mental attack. But this thing is not a visible attack, but directly affects the brain nerve center of a person. Unless one can withdraw his consciousness like Zhou Yang, or completely suppress it at the level, the damage is still inevitable. So the two of them are also very strenuous. Seeing that everyone was suppressed by the zombie king, The flying zombies and superpower zombies above were excited, and immediately swooped down at everyone. Everyone was about to withstand this wave of attacks, but saw two clusters of green shadows flying over, and stabbed several flying zombies and superpower zombies down. Looking closely again, the green shadows were clearly Zhou Yang's mutant plants, Xiaohu and Xiaohu. Yes, Zhou Yang had specifically told these two to protect everyone before, so at this critical moment, they took action in time to help everyone kill several zombies. However, a lot of zombies were killed, but the superpowers that the super zombies had thrown out in advance could not be stopped. So many people were still injured. Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng were the most attacked. If they were not at a high enough evolution level, they might have lost their arms and legs. Seeing that the man raised by the master was injured, Xiaohu was at a loss. Oh! What should I do if the master's man is not protected? Will it be scolded? And it is so troublesome to keep circling this stinky thing. Can't it just kill it directly? But the master didn't seem to say that he wanted to kill it. Why not ask again? Xiaohu scratched his main vine with a branch in a very humane way, and then began to ask Zhou Yang's opinion with his consciousness. But after waiting for a while without seeing a response, he remembered that the master's consciousness was in the space, so he could only transfer the question to the main body in the space. In the space, feeling the meaning conveyed by the branch outside, who also quickly conveyed this matter to Zhou Yang. After hearing this, Zhou Yang was silent for a moment, and then he was speechless again. There are so many people, and the zombie king has been captured by them, but he still hasn't killed it yet? And Xiaohu is really fierce. He asked it to circle the zombie king, but it really just circled it. The more Zhou Yang thought about it, the more he felt overwhelmed. But thinking that the zombie king's headache-inducing mental attack is indeed difficult to deal with, and Xiaohu's intelligence is not much different from that of a half-grown child, he sighed and chose to forgive. Afterwards, he asked Ahu to convey his meaning to Xiaohu outside, and he asked it to help solve the zombie king directly, and then call him, so that he could go out of the space to take a look. Ahu took the order and immediately conveyed Zhou Yang's meaning. After Xiaohu outside received the information fed back by Ahu, he immediately raised the vines and jumped happily. However, its roots were in the soil, and it could not jump up. It could only use the vine net containing the zombie king to jump on the spot, successfully making the zombie king fall flat on his face. This sudden change also interrupted the zombie king's ability output, and also gave others a chance to breathe. Taking this opportunity, Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng looked at each other, and instantly stood up and launched a heavy attack on the zombie king. One threw a lightning bolt with all his strength, and the other threw his mutant plant directly at the zombie king's head. Seeing this, Yin Fei on the other side also threw a sharp blade at the zombie king. Swish, 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 accompanied by the sound of wind. Several attacks hit the zombie king one after another. The zombie king wanted to dodge, but was hit by Shen Zichuan's lightning first. He was paralyzed and could not move for a while. The next second, the vines of the mutant plant and the metal flying knife pierced its eyes, and the latter immediately let out a high-pitched and sharp howl. Seeing that the zombie king was about to be killed by Shen Zichuan and his men, Xiaohu was afraid that he would not be able to complete the task assigned by his master. So he immediately aimed his main branch at the direction of the zombie king's brain, rushed down and successfully captured the zombie king before everyone else. By the way, he also took out the crystal core in the zombie king's brain, and then secretly hid it in the root system, so that he could return it to his master to claim credit. Of course, after completing the big task, Xiaohu did not forget to report to Zhou Yang in the space and time. At the moment when the zombie king was pierced through the brain by Xiaohu, the other zombies in the air, who were originally very manic, instantly stopped moving. These zombies have evolved to about level 5 and have the ability to think. At this moment, there is no zombie king to suppress them. After seeing that the zombie king has been killed, the zombies have the idea of escaping. So they controlled the zombie birds with lower levels than them to escape without waiting for Shen Zichuan and the others to attack. And the only remaining flying zombie ran to the front. However, Shen Zichuan and the others would not let them go so easily. So under Shen Zichuan's call, everyone used all their skills and threw out their superpowers, vowing to kill all these zombies. Li Mei also took her clone and flew to catch up with the fastest flying zombie, and killed it with the clone. When Zhou Yang's consciousness withdrew from the space and opened his eyes, he saw a scene where everyone worked together to suppress the zombies. He couldn't help but silently gave everyone a thumbs up in his heart. Very good. It seems that he doesn't need to do anything. This feeling of lying down and watching others fight zombies is really good. Chapter 276 The Crisis is Resolved. Originally, many of those superpowered zombies had been killed in the previous game. Now, under the siege of so many level 5 and 6 superpowers, they were all killed quickly. The remaining zombie birds had their wings broken and their heads cut off. Seeing that there was no crisis in the air, Yen Fei and others quickly removed the metal net above the base, and then immediately cut off the heads of more than a dozen zombie birds that had not been eliminated in the base. But even if they killed quickly, the base still lost a lot of people, including ordinary people and soldiers in the army. Even many people were infected and transformed into zombies, and their comrades or teammates had to endure the grief and kill him completely before he bit others with tears in their eyes. When the crisis of the zombie birds was over, everyone burst into tears again. But the battle to defend the city was not over yet, and they could only wipe away their tears and continue to protect the safety of the base. After all, there were still hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding the base. Although without the command of the Zombie King, these zombies only have the instinct of eating people, and even the enthusiasm of climbing walls has been greatly reduced. But it is still a big test for the Baijishan base. At present, the high-level psychics have consumed their psychics, and it is not suitable to use psychics on a large scale for long-range attacks. Moreover, the zombies outside the base are all low-level zombies, which are not very dangerous and are more suitable for close combat. It is also a good opportunity to train everyone. We can't always let the high-level psychics take the lead, and the others shrink behind and lie flat to enjoy. Right? So, after everyone has sorted out their grief, the military once again called on everyone to work together to go out of the city to fight against the zombies. Perhaps because they have lost their relatives, friends, and comrades. Everyone has transformed this grief into hatred for zombies. So after the military called, everyone picked up their weapons. Even ordinary people and teenagers did not fall behind. After confirming that the base was safe, Su Zi and his team went down the 18th floor and went directly to Zhou Yang and his team to meet up, and then rushed to the gate of the base together. Li Mei and her team also rushed over and followed closely behind Li Mei and Wang Yang. Everyone gathered in the open space in front of the main gate of the base. Under the arrangement of the military, a group of superpowers lined up in the front row, while ordinary people and half-grown children stood at the back. The superpowers of the Qinlong team were naturally the ones standing at the front row, while Yu Jing and the others were arranged to act with ordinary people, and then fight the low-level zombies that they accidentally missed in the back. When Gu Tianqi gave an order, the gate of the base opened with a bang, and all the superpowers led by the military superpower special forces rushed out first, and faced the zombie army that gathered around them after smelling the human scent. Zhou Yang ran all the way and released P from the space. He had been suffocating in the space before, and now he let it kill zombies to his heart's content. Baby, you've grown bigger. Go and crush a bunch of zombies first. Wando, who had been following Zhou Yang since he came out, shouted excitedly a few times when he heard this. Then he accelerated and rushed out. In the gap between jumps, he instantly became supersized, rushed directly into the pile of zombies, and crushed a bunch of zombies with just a few kicks. With Wando as a template, other dogs that can grow bigger also followed suit. All grew bigger and rushed into the zombie army. It's a pity that many zombies have not figured out what's going on, and they have become a pool of mud, with the big dogs sharing the pressure and crushing some zombies. The morale of the people in the Baijishan base has become higher, and they are fighting more vigorously against the zombies, which can be said to be invincible. By the second half of the night, more than 100,000 zombies have been eliminated. Considering that everyone has consumed too much today, whether it is superpowers or tense nerves, everyone needs to rest. So after weighing the pros and cons, Gu Tianqi still gave the order to retreat temporarily. Although many people were in the mood to kill, they still retreated to the base in an orderly manner after hearing the retreat order from the military. After returning and calming down completely, everyone realized that they were actually extremely tired, but their excited spirits made them ignore this point. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but praise Gu Tianqi, the base commander, in their hearts. As expected of a veteran who has experienced hundreds of battles, he is experienced and farsighted. After everyone had eaten and filled their stomachs, they fell asleep in their coats without waiting to go home. Even Zhou Yang and the others found a flat place and directly made a bed on the floor. Anyway, The weather is good enough now, and the temperature is suitable, so it is not a big problem to sleep directly in the open air. This sleep, except for those who were assigned to guard and patrol. Most people slept deeply. The next day, the sun rose, and when the first ray of light shone on everyone's face, everyone gradually woke up from a deep sleep. Zhou Yang and the others were sleeping in the shade, so they were not awakened by the sun. Instead, they were awakened by the noise of other people. Although they only slept for 4 or 5 hours, they were too tired yesterday, so they fell into a deep sleep very quickly yesterday. So the people in the Qianlong team are now very energetic. When they cleaned up the floor and went out, many people had already lined up outside. It was obvious that the base was distributing breakfast. However, Zhou Yang and the others did not go forward to line up, but found a remote corner to eat the food they prepared in advance and stored in Zhou Yang's space. First, their team had enough food, so there was no need to occupy the base's resources. Those foods were better left for those who needed them more. Second, the taste of the base's big pot rice was definitely not as good as Yu Jing's own. Not only was the quantity sufficient, but the taste was also better. When Zhou Yang and the others were full and went out, the long line outside was just about finished. The big and small guys in the army were also eating porridge and coarse flour buns. After everyone has finished eating, a new round of zombie killing will begin again. However, unlike yesterday, today's operation is carried out in batches. First, a group of people will go out to kill zombies, and then another group will go out to replace the previous group after a while. In this way, although the process of killing zombies will inevitably be slowed down, it can ensure that everyone has the opportunity to get some time to rest, so that in case of any accidents, the base can also maintain the strength to resist. Perhaps because of a good sleep, everyone is now 100 times more energetic, and the momentum is stronger than yesterday. As soon as the gate of the base opened, the first group of people who were arranged to attack rushed out together. Everyone shouted the word kill in their mouths, and killed directly towards the zombie group. The deafening shouts, and the momentum of overwhelming force frightened the zombies in the front row opposite for a moment. If it were a living person, I'm afraid he would have run away long ago. But the zombies had no brains. After a pause, they ran over with a howl. But before he could howl twice, half of his head was cut off by the superpowers running in the front row. Zhou Yang and his team were assigned to the second group of attacking teams. They waited until lunch before it was their turn to attack and replace the first group of people who were mainly military superpowers. The fight lasted until the evening, and then the first group of people came out to replace them. It was not until midnight that Gu Tianqi gave the order to retreat. After this day, most of the zombies outside have been killed by them. If they work harder tomorrow, they will probably be able to deal with the remaining zombies. The next day, after everyone's efforts, the remaining 200,000 zombies outside were finally wiped out. This 3-day and 3-night defense battle finally ended completely, and the crisis of the Baiji Mountain base was completely resolved. Chapter 277. How about merging into your Qianlong team? Although the battle to defend the city was over, cleaning up the battlefield afterwards was still a huge task. In addition, the weather was getting hotter, and the decayed corpses of the zombies left inside and outside the base would soon cause the growth of various bacteria and viruses. If they were not dealt with quickly, it would be extremely easy to form a plague. So after dealing with the zombies, everyone started to clean up the base non-stop. It took 2 full days to dig out the crystal cores of all the zombies and zombie birds, and then burn the zombie corpses. After the later cleaning work was completed, the Qianlong team was finally able to go home and have a good sleep. After waking up, everyone first pulled Yu Wei to help repair the wall on the corridor on the 18th floor that was broken by the zombie bird, and then gathered at Zhou Yang's house for a luxurious meal. After eating and drinking, Zhou Yang remembered the crystal core of the zombie king that Xiuhu had secretly stuffed into him before, so he took it out immediately. Although Xiuhu was the one who killed the zombie king in the end, the crystal core should belong to him, but he didn't need it, and it was a spiritual core. From the perspective of the team's interests, he should actually give the crystal core to Su Qintang. But Jiang Yuanshan on Qi Feng's side was also a spiritual power user, and Qi Feng and his team had helped them a lot. So Zhou Yang planned to bring it up directly and let the two decide for themselves. Ahem. Xiuhu took out the crystal core for me when he pierced the zombie king before, but this crystal core is useless to me. Only Qintang and Yuanshan are useful here. Why don't you negotiate among yourselves and see who should be upgraded first? Before Su Qingtang could speak, Jiang Yuanshan shook his head. Give it to Qingtang. I'm only at the peak of level 4 now. And she's already level 5. She can maximize the benefits if she upgrades first. However, Su Qingtang refused after hearing it. Let's upgrade Jiang first. The crystal core for upgrading to level 4 last time was also given to me by you. And I feel that I upgraded too quickly, and was not very stable. And I don't have as much combat experience as you. So I can't play the strength I should have. Just like this time. I'm already a level 5 spiritual system. But I can't help much. Su Qingtang's words also made some sense. At the same level, her combat power was obviously lower than others. So it was the most beneficial for both teams for Jiang Yuanshan to upgrade to level 6 first. So after everyone discussed, the crystal core was finally given to Jiang Yuanshan. However, Zhou Yang and the others did not give it for free. They turned around and asked Qi Feng for a lot of supplies and crystal cores. You really don't want to take any loss. We have lived and died together for almost a year. And you don't even treat me as a brother. Qi Feng said indignantly while taking out the materials happily. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Oh, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Besides, conscience is worth only a few dollars. I have thrown it away since the end of the world. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes and did not stop collecting supplies for a moment. Besides, no matter how close we are not in the same team. Right? Of course. We have to settle it clearly. Hearing this, Qi Feng paused when taking the supplies. Is it not necessary to settle it clearly because I am in the same team with you? Nonsense. We are in the same team. Of course. We don't have to settle it. Zhou Yang said without raising his head. We are all in the same team. Which means we have a community of interests. So there is naturally no need to be petty. Besides, all the supplies of their team are in his space. And he has the final say on how to divide them. So why should he care about it? Although Qi Feng and his team have a good relationship with their team, and usually eat and act together, they are two teams after all. So it is better to separate them clearly. Thinking about it, he was about to take another batch of supplies, but saw Qi Feng standing there for a long time without moving, as if thinking about something. So he bumped into him with an elbow. Why are you standing there? Keep taking it. The things just now are not enough to pay for the late level 6 spiritual crystal core. But Qi Feng still didn't intend to move. Just touched his chin and said, Hey, what do you think about the 4 of us simply merging into your Qianlong team? Qi Feng actually considered this issue during this extreme cold. First of all, Zhou Yang and his team are much stronger than the 4 of them. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. This is a very wise choice. Secondly, Qi Feng and his team also like the atmosphere of the Qianlong team very much. The most important thing is that after joining, can't they eat and drink for free openly? Of course. This is not very pleasant to hear. And Qi Feng certainly can't say it. Ah? Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Ah. 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 But it was not only Zhou Yang who was surprised, but also the other members of the Qianlong team. Even Fan and the other 2 were very surprised. Before this, Qi Feng had never told them that he wanted to merge. And in his impression, Qi Feng was not the kind of person who was willing to be inferior to others. But the 3 of them were only surprised for a moment, and had no intention of objecting at all, and sat quietly on the side as spectators. Seeing everyone looking at him, Qi Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem? Big problem. Zhou Yang came back to his senses and slapped his thigh. Do you just want to eat and drink for free in our team? How could that be? After joining, we will definitely put in corresponding labor. Qi Feng coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. And then we all join your team as coolies. Don't you still provide free food and drink? You want us to continue to hand in supplies? Your team also has to hand in supplies before we can eat? After Qi Feng finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Zhou Yang, Chapter 278 officially join. Zhou Yang snorted coldly. Don't deliberately divert the focus. First of all, we haven't agreed to your joining yet. Besides, all the supplies for our team are here with me, so they don't have to hand in supplies for meals. Oh, you just want to get supplies. Why didn't you say so earlier? But speaking of that, Qi Feng glanced at Zhou Yang, and then suddenly remembered something, and even spoke a lot louder. We originally put a large batch of supplies with you, right? If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. I just took out so many supplies from our cat's stomach for you. Did you do it on purpose? Want to embezzle? When Qifeng said this, Zhou Yang also remembered. Before the extreme heat last year, they helped to find supplies in the underground warehouse of the next city. And Qifeng put all their shares in his space at that time. Since Qifeng and his team had never asked for this batch of supplies. And it was almost a year. He really forgot it if Qifeng didn't mention it today. Now it was Zhou Yang's turn to be embarrassed. And he quickly laughed it off. Ahem. That's not the case. I won't embezzle your supplies. How about I return the supplies to you now? If you give it to me, where should I put it? Qifeng rolled his eyes at Zhou Yang. Anyway, we want to join you. Do you agree? Seeing that Qifeng was determined to join them, Zhou Yang was instantly overwhelmed. This team didn't belong to him alone. So why was he asked alone? Zhou Yang looked around at the others, who were all watching the show with their arms crossed. And then scratched his hair. First looked at an Ifan and the other two. You three also agree to join? No other opinions? An Ifan shrugged directly, indicating that it didn't matter. I am Qifeng's pendant. Wherever he goes, I go. The pendant has no say. Yu Hui and Jiang Yuanshan also nodded immediately. Agree. Agree. We have no objection at all. They have always believed in what Qifeng said. So now that Qifeng wants to join the Qianlong team, they also think that Qifeng has his own considerations. So they have no objection. And the food of the Qianlong team is really delicious. It would be great if they could eat it freely in the future. Although N. Ifan and the other two agreed to join, Zhou Yang still felt that he could not make the decision. And once again cast his eyes on Shen Zichuan and others. What do you think? The first person to speak was Shen Zichuan. It's okay. Anyway, we are basically acting together now. So it doesn't matter whether we join or not. Then Yin Fei nodded. I think so too. And it's good to join. It will be more convenient to act in the future. At this time, Lu Xingye, who had been eating melons for a long time, suddenly looked at Qifeng with bright eyes. If they join, they will be ours. Right? Then Qifeng, can you help me give birth to some delicious food? The dream that Zhou Yang couldn't help him realize before. Now finally let Qifeng, a real plant ability user, realize it for him. Lu Xingye was so excited. Qifeng didn't take it seriously, and waved his hand and said, okay. What do you want to eat? As long as you can give me seeds, I can use my supernatural power to stimulate them for you. Hearing this, Lu Xingye's eyes became brighter. That's great. Yan Yang, quickly take out my bag of rare seeds. Zhou Yang looked at Qifeng with a little sympathy, and then took out Lu Xingye's bag of collector's edition seeds. Here, I wish you a happy work. Qifeng took it and looked at it, and was dumbfounded. This is not a bag. It's just a sack. Moreover, there are all kinds of strange seeds in it, most of which he doesn't recognize. What are these seeds? There are seeds of fruits such as oranges, pears, and cherries, as well as seeds of locust trees and various flower seeds. Qifeng, he could understand fruits. But, can locust trees be eaten? No. But locust flowers can be eaten. And they can be fried into meatballs. I saw in the video downloaded by Yang Yang that they look delicious. I want to eat them. What about flowers? You are silly. Of course they are eaten. You can make flour cakes and desserts. You can also make tea. Qifeng did not give up, and then took several more seeds that he did not recognize, and continued to ask after using his supernatural power to identify them. But Lu Xingye could actually name the corresponding delicacies. Qifeng, yes, they are indeed all edible. Okay, I will send them to you later. Seeing that Qifeng agreed, Lu Xingye immediately said, don't look back. Can you send them all today? Hearing this, Qifeng twitched his mouth. Send them all out? Would that kill him? Even if he was a level 6 psychic. He couldn't stand this. No. 2 at most a day. No more. Okay then. But it would be best if one was a fruit and the other could be used to make food. Seeing Qifeng's direct refusal, Lu Xingye had to give up. But he continued to fight for his own maximum rights. You still picked it? Qifeng looked at Lu Xingye and fell silent for a second. But because it was not difficult, he was too lazy to say anything. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Xingye had already begun to order Qifeng around. And Zhou Yang naturally had no objection. So the matter of Qifeng and the other 4 joining the Qianlong team was settled. Early in the morning of the next day, just after breakfast, Qi Feng began to urge Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan to change their team affiliation, as if he was afraid that Zhou Yang and the others would regret it. But at this moment Zhou Yang was a little full and didn't want to move. Are you so anxious? We won't regret it. Of course I am anxious. It's more than 30 degrees today, and it's going to be hot again soon. If you don't go now, do you have to wait a few days to go under the scorching sun? Besides, if you change earlier, you can eat and drink earlier. Qi Feng didn't say the last sentence. Zhou Yang waved his hand. Okay. Okay. But wait for me to relax. I just ate too much and feel uncomfortable. After saying that, he just threw himself on the sofa, seeing that he had to lie down for another 8 hours. Qi Feng was anxious. Then we have to go out, just in time to help you digest the food. Let's go! After saying that, he wanted to pull Zhou Yang up, but was knocked off by Shen Zichuan beside him. You won't die if you wait a while. Why do you pull my wife? Qi Feng stared at Zhou Yang, and then at Shen Zichuan, who was protecting his child, puffing his cheeks, and was angry like a pufferfish. Zhou Yang, who was stared at, was also uncomfortable. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and take Shen Zichuan and Qi Feng out together. The three of them quickly arrived at the service center, found the staff at the corresponding counter, and handled the change of team affiliation for Qi Feng and the other two. Since then, Qi Feng and the other 4 officially joined the Qianlong team. The Qianlong team also increased from 14 to 18 people, and the team strength was greatly improved. Chapter 279 Hydroponic Chinese Cabbage. The addition of Qi Feng and his 4 companions did not change anything. Everyone still ate together and did tasks as usual. The only change was that since they joined, everyone got along more casually and naturally. In contrast, Qi Feng and his companions' appetites became more and more open. They used to be a little embarrassed to eat too much, but now they have joined the ranks of scrambling for food. However, Yu Jing was the happiest among them. There were a few more juniors who loved her food and could coax people, and every meal was more lively. However, this kind of day of eating, drinking, playing and making noise together did not last long, because the next extreme heat was coming again. So, Yu Jing led everyone to prepare a lot of food in advance and put it in Zhou Yang's space, because he was afraid that it would be inconvenient to go to the underground shelter. Qi Feng worked overtime these days and urged Lu Xingye to produce several more kinds of food, including the locust tree he had been thinking about for a long time. However, since the locust tree is not a small tree species, it cannot be operated at home, so I can only find an open space downstairs to stimulate it. With the output of supernatural power, the seeds of the locust tree quickly took root and sprouted, and in the blink of an eye they grew into a small sapling, and then continued to grow until they grew into a towering tree and bloomed a tree of locust flowers. Clusters of small white flowers swayed in the wind, exuding a faint fragrance, holy and beautiful. Many people around were attracted by this scene. Among the crowd, only Lu Xingye looked at the flowers on the tree and drooled invisible, and immediately shouted Yin Fei and others to help him pick flowers. Hurry up. Help pick locust flowers together. Let Aunt Jing make fried locust flowers when we go back. Hearing Lu Xingye's words, many people around him also remembered that locust flowers can be eaten, so they came forward to ask if they could pick some, and some even shamelessly asked Zhou Yang and others to give them some. But these people were scolded back by Lu Xingye. This is the locust tree we created with our supernatural powers. Why do you want it? If you want it, plant it yourself. Seeing that the Qianlong team did not intend to share, these people had no choice but to give up and continue to squat and watch. But no one left, obviously waiting for Zhou Yang and his team to pick and leave so that they could share a share. Seeing this, Zhou Yang and his team were too lazy to pay attention and were busy picking locust flowers. But there were too many locust flowers on this tree. They had not picked half of them, but they could not finish eating them in half a month. Moreover, many of them were still growing on the branches at the top of the tree, which was a bit troublesome to pick. So after picking almost all of them, Zhou Yang and his team stopped. But it was a waste to leave so many like this. So Zhou Yang asked Yin Fei to call Gu Tianqi and asked the military to send some people to pick the rest. When Gu Tianqi heard this, he immediately sent someone over. Sephora japonica is a good thing. It has great value as a traditional Chinese medicine. It can clear away heat, cool blood, stop bleeding, lower blood pressure, etc., and it can also be made into many kinds of food. Although the army cannot make fried Sephora japonica as before the end of the world, it is not bad to make pancakes with noodles or fried rice with coarse grains. At least it is also a very rare vegetable, isn't it? After a while, the army arrived, and Zhou Yang and his friends left. The people who had been waiting for a long time saw that the military took over the Sephora japonica in the end, and they all dispersed with curses. However, inspired by Zhou Yang and his friends, Gu Tianqi asked people to find a lot of useful seeds from the warehouse, and asked the plant ability people in the military to stimulate a lot of edible plants. In this way, with the vegetables produced by the planting research room, the vegetable supply of the base really went up a level. But this good time didn't last long, and the extreme heat came. Everyone moved to the shelter again one after another, and the output of the planting center once again dropped to the freezing point. Everyone has gotten used to it. Anyway, as long as they are not starving to death, it doesn't matter if they can't eat vegetables. The worst thing is that it is a little harder and more painful to go to the toilet. However, a month later, everyone received an exciting news on the communicator. After more than 2 years of research, the plant laboratory finally came up with good news. Hydroponic Chinese cabbage that can withstand cold and heat has been cultivated. Not only is the yield higher and the size larger, one cabbage is enough for a family of 3 to eat for several days. And it is rich in vitamins and crude fiber, enough to meet the daily needs of the human body. The only drawback is that the taste is not as good as before the end of the world. And now the exchange channel is open. You can exchange one cabbage at the temporary service point. There are 200 exchange quotas every day. After hearing this news, the whole base was very excited. Not only because they can finally say goodbye to the pain of going to the toilet, but more importantly, this hydroponic Chinese cabbage is not expensive, and the family can afford to exchange one cabbage. Even if there is no family, it is not a burden for a few good friends and teammates to buy one together. So on the day of the announcement, a long line formed outside the temporary service point. Zhou Yang and his friends had originally planned to exchange one and try it, but they gave up when they saw the endless line. Forget it. It's not like there is no food to eat. Let's buy it after this wave of enthusiasm is over. Although Zhou Yang and his friends thought so, when Gu Tianqi came to eat that night, he brought everyone a juicy cabbage. It can be said that this hydroponic cabbage is really juicy, and it is 2 circles bigger than the one before the end of the world, which is enough for them to eat for several meals. That night, Yu Jing used this cabbage to make several dishes, such as vinegar cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli, cabbage meatball soup, cabbage and pork dumplings, etc. Once it was served, everyone was very excited and stretched out their chopsticks to pick up a bite of this cabbage. However, once it was in their mouths, everyone's faces changed, and they couldn't spit it out or swallow it. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Or did I put the wrong salt and sugar? Impossible? Seeing that everyone was speechless after the first bite, Yu Jing, who had just sat down and had not had time to taste it herself, suddenly became uneasy. For the first time in her life, she began to doubt her cooking skills. "Aunt, it's not your problem. It's this dish." "Ah, what's wrong with the dish? Isn't it just ordinary cabbage?" Yu Jing was stunned for a moment, not understanding, and then picked up a piece of cabbage with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Now, there is one more person who is speechless. The taste of this dish, it's a bit like... Yu Jing took a lot of willpower to swallow the cabbage in her mouth, and then thought for a long time, but couldn't think of a suitable adjective. Like sawdust, although it doesn't make your throat as hard as sawdust, and the taste can't be absorbed by the cooking. It tastes like chewing wax. Zhou Yang chewed for a long time before swallowing it, and followed Yu Jing's words and expressed his own opinion. Others nodded after hearing this. On the side, Gu Tianqi, who had never tasted the food since it was cultivated, frowned when he heard this, although the laboratory said it was a bit unpalatable. Is it really that unpalatable? Hearing this, Yan Fei immediately took a piece of pickled cabbage and said, "You will know after you try it." Gu Tianqi took a bite to try it, and then successfully experienced what it meant to be so unpalatable that it made people doubt their lives. Chapter 280. No one is here. Zhou Yang and his team had the same experience as the other people in the base, who got the cabbage on the same day. However, although it tasted bad, they still ate it with gritted teeth. After all, they got it in exchange for points and crystal cores. And they really needed the vitamins and crude fiber in the cabbage. You know, because they don't eat enough vegetables and fruits on a daily basis. Many people in the base have some problems with their health. So now that they can eat hydroponic cabbage, they have to eat it even if it tastes bad. As for Joe Yang and his team, although they have sufficient supplies, and there are so many vegetables and fruits in Joe Yang's space that they can't finish eating, they didn't waste the cabbage on this table. And they still ate 2 of them. The rest that they really couldn't eat were temporarily stored in the space. And they could give it to others when they needed it in the future. Anyway, they didn't plan to continue eating. Gu Tianqi also touched his nose and planned to ask the laboratory to find a way to improve the taste after returning. If it doesn't work, they can research other hydroponic vegetables that are edible. Zhou Yang and his friends can eat him every day. And Gu Yaoyao can also eat and drink with Zhou Yang and his friends. But he is busy in the military department all day long. If he eats this cabbage every day, he will cry to death. So under Gu Tianqi's instructions, the plant researchers who just researched the hydroponic cabbage and felt that they had made a great contribution and were about to open a few cans to celebrate, immediately started the next more difficult research project. Of course, this is all later. After dinner, after seeing Gu Tianqi off, the people of the Qinlong team had nothing to do, so they continued to chat in the living room. Suddenly, Lu Xingye asked, by the way, did we forget to deal with that woman? However, it seems that we haven't seen this woman. Even after moving to the shelter for so long, we haven't seen her. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Lu Xingye was talking about Zhang Wan. So he said, hey, didn't I tell you? She was eaten by zombie rats a long time ago, and her body was burned on the spot. But in fact, Zhou Yang threw the body into the base when the zombie bodies were burned. But it's not suitable to talk about the details now, especially since Chai Jin is there. Although I don't know how much influence Zhang Wan's control ability has on Chai Jin, it's better to be careful. Hearing this, Lu Xingye gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up. Okay. Chai Jin on the side didn't understand. Who are you talking about? Lu Xingye rolled his eyes at Chai Jin. No one. An unfamiliar and sick woman. Chai Jin nodded. Oh. Okay. This topic passed by so quickly, and no one mentioned it again. Anyway, the matter has been resolved. So who cares about the details? The days passed by, and it was July in a blink of an eye. On this day, Zhou Yang just woke up and found that he was the only one left in the bed, and there was no one in the room. Looking at the small alarm clock on the bedside, he found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. So Zhou Yang got up and left the room. But when he went out, he found that there was no one outside. Not even Yu Jing and the others. But there was a portion of porridge and small pickles left for him on the table. But he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Shen Zichuan and the others had gone out for something. So he sat down and ate breakfast by himself. After eating and cleaning up the dishes, Zhou Yang went directly from the corridor inside the house to Qi Feng and the others. After Qi Feng and the others joined, the barrier between the corridors of the 2 houses was also knocked down, and the small living room on Qi Feng's side was also removed and sealed with doors and walls, and a room was transformed to be reserved for backup, which is currently used as a utility room by everyone. But when Zhou Yang walked over, he found that even Qi Feng and the others were not there. Zhou Yang was puzzled. Where did all these people go? Why didn't they tell me in advance? Could it be that something urgent happened in the military? But it doesn't make sense that even Yu Jing and the others are not here? Just when Zhou Yang was confused, there was a sound of the door opening. Zhou Yang hurried over to see that it was Qi Feng and the other 4. Where did you all go? Qi Feng yawned. Ah? We went for a walk. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep again. After saying that, he pulled an eye fan inside, and Yu Hui and Jiang Yuanshan hurriedly followed. Walking in this weather? Zhou Yang had a lot of question marks in his head. Then do you know where Shen Zichuan and the others went? Seeing that Qi Feng and the others were about to go back to their room, Zhou Yang hurriedly asked again. Who knew that Qi Feng didn't even turn his head and waved his hand? I don't know. Zhou Yang was speechless for a moment. Just when he was about to ask another question, he saw that Qi Feng and the others had closed the door one by one. Zhou Yang was really speechless now. He had no idea where Shen Zichuan and the others were going, but he guessed that they were in the base, most likely to the military headquarters. However, Zhou Yang didn't want to go out, so he shook his head and went back to his room. Although the temperature in the underground shelter was over 50 degrees in extremely hot conditions. There were air coolers and refrigerators in the room, so the temperature was much more comfortable than outside. And because Shin Sichuan could charge the room for free at high power, Zhou Yang and the others didn't have to worry about electricity. If they went out for a short time, Zhou Yang and the others would not turn off the machines. Therefore, when Zhou Yang returned to the room, the temperature inside was still very comfortable. However, it was not a high-power air conditioner, and it could only maintain the temperature at around 35 to 40 degrees. But this was already very good. Zhou Yang waited in the room until noon, but did not wait for Shin Sichuan and the others to come back. Instead, he waited for Qi Feng to knock on the door first. Zhou Yang, I'm so hungry. Let's eat first. Looking at the time, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was past meal time. There was no choice. Zhou Yang had to come out, took a few simple meals, and ate with Qi Feng and the others. During the meal, Zhou Yang and Qi Feng also discussed the abnormal behavior of Shin Sichuan and the others. However, Qi Feng didn't take it seriously. He just said that Zhou Yang was making a fuss. It was impossible for them to go out at this time of day. They must be in the shelter. Besides, there were many level 5 and 6 people now. Who could do anything to them? Zhou Yang thought so, and didn't bother about it anymore. He planned to wait and see later. If they didn't come back at night, he would go to the military headquarters to look for them. After dinner, Zhou Yang and Qi Feng cleaned up the dishes and went their separate ways. Zhou Yang went back to his room and took a nap. He originally wanted to sleep for about an hour, but he didn't expect that it was already past 4 p.m. when he woke up. Seeing this, Zhou Yang's face darkened. And then, he cursed Shin Sichuan in his heart. It's all this guy's fault. He didn't sleep well last night. Let him sleep on the concrete floor tonight. Chapter 281 Happy Birthday. Although he cursed harshly, Zhou Yang still got up in a hurry and planned to go out to see if Shin Sichuan and the others had returned. But to Zhou Yang's disappointment, it was still deserted outside, and it seemed that no one had returned. Just as Zhou Yang was considering whether to go out directly to find someone or prepare food for everyone first, he heard a rustling sound coming from the door, and it sounded like the sound came from outside. Curious, Zhou Yang walked to the window next to the door, lifted the curtain and looked outside. But because the room was too bright, even though the corridor outside was equipped with lights, it was difficult to see the scene outside. So Zhou Yang didn't see anything in the end. After finding that the sound was gone, Zhou Yang had to give up and turned back to the living room. After sighing, he began to prepare dinner for everyone by himself. But he thought it was not right. So he turned around and knocked on the door of Qi Feng and the other 4. It's fine that Shin Sichuan and the others weren't here. But what's wrong with these 4 people lying down waiting for food? However, Zhou Yang knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came out, and he was speechless instantly. Not. What's wrong with everyone today? At this time, Zhou Yang's anger reached his head. And if someone lit a fire again, it would probably smoke. After stomping his feet on the spot, Zhou Yang returned to the living room with a hum, smashing the basin while washing rice and cooking. While waiting for the rice to cook, Zhou Yang sat at the table to pick vegetables, while muttering bad things about Shin Sichuan and the others. 1 or 2. You don't even take me with you when you go out? Humph. I make you a dark dish. And don't think about eating good food today. Starve you to death. Little did he know that the people he was talking about were squatting outside the door at this moment, listening to his mumbling and holding back laughter, just waiting for the right opportunity to go in and give Zhou Yang a surprise. Inside the room, Zhou Yang was unaware of anything. After selecting the vegetables, he started to cook today's dark cuisine. He improved on the steamed 3 smelly vegetables and added liuzhou sour bamboo shoots, chicken feet, vermicelli and potatoes to stew into a big pot. He had already chosen a name. It was called the Smelly Pot. Then, he made a spicy crab meat and chicken feet pot for himself, with potatoes and enoki mushrooms as the base, a layer of chicken feet, a layer of pork belly, and a layer of crabs on top. Just looking at it makes you drool. Zhou Yang was busy cooking inside, but the people outside suffered. Sometimes the stench was full of air, and sometimes the fragrance was fragrant. Everyone was confused and hungry. How about we go in? I smell the crab. I'm so hungry. Lu Xingye looked at Shin Sichuan pitifully. His saliva was about to flow from the corners of his eyes. Shin Zichuan held the things in his hand and shook his head. Wait a little longer. It will be ready soon. Come on. Brother. Help me light the candles up there. Su Zi behind him immediately lit the candles with his supernatural power after hearing this. Come on. Come on. Stand up. Get ready to go in. Seeing the candles lit, Shin Zichuan stood up immediately. The others behind him also stood up and stood in the positions they had rehearsed before. Seeing that everything was ready, Shin Zichuan snapped his fingers. In the room, Zhou Yang had just brought out his crab stew and was about to sit down to enjoy it, when he saw that the room suddenly became dark, thinking that there was a power outage at the base. Zhou Yang did not panic. He was about to take out the flashlight and lighting from the space for emergency, when he heard the sound of a door opening. His heart was immediately startled, and he immediately grasped a boning knife in his palm, and brought Wando and Xiao Huang out of the space by the way. First, he stopped P from shouting, pointed in the direction of the door, and then approached the door little by little. P tilted his head to look at the strange master, then looked at the door, and followed behind silently. Alas, what game is the master and the man he keeps playing again? Forget it. The dog doesn't understand. The dog should just be a background board. With a click, the lock of the door was opened. Zhou Yang's heart was lifted, and just when he was ready, thinking that there might be criminals breaking into the house to rob, he saw a black shadow holding something shining and walked in. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. When he heard the birthday song, Zhou Yang was stunned. And when he saw the familiar face vaguely reflected by the candles, Zhou Yang's eyes widened. Before Zhou Yang could speak, another group of unclear figures came behind Shin Zichuan and sang the birthday song together. Listening carefully, those voices were clearly those of other people who had not been seen for a day. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately understood why these people disappeared for a day. But, is today his birthday? He himself did not even remember. Thinking of Shin Zichuan's vow to celebrate his birthday, he immediately understood that what happened today must have been Shin Zichuan's idea. But, more than a dozen people were dispatched and worked for a whole day. Wouldn't it be just to make this cake in Shin Zichuan's hand? Thinking about it, Zhou Yang couldn't help laughing, and put away the boning knife while saying, No. You ran out for a whole day just to make me a cake. Shin Zichuan touched his nose. Ahem. Isn't it because of the lack of raw materials? We don't have an oven yet, so we're a little slow. But before Shin Zichuan finished speaking, Lu Xingye exposed him. What do you mean by slow? It's obvious that several were ruined. The several cooks in the cafeteria were so distressed. Their eyes could kill people. Hey. 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 Don't expose people's shortcomings. Seeing that he was exposed, Shin Zichuan immediately jumped out to interrupt Lu Xingye's words, and then looked at Zhou Yang like offering a treasure. Come on. Yang, make a wish and blow out the candles. Looking at the hemispherical and a little ugly birthday cake, Zhou Yang didn't dislike it at all. After closing his eyes and making a wish, he blew out the candles in one breath. After Zhou Yang blew out the only light, the room fell into darkness again. I say, how did you put out the light? No matter how you put it back, I don't want to eat cake with the light off. Right away, Shin Zichuan said repeatedly. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the room really came on again. Okay. Let's go to the table and eat cake. Shin Zichuan put the cake in the middle of the table after he finished speaking, and the others followed. Zhou Yang then noticed that everyone was holding a plate of prepared side dishes in their hands. Judging from the delicious appearance, they should have been made by Yu Jing and Uncle Li and other elders. It was at this time that everyone noticed the two pots of completely different things on the table. Lu Xingye looked at it for a long time before saying, This is a crab pot. I can recognize it. But what is this gray and smelly thing? Zhou Yang scratched his hair awkwardly and explained, Ahem. I was bored at home alone. Right? So I used the specialty of my hometown and tried to make this stinky pot. Don't think it doesn't look good and it's a bit smelly. But it's very delicious. Everyone looked at each other when they heard it, and they all tacitly didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks. Chapter 282 Dreaming Back to the Past Life. Seeing that no one dared to try it, fearing that Zhou Yang would be unhappy, Shin Zichuan was very considerate and became the first person to try Zhou Yang's dark cuisine. It's really delicious. Originally, he just wanted to give his wife a way out, but he was surprised after taking a bite. and even felt that he was not satisfied. After saying that, he couldn't help but eat a second bite. Seeing this, the second warrior Lu Xingye couldn't help but try it. After taking a bite of stinky tofu, his eyes lit up instantly, and he felt that he had discovered a new world. It's really delicious. It's stinky and fragrant. So addictive. Seeing that Lu Xingye, a foodie, also recognized this stinky pot, the others tried it with doubts, and found that the taste was indeed good. You took a bite and I took a bite, and soon the stinky pot was eaten up. It was just too stinky. Su Qintang and other ladies said they couldn't accept it. They only took a bite, and didn't touch it again. After dinner, everyone focused their attention on the cake in the middle of the table. Come on, birthday boy. Take the first cut, and take the first bite of cake. Shen Zichuan pushed the cake in front of Zhou Yang, and then took a fruit knife and handed it to him. It was at this time that Zhou Yang really looked at this hemispherical cake that took a day to make for him. There was an irregular layer of cream on the outside, a layer of black biscuit crumbs sprinkled on it, and the words Happy Birthday were written on the side with chocolate syrup. Although he might have doubted whether this cake could be sold before the end of the world, it is now worth a fortune. Zhou Yang took the knife and cut it first, and then found that the ugly cake actually had a secret hidden inside. In addition to the cake base, there were also a lot of fruit grains inside. It was actually a fruit cake, and the fruits were quite rich. Grapes, oranges, mangoes, watermelons. There must be 7 or 8 kinds. No wonder Qifeng was also dragged in, and the feelings were all stimulated behind his back. Zhou Yang cut a small piece for himself and took a bite to show his appreciation, and then immediately distributed the cake to others. Because the cake was not really big, only about 8 inches, so it was gone with just a dozen people. Fortunately, everyone was full, and eating cake was just for fun. The only one who felt unsatisfied was Lu Xingye, who loved sweets. Although he secretly ate the scraps several times in the afternoon while making cakes, he was still very greedy and strongly requested that he also have a birthday cake on his birthday, and he wanted to eat one by himself. Everyone was tired after a tiring day today, so after eating the cake, they just dispersed and went back to prepare to wash up. Although there are 2 washrooms at home now, there are many people, so you still have to queue up to take a shower. After washing up and returning to the room, Zhou Yang solemnly said thank you to Shen Zichuan. In his previous life and this life, he hasn't celebrated his birthday for more than 10 years, and so many people helped him celebrate his birthday together. Why thank me? I will celebrate your birthday every year from now on, but we should celebrate it by ourselves from now on. There are so many people making a fuss, and Lu Xingye is always making trouble and eating secretly. Shen Zichuan stretched and threw himself on the bed. Okay. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, then lay down. Although she had shouted to let Shen Zichuan sleep on the floor tonight when she was angry before, she lost her temper the moment she saw the cake, and now she had thrown that idea out of her mind. The 2 of them lay together and talked for a few more words, and somehow the topic went off track again. But the sound insulation of the house here is not very good, so Shen Zichuan pulled Zhou Yang into the space again. The 2 of them went all the way from the waterfall to the winding path, and then to the small fruit forest, and walked around the space. When they finally returned to the master bedroom of the cabin, Zhou Yang was almost unable to hold on, but Shen Zichuan still pulled him to review the roller coaster. And when they finally fell asleep, they didn't know what day it was. In a daze, he only felt that his consciousness was always drowsy, and his whole body was in great pain. But when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dark corner, with a torn straw mat under him, and a dirty and torn jacket on his body. There were many eyes around him looking at his direction from time to time. There was still a sound of dripping in his ears. He turned his head, and saw that it was raining heavily outside through the gap. The raindrops fell on the ground, making a crisp sound, just like the day he died in his previous life. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang's confused consciousness suddenly woke up, and he took a closer look at the surrounding scene, and was shocked. Isn't this the refugee camp where he lived in his previous life? How did he get here? While wondering, he found that his body stood up uncontrollably, and then quickly packed his bedding, took it to the guard at the door to deposit it, and then turned around and carried his empty bucket out of the door. Zhou Yang immediately realized that this was the day he would die. Thinking of what was going to happen, he immediately shouted, "Don't go! Don't go! You will die!" Although he shouted loudly, This body seemed to not hear his voice at all. And even the other people around him did not respond. He realized that he might be dreaming. At this moment, he was just a spectator and could not change anything. So he could only continue to follow this body. After several months of extreme heat and drought, it was finally raining. At this time, many people were outside collecting rainwater. The square was already full of large and small basins and buckets. Even relatively flat places without shelter were occupied. Helplessly, he could only continue to walk in the rain. He went all the way to a more remote corner and found an open space that no one had visited. After putting the bucket on the ground, he hid in a broken house that could both shelter from the rain and watch the bucket to prevent it from being stolen. The waiting time was extremely long and boring. So he took out the jade pendant from his neck and mourned his parents. But Zhou Yang was indeed sweating coldly. He remembered that it was here that he was targeted by the robbers. So he turned around and looked around. Sure enough, from the broken window at the back, he saw 4 gangsters who were about to walk towards this side. So he started shouting again, "Fuck! Stop looking! Put the pendant away quickly!" Unfortunately, this body did not react at all, and was still staring at the jade pendant in a daze. At this time, the 4 gangsters had also walked to the back window. Originally, they saw a ragged man hiding from the rain inside, and they didn't care. However, when one of them glanced over, he happened to see a little bit of the jade pendant and stopped immediately. "Hey, that man seems to have a jade in his hand. Grab it and have a look." Several people looked at each other and became interested. They looked at the man walking at the end. Seeing that there was no objection, they climbed through the window together. The man at the front even showed a knife directly. Hearing the sound, the body realized that it was being targeted and hurriedly put away the jade pendant. But it was too late. Chapter 283 Go for Revenge After the Extreme Heat. Like in the previous life, although this body avoided the vital parts, it was still stabbed in the waist. He covered the wound with one hand, took out a small knife for self-defense with the other hand, and slashed at the opponent with his backhand. But unfortunately, the opponent dodged it, so he could only escape outside while the opponent dodged. The rain instantly wet his face and his only clothes. But at this moment, he no longer cared about these. He just wanted to live. Unfortunately, he, an ordinary person, how could he survive the pursuit of 4 people? And the scarred man and the tattooed man were both evolvers. So he was soon surrounded by several people, and several more knife wounds were added to his body. The jade pendant was also pulled off fiercely at the moment of being caught up, and his body was kicked into a mud pit with a lot of rainwater accumulated. "Give it back to me." Zhou Yang was forced to fall into the mud with this body, and then heard the faint cry from this body. However, his voice was not respected, but was ruthlessly trampled. Zhou Yang, who was originally unconscious, was somehow closely connected to this body, as the cold knife stabbed into his body again and again. Zhou Yang once again felt the excruciating pain. The despair of dying made him scream. "Ah! Yang Yang? Yang Yang? Are you having a nightmare? Wake up!" Shen Zichuan was sleeping soundly with Zhou Yang in his arms, and suddenly heard a scream. He opened his eyes in fright, and then saw Zhou Yang in his arms, with his eyes closed, and a painful face. He immediately understood that the other party was having a nightmare. So he immediately patted the other party's face, and tried to wake him up. "Yang Yang? Yang Yang? Wake up!" Zhou Yang, who was deeply trapped in a nightmare, heard Shen Zichuan's call in a trance, and then he struggled to open his eyes. Zhou Yang, who had just come out of the dream, was still immersed in the pain of blood loss and dying in the dream. He could only breathe heavily subconsciously to make himself feel alive. "It's okay. It's okay. It's just a nightmare. It will be fine when you wake up." Seeing Zhou Yang wake up, Shen Zichuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. While wiping the cold sweat on Zhou Yang's forehead, he comforted her and kissed her on the forehead. Zhou Yang, who had recovered, calmed down a little bit at this time, but he still felt palpitations when he thought of the scene in the dream. Since he killed the leader of the evolutionary man last time, he hasn't thought about this for a long time. If he hadn't had this dream today, he almost forgot that it was the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and there were only a few months left before his death in his previous life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hold Shen Zichuan's hand, calmed down, and said, "When the extreme heat is over, I want to go to Heching to do something." "Heching?" Shen Zichuan was puzzled. But he didn't ask the reason, and nodded immediately. Okay. When the extreme heat is over, I will go with you. Seeing Shin Sichuan agreed without asking, Zhou Yang looked up and looked over. Don't you ask why? Shin Sichuan shook his head. No. If you want to go, go. Just take me with you. Tell me when you want to talk about it. But are the two of us enough? Or call Yan Fei and the others too? Zhou Yang thought about it, shook his head and refused. He didn't want more people to know about this, no. Those few are scum who only bully ordinary people. Even if I can easily solve them alone. That's fine. Shin Sichuan didn't say anything more, and nodded. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang still felt that he should tell Shin Sichuan part of it first. Do you remember my revenge last time? I remember. The one you secretly chased out and killed last time? Shin Sichuan nodded. Speaking of this, Shin Sichuan got angry. How dangerous it was last time that he dared to chase after him alone. So he pinched Zhou Yang's ears and reminded him again, you must not go secretly this time. And you must remember to bring me as a thug. If I find out that you act alone again, I will spank you. Okay. Okay. Got it. Zhou Yang nodded hurriedly, and then said, in fact, only one of them was killed at that time. And there were 3 others. But they should all be in the Huqing base now. I just had a nightmare that they killed people again. I want to go and look for them after the extreme heat. If I can find them, I will kill them all for revenge. Zhou Yang seemed to be speaking calmly, but his hands clenched uncontrollably. Shin Sichuan clearly felt that the hand that was holding him was much stronger. He also vaguely knew that those people had killed a relative who was very important to Zhou Yang. So although he didn't know what happened specifically, he still felt distressed. Then I will help you kill them together. He knew that Zhou Yang didn't want to cause trouble. So this time, he didn't mention calling Yan Fei and the others. Seeing Zhou Yang calm down completely, Shin Sichuan glanced at the small alarm clock on the bedside and found that it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. So he hugged Zhou Yang into his arms and said, it's still early. Let's continue to sleep for a while. Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded when he heard it. He had been having nightmares before and slept uneasily. Now he still felt very tired after waking up. So he didn't make up his mind. He leaned quietly in Shin Sichuan's arms and slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps because he talked about revenge, he felt extremely relaxed at this moment and fell into a deep sleep again not long after closing his eyes. When Zhou Yang opened his eyes again, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The seat next to Shin Sichuan was empty. I think he got up and went out early in the morning. But there was a breakfast prepared for him on the bedside table. So Zhou Yang got up in a hurry, went to the space to wash up simply, changed into a t-shirt and shorts, and finished his breakfast in a few bites. Then he took a few empty bowls and left the room. Everyone outside had finished breakfast. Only Yu Jing and Shin Sichuan were chatting in the living room. Zhou Yang did not disturb them. He was about to wash the dishes himself when Shin Sichuan, who saw him coming out, came over and took the initiative to take them. I washed them. You go sit over there. Zhou Yang did not argue with Shin Sichuan and sat down in the chatting group. After lunch, Yan Fei and Shin Sichuan went to the military headquarters to help as usual. Shin Sichuan was going to help the military charge. Lu Xingye was going to help provide water, and Lu Yanwen was going to help cool down. As a rare idle person, Zhou Yang chose to stay at home this time. He planned to infer the approximate time when this extreme heat would end and the rain based on his memories of his previous life. The rain seemed to have happened in mid-November in his previous life. As for the specific date, he didn't remember it at all because there were no calendars or clocks at that time. I only remember that not long after the extreme heat, the temperature was still around 30 degrees. And suddenly it rained for the first time in a long time, which made the entire base, which was seriously short of water, very excited. But it doesn't matter. As long as we get to the Huqing base in advance after the extreme heat, we should be able to find the 3 people. Chapter 284. Shanghai City delivers supplies. After calculating the approximate date, Zhou Yang looked forward to the end of the extreme heat. Although the days in the underground shelter seemed to be the same as usual, this year's extreme heat was even more unbearable. Because there was no rain. The months of drought made the air drier than the extreme cold period. Although the shelter had a large reservoir prepared in advance, and there were water-based superpowers, who took turns to replenish water, the base of more than 60,000 people still consumed too much. and the standard of limited water supply had to be lowered in the late stage of the extreme heat. Many people began to peel off their skin in large quantities due to the dry climate and lack of water intake. Compared with other people in the base, Zhou Yang and his team had the easiest time. However, they only dared to use water secretly behind closed doors, and usually tried to reduce the chances of going out to avoid attracting excessive attention from others and causing unnecessary conflicts. Fortunately, this hard life of everyone finally came to an end in early November. The temperature began to drop sharply, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, which meant that the extreme heat was about to end. Zhou Yang finally waited for the right time. After a few days, when the temperature dropped to about 45 degrees and everyone moved back, he and Shen Zichuan could set off. A few days later, the temperature outside gradually dropped below 50 degrees. Zhou Yang and his friends moved out of the underground shelter again and returned to their homes. Finally, they no longer had to work day and night, and everyone's mood improved a lot. After a busy day, everyone gathered together that night and had a long-awaited big meal. After a good meal, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at each other, and then told everyone about what they had discussed last night about leaving the base. Zhou Yang and I plan to go out early tomorrow morning. For a few days or half a month. Yu Jing asked, just the two of you? Where are you going? Shen Zichuan nodded, well, Yang wants to go back to the base in his hometown, so I go with him. Hearing this, Lu Xingye was the first to get impatient, and directly pulled Yan Fei's arm and said, Yan Fei, then let's go together. In the extremely hot months, he already felt like he was suffocating. So when he heard that Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were going on a long trip, he immediately wanted to go with them. Before Yan Fei could say anything, Shen Zichuan directly refused. We are not going to play. Why are you two going with us? Go on your own mission. Lu Xingye glared at Shen Zichuan, turned his head, and looked at Zhou Yang, trying to use the old method to make Zhou Yang soften his heart and agree. Yang. However, the usual very useful method of acting like a spoiled child did not make Zhou Yang give in this time. In the end, Lu Xingye could only curl his lips and give up. Early the next morning, Zhou Yang filled up the refrigerator and freezer at home, took out more than half a month's worth of supplies, and put them in Chaiyi's space, and then went out with all kinds of delicious food prepared by Yu Jing for them. However, before leaving the base, Gu Tianqi, who received the news, threw a new task: deliver a batch of supplies to the Special Forces team left behind in the Shanghai base, and bring back a batch of edible mutant seafood. These seafoods have extremely high protein content, which can resist hunger after eating, and can be stored for a long time after drying. They are rare good things in the end times. The batch of seafood brought back before the extreme cold last year played a big role in helping the base survive the extreme cold. So Gu Tianqi thought about it again this year, because it was a handy thing. The two did not refuse, put away the batch of supplies to be sent to the Shanghai base, and set off on the P. The last time they went in this direction was a year ago. After experiencing another wave of extreme cold and extreme heat, the road under their feet is now even more desolate. It has only been the third year since the end of the world, but the roads paved with cement and tar seem to have been there for more than 10 years. They can no longer be seen in their original appearance. They are all covered with dust, and are full of cracks and collapses. Some places across the river are even broken in half. Fortunately, the P's are big enough to easily jump over these places. So Zhou Yang and his companions walked very smoothly along the way. It only took half a day for the two to reach the gate of the Shanghai base. After a year, the walls of the Shanghai base are no longer as tattered as before, but look more majestic. There are no corpses scattered outside the foundation, and patrols are walking back and forth on the walls from time to time. It seems that the marine mutants have indeed attracted many superpowers who want to become stronger, which makes the Shanghai base more powerful. As the giant P approached, it immediately attracted the attention of the patrol team. Fortunately, the P had also appeared at the Shanghai base last year. There was an old man in the patrol team who felt familiar with the P. When he saw Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan on the P's back, he immediately remembered them and let them pass. As soon as the two entered the Shanghai base, Zhou Xian, who received the news, immediately came over with his men and took the two back to the villa where the Baijishan base team lived. Captain Shen, Brother Zhou, you two are here just in time. Our supplies are running out. Zhou Xian had sent a request for supplies to the Baiji mountain base before, So when he received the news that Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were coming today, he knew that they were here to deliver supplies. Do you have a brother with space abilities? If there is one, ask him to collect it. Yes. Xiao Zhang is it? Zhou Xian said as he pushed a young man out. Zhou Yang nodded and took out the supplies that Gu Tianqi had prepared for them in the empty hall, including hydroponic Chinese cabbage. The moment he saw the Chinese cabbage, Zhou Yang's eyes twitched. He was afraid that Zhou Xian and the others would have psychological trauma from eating it. So he quietly brought in a batch of normal vegetables. But these were those that could be grown at the Baiji mountain base. On the side, Shen Zichuan remembered what Gu Tianqi had said. So he asked again, by the way, Captain Zhou, before we came out, Commander Gu asked us to bring back a batch of seafood. Are you prepared? Zhou Xian nodded. There is a batch of dry goods that survived. But it is definitely not enough for the entire base. Are you in a hurry? If not, wait a little longer. The peak period of marine mutants landing will be from the next extreme cold. Wait for us to get another batch of seafood, and you can take it back with you. Thinking that they still had to go to the Heching base to do some business, they were not in such a hurry to go back. So Shen Zichuan nodded and agreed. Okay. We have to go to other places to do some business anyway. And we will come back after we are done. Zhou Xian nodded. No problem. Go with confidence. If you need help, just let me know. Shen Zichuan smiled. Not yet. But if you need help, we will not be polite. After that, the two rejected Zhou Xian's invitation to have dinner together and left the Shanghai base directly. Although they didn't need much time for a meal, Zhou Yang's mind was now full of revenge at the Heching base. It would be troublesome if the night went on. So the two of them chose to lead directly. Chapter 285 Heching Base. The distance between the Shanghai base and the Heching base was not far. It took P only more than half an hour to reach Heching. Then, according to Zhou Yang's memory, they quickly found the small base in their previous life. For fear of alerting the enemy, the two did not plan to go in a high profile. So when they arrived a few kilometers away from the Heching base, they got off P. After putting P into the space, Zhou Yang took out the most dilapidated car in the space, and then changed the two into a clean but old black clothes, and then drove to the gate of the Heching base. The Heching base, as he remembered, was small and dilapidated. There were only 4 or 5 soldiers standing guard with guns at the gate. There was only one open entrance, and it was not like other large bases, allowing ordinary people and superpowers to enter separately. Although it was just a small base, there were still people waiting in line outside. Seeing this, the two drove directly behind the queue. Fortunately, there were not many people, and it was their turn soon. After being stopped by the guards and questioned, the two filled out a basic data sheet. Shen Zichuan filled in the 4th level peak Lei Shi ability, while Zhou Yang filled in the ordinary person. As for their relationship, they wrote brothers. After that, after checking that there were no wounds on the two, they entered the Heching base smoothly. As soon as they entered, they saw a street that was even more dilapidated than the city wall outside. Many survivors who were barely clothed huddled in a corner. They were alive, but they looked like zombies. They didn't even care about who was new to the base. Occasionally, they saw a few children, but they were skinny and had no childishness on their faces. There was only numbness and emptiness in their eyes. Perhaps he had stayed in the Baijishan base for too long, and was used to seeing everyone working hard to live, working together, and being of one mind. When he returned to the small base in his previous life and saw such a desolate scene, Zhou Yang felt unfamiliar. Obviously, I had seen quite a few in my previous life. Although I felt sorry for these survivors, especially the children. They couldn't intervene at the moment, so they drove directly to the official institutions here. They needed to rent a place to live first. The official exchange here was not far from the entrance, and it only took a few minutes to drive there. It was just very deserted inside. In addition to a staff member sitting behind each of the 3 service points, there were only 1 or 2 new survivors who had been in line before them, and they were also looking for places to live in the base. Although Zhou Yang had lived here for almost 3 years in his previous life, he was short of money, so he basically never came to this exchange, and he didn't know anyone inside. However, because the Heching base was very small, there were less than 10,000 survivors in the entire base, and there were few things to do every day in the base, so there was no specific functional distinction between the 3 service points, and everything could be done. So after taking a look, 2 of the service points had people asking questions. So Zhou Yang took Shen Zichuan directly to the 3rd service point where no one was. Hello. We just came to the base today and want to rent a house. Please help me find out if there are any houses suitable for us brothers. Zhou Yang asked as he walked to the service point. The staff at the service point was a woman in her 20s. She was dozing off leisurely when she suddenly woke up when she heard someone talking. She was a little angry at first, but when she looked up, she saw a handsome young man dressed neatly. She knew that she had met a wealthy man. So she immediately took out a thick base housing level book. Handsome guy. Our base is divided into 4 areas according to the distance from the city center. Each area has many villas, large flats and suites. What kind of house do you want? Touching base was actually divided into only 3 areas at first. The first area was the city center and the official family compound. Only the official people and the richest people in the base could afford to live there. The second area was outside the city center, which was basically a gathering area for superpowers. The third area was basically ordinary people. But later many people could not afford to live in houses at all. So the fourth area, the outermost area, the slums, was gradually formed. Zhou Yang lived in a slum in his previous life. But he was better off than those who slept on the street, sleeping in a refugee camp that was at least sheltered from the wind and rain. Thinking that the 3 gangsters were most likely to follow the supernatural team, Zhou Yang directly chose a house in District 2. However, 2 people living in a villa would be too conspicuous. And those gangsters didn't seem like people who could live in a villa. So Zhou Yang chose an ordinary suite in terms of room type. What do you think? Which one is better? After flipping through the house list and roughly selecting a few decent suites, Zhou Yang turned to look at Shen Zichuan and asked him to decide which one was better. Shen Zichuan looked around and pointed to one of them. Let's go with this one. Although the area is not large, the layout is good and it is also decorated. Okay. Zhou Yang nodded. Then looked at the clerk. We want this apartment. Let's rent it for 1 month first. How do we pay the rent? When she heard that Zhou Yang was only renting for 1 month, and that it was a small house of more than 80 square meters, the woman suddenly felt that her previous enthusiasm was wasted. And even her tone of reply became much colder. You are new here, so first apply for a points card of our base. Then the rent plus water and electricity bills is 180 points per month. When Zhou Yang heard that the rent plus water and electricity bills for 1 month would be 180, she was stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized that the other party was disgusted that they only rented for 1 month, and she could not earn much commission. So she wanted to raise the price directly. After thinking it through, Zhou Yang was directly unhappy. You are a small base. The land is not big, but the house price is frighteningly high. 180 points to rent a suite for 1 month. You can rent a large flat in a large base. Can your base let you rip people off so easily? Although they are rich, they are not suckers. You can't lose anything you eat. As a result, the woman was not afraid at all, and rolled her eyes and said, Humph. Whatever price I say is the price. If you have the ability, go to the big base. Why come to our small base? Isn't it because the big base doesn't want people like you who can't even afford a house in the small base? Zhou Yang was so angry that he laughed. Just when he was about to retort, he saw from the corner of his eye that the second service point was just vacant. So he directly dragged Shen Zichuan to change places, and went up to report the house he had just chosen to the clerk. And this time it was not renting a house, but buying a house directly. The woman next to him was stunned for a moment, but soon she sneered and didn't believe it at all. The clerk asked again uncertainly, Sir, it will cost several thousand points to buy it. Are you sure? Sure. Just help me exchange these crystal cores for points. And then swipe the card. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he took out a large bag of crystal cores from his backpack. The clerk opened it and saw that they were all level 3 crystal cores. He immediately and swiftly completed a series of formalities for Zhou Yang. The woman next to him regretted it when she saw the large bag of crystal cores. But unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Chapter 286, Inquiry. After getting the points card, the 2 of them were not in a hurry to sign the contract. After all, they had to inspect the house first. So they asked the clerk to bring the keys, contract, and card reader, and let him go with them to see the house. The clerk quickly took his things and followed, and also carefully took the keys of other vacant rooms over there. thinking that Zhou Yang and his friends were not satisfied with the house. They could directly change the house. Selling this house today is enough to earn him a few months' commission. So he has to serve well. After getting in the car, Shin Sichuan was in charge of driving, while Zhou Yang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was bored for a moment and suddenly became curious about the outrageous quote of the woman at the third service point. So he asked the clerk, "By the way, who is the background of the woman working next to you? Is there no one to care about such a random quote in the exchange?" Hearing this, the clerk sighed. The girl is the sister-in-law of the base guard brigade. She likes to take some kickbacks, but generally not too much. So the higher-ups turn a blind eye. After the clerk said this, Zhou Yang understood. The guard brigade of Heching base is a team spontaneously formed by the superpowers in the base, and is jointly responsible for the protection of the base with another team of the army. And because the army of Heching base is weak, this guard brigade is stronger than the military. So basically no one wants to offend the guard brigade. Moreover, he still had some impression of the captain of the guard brigade. He seemed to be a metal-powered person at the peak of level 4, and was considered one of the best masters in the Heching base. TSK. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. Zhou Yang only sighed in his heart, and said nothing more. Anyway, the purpose of their trip was not this guard brigade, so there was no need to cause trouble for themselves. The house they bought was located in the east of District 2, not far from the exchange, so the car arrived in a short time. However, the public security here is not as good as that of the Baijishan base. If you park it randomly, it may be gone in a sleep, so the car can only be parked in a guarded public parking lot. After paying a parking fee, the two pretended to take several bulging bags from the back seat and trunk of the car and carried them all the way to their new home. The clerk wanted to help move together, but was rejected by the two, because there was no elevator. The three of them could only climb up the stairs. Fortunately, the floor they chose was not high, on the 6th floor, and the bag they carried looked big but was not heavy. So they went up quickly. It was rare for new residents to come to the building, so they naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, the strength of the two people was not clear, and District 2 was a famous residential area for superpowers. So everyone was not sure whether the two people were powerful superpowers. So no one dared to disturb them easily. Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan entered their new home smoothly. After entering the door, the two looked at the house first, and after confirming that there was no problem with the house, they made a final confirmation with the clerk, signed the contract on the spot, and swiped the card. After buying the house, there were still a few hundred points left in the card, but it was enough for the two of them to spend. Anyway, they didn't need to spend points for food and daily necessities. After sending the clerk away, Zhou Yang looked at the house again. Although it was renovated, and there were some basic furniture inside, there should have been zombies in the past. So there were bloodstains on the floor, sofa and bed in the master bedroom. The floor didn't matter, but the sofa and bed were a bit uncomfortable to use. So Zhou Yang replaced them all with the ones in his own space. After cleaning up the new house, Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan prepared to eat lunch today. Although there were only two people, Zhou Yang didn't intend to treat himself badly and decided to make a good meal. In order to avoid the smell of food spreading out, the two of them went directly into the space to cook. After all, the ceiling of the house here was not very good. Once they cooked, the whole building might be able to smell it, and it would be troublesome if they attracted other people's attention. After eating and taking a nap, the two came out of the space. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While it was still early, Zhou Yang took Shin Sichuan out of the door and planned to find someone to inquire about the clues of those people. If I remember correctly, that person should be setting up a stall in the trading market now. There are all kinds of people there, and if you are not careful, you will cause trouble. But it is also a good place to find out all kinds of news. That person chose to set up a stall there every day in his spare time, because they had the impression that there was no parking lot at the trading market, and it was too chaotic, and unattended cars would often be stolen or smashed. So Zhou Yang and his friends did not drive, and walked directly there. Fortunately, the trading market was at the junction of District 2 and District 3, not far away, and it could be reached in 20 minutes. As they walked over, they also took a look at the residents of District 2. They were basically all psychics and their families. They seemed to be living a good life, no different from the ordinary residents at the Baijishan base. Unfortunately, The two did not see anyone who might be related to the three people Zhou Yang wanted to find. Soon, the two came to the trading market. This place has basically left the scope of District 2, and the environment has become noisy. Many people are carrying things in and out. Some are setting up stalls, and some are in a hurry to buy what they want. But everyone is cautious, for fear that they will be targeted, especially those who carry food on their bodies, and they look back every few steps, for fear that they will be robbed without noticing. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan only have a points card on their bodies, and they walked in empty-handed. In addition, both of them are fearless people, so they walked in with a relaxed look, which attracted the attention of many natives. But neither of them took it seriously. Zhou Yang led the way and walked in front. After a long circle, he finally found his target in an inconspicuous corner. The man wrapped himself up tightly. There was no one in front of his stall at the moment. In front of him was a pile of unsaleable scrap copper and iron. People who passed by just took a look and walked away. The man was used to it. He had no intention of attracting customers for himself. He just leaned against the wall and pretended to sleep. Zhou Yang walked over and squatted directly. Without saying a word, he casually turned over the pile of waste on the ground. Although Shen Zichuan was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He just stood behind and watched. And by the way, he also monitored the passers-by around. The man who heard the noise opened his eyes immediately, and saw two unfamiliar customers in front of the stall. He was obviously a little surprised, but he calmed down after a while, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Two handsome guys want to buy metal accessories?" Zhou Yang shook his head. "I don't want to buy these things from you." The man was stunned for a moment. "But I only sell small accessories here. Nothing else. How about you look elsewhere? Other places don't have what I want. This thing is only here." Zhou Yang smiled slightly. "I heard that you are the first gossip in the base. I wonder if you have the news I want." Hearing this, the man only showed half of his face, and it darkened instantly. "Are you two mistaken? I am an ordinary person who makes a living by setting up a stall. How can I ask for any news? If I had that ability, I wouldn't even have no food to eat." Chapter 287. What do you want me to check if I don't know anything? Zhou Yang was not surprised to hear the man deny it. If he hadn't accidentally seen him looking for information in his previous life, he would not have been able to connect such a person with the mysterious and nosy person in the base that no one had ever seen, making a living by selling these unwanted scraps. Zhou Yang said slowly, and then grabbed the man's arm directly. "A hand that can grow so much meat by eating?" The man was caught off guard and was very annoyed. Just as he was about to make excuses, he heard Zhou Yang's impatient words again. "Okay, stop talking to me. I can find you directly, so I have my own way. You just say whether you will accept this business or not. Don't worry. As long as you do a good job, I will definitely give you a generous reward, and I will not expose your identity." Seeing that Zhou Yang had said so much, the man felt that it was meaningless to deny it. So he whispered to Zhou Yang, "Boss, can we talk in another place?" Zhou Yang also had this intention, so he nodded. "Okay. Come with us." The man quickly packed up his broken copper and iron, and left with Zhou Yang and the others. Zhou Yang did not take the man to their new home, but went directly to the most desolate place in the slums, which was where Zhou Yang met those robbers in his previous life. It was the place where the insect plague was the most serious in the early days of the end of the world in the Hiching base. It was burned by fire for several days and nights, and even the land was charred. It is still the most dilapidated place in the entire base. When they arrived at the place, the man looked around and asked in a rough voice when he saw no one was around, "What do you want to find out?" However, Zhou Yang was not in a hurry to find out the news first. He did not reply when he heard it. Instead, he released Xiaohu to help monitor the surroundings. After he was sure that there was no one else, he looked at the man and said, "Don't worry about it now. Take off your disguise first. It's 30 degrees, and you are wrapped up like a mummy. Don't you feel hot? Also, don't try to keep your voice down. It's not appropriate to keep your voice down with a baby face." The man was stunned when he saw Zhou Yang release the mutant plant. He believed that the two people in front of him were stronger than him. At this time, he heard Zhou Yang ask him to take off his disguise and not keep his voice down, and said that he had a baby face. So he took a step back in fear. "You, how do you know?" The man looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief, and then kept thinking about whether he had given away his identity. But he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. He has always been cautious, and all orders are in written form. He basically never meets with customers. And he would not show up if he could. So no one knows his specific identity until now. But how did this person know? Just when the man was feeling flustered, Zhou Yang on the opposite side tilted his head and smiled and added, I not only know your appearance, but I also know that your ability is invisibility. In his previous life, he had just finished work on the other side and wanted to take a shortcut to return to the refugee camp as soon as possible because it was late. As a result, when he passed by a villa in District 2, he found that a naked man suddenly appeared at the corner where there should be no one. Seeing this, Zhou Yang hid in the shadows directly, not daring to make a sound, not daring to let the other party discover him. Fortunately, the other party should also be in a hurry, so he didn't find him. After the other party put on his clothes and left for a while, Zhou Yang carefully came out of the shadows and rushed back to the refugee camp. He didn't take it seriously at first, but when he went back and lay on the floor, he suddenly remembered the words that the man had said at the time, and then thought of the mysterious package that he had heard someone talk about before, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have discovered some secret. Of course, he didn't think of exposing this person. After all, he was also a superpower, and he, an ordinary person, couldn't afford to get drunk. Although many people in the base offered a reward for this package, and the points were not low, but Zhou Yang would not wade into this muddy water. Anyway, it didn't matter to him. The man on the other end didn't know that his previous life was exposed. At this moment, he only felt that Zhou Yang had great magical powers, and he felt even more panicked. How do you know my superpowers? After saying that, he subconsciously looked around to see if there was a way for him to escape. Seeing the man's thoughts, Zhou Yang raised the little tiger in his hand. Don't think about running away. Believe me, even if you are invisible, my little tiger can catch you in the first time. Hearing this, the man just broke the jar and tore off the hat and mask on his head, and even didn't bother to disguise his voice. What do you want? Seeing the man's appearance, Zhou Yang was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he was a baby-faced boy about the same age as him, and his voice was also clear and bright. Actually, Zhou Yang was just trying to trick him by saying he knew his appearance. After all, it was dark in his previous life, so who knew what he looked like? Zhou Yang was just trying to increase his bargaining chips. However, Zhou Yang would definitely not say this. So he coughed lightly and said, Don't be angry. We just want you to help us find 3 people. There is really nothing else. And the reward we can give will definitely make you feel that it is worth it. Since it has come to this, the boy has no choice but to agree. As for the reward, he doesn't care much. He just wants to finish the job quickly and get rid of these 2 people. So he asked directly, Tell me, which 3 people do you want to get rid of? Tell me where they live and their names. When it comes to this, Zhou Yang can't say anything. So he scratches his hair and says awkwardly, Ahem. That. I don't know their names, let alone where they live. The boy looked over speechlessly. You don't know anything. What do you want me to check? But I know what those 3 people look like. And they should be from the same gang. One has a long scar on his face and is very tall, so he should be a physical evolver. One has a full beard and a scar on his face, and looks strong, but he is an ordinary person. Another is a short, thin middle-aged man, but he looks a bit mean, and he is also an ordinary person. The boy thought about the physical characteristics of the 3 people Zhou Yang mentioned, and felt as if he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it at once. Chapter 288 Interesting News. I should have seen the 3 people you mentioned, but I can't remember them for a while. I have to go back and look through my notes, and then confirm them. Wait until I confirm them. Zhou Yang thought about it and agreed, Okay. But how can we find you then? Just tell me your address, and I find you after I confirm it. Okay. By the way, what's your name? I can't ask you to gossip. Can I? The boy said with his eyes wide open. You know what I look like. You know that I set up a stall in the trading market. And you know what my special ability is. But you don't know my name? Zhou Yang touched his nose. Ahem. Knowing those things about you was purely accidental. I just happened to run into you once. At that time, you should have asked for information and ran out, and just lifted the invisible state. I knew you were setting up a stall because you accidentally said it when you were getting dressed. The boy was angry for a moment, and was silent for a while before spitting out 2 words. Chui Zhe. Well, Chui Zhe. then you have to work hard. Please come to this address to find us as soon as you have news. We are at home anytime. But please do it as soon as possible. We are in a hurry. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he handed a piece of paper with the address written on it to Cui Zhe. Cui Zhe took the paper and looked at it, then put it in his trouser pocket. Aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you? Or just run away? Yes, I am afraid. So I prepared something for you. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, and then took advantage of the other party's daze to pinch Cui Zhe's chin, and quickly threw a small pill into Cui Zhe's mouth with his other hand, watching Cui Zhe swallow it directly before letting go. What did you feed me? Cui Zhe was anxious to scratch his throat, but he couldn't spit out what he had swallowed. Zhou Yang smiled and said, It's the seed of my mutant plant. As long as you obey me, nothing will happen. But if you run away or betray me, without my control, it will take root in your stomach and eventually turn into a humanoid plant. Cui Zhe, Seeing Cui Zhe's face full of shit, Zhou Yang comforted him again. Don't worry. I will destroy it after you complete the task, and you will be fine. Okay. You can go back to prepare for work. Come on. We are waiting for your good news. Thank you so much, Cui Zhe said with gritted teeth, then turned around and left, until Cui Zhe walked away and could not be seen. Shen Zichuan walked to Zhou Yang and asked, Did you really feed him Ahu's seeds? Zhou Yang chuckled, Do you really believe it? I can only control Ahu's branches, but not its seeds. I actually fed him a fig candy to scare him, so that he would give up the idea of escaping and speed up his work efficiency. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan immediately felt sympathetic to Cui Zhe, but thinking of Zhou Yang's words that he had seen Cui Zhe put on clothes, his face immediately darkened. You also saw him remove his invisibility and put on clothes? Ahem. I just made this up. It was pitch black at the time, and I could tell that it was a man. So you still saw it? Is it beautiful? You still remember it now? No. Can we change our focus? Don't doubt when and where he saw it. You actually care about whether he really saw it? Is it beautiful? Zhou Yang held his forehead and felt, seeing Shen Zichuan's face getting darker and darker. Zhou Yang hurriedly coaxed him. I just glanced at him accidentally and didn't see anything. Besides, his white-cooked chicken-like figure is not as good-looking as yours, so I don't like him. Shen Zichuan was immediately relieved after hearing this. Humph. Of course. This Cui Zhe is a weakling at first glance. You are not allowed to look at him in the future. Zhou Yang nodded repeatedly. No. No. Definitely not. After finally coaxing Shen Zichuan, Zhou Yang silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly took Shen Zichuan back to his residence. In the following days, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan stayed at home waiting for news. Originally, they thought it would take a few days to get definite news. But unexpectedly, on the third morning, while they were eating breakfast, their door was knocked. Without Zhou Yang saying anything, Shen Zichuan took the initiative to get up and open the door. However, when he opened the door, he didn't see anyone. He was frowning, wondering who was playing a prank. Just as he was about to close the door, he felt a breeze brushing his face. But how could there be wind in a corridor without ventilation? Shen Zichuan immediately thought of something, and his face darkened. When he closed the door and turned back, Zhou Yang was still sitting there eating breakfast without noticing anything. When he saw his dark face, he asked, What's wrong? Who's outside? I didn't see anyone. But Shen Zichuan lowered his eyebrows and looked around the room while talking. A barely visible lightning condensed between his hands. Zhou Yang looked at Shen Zichuan in confusion, waiting for his next words. As a result, he saw him throwing a lightning net at a corner of the living room. Before he could figure it out, he heard a scream from there, and then the sound of something falling to the ground. He stood up and was about to go over to check what was going on, but was pulled back by Shen Zichuan and pressed into his arms. Just when he was confused, he heard Shen Zichuan throwing something over there, and said with disgust, Put on your clothes? It's embarrassing. Zhou Yang now understood that someone had sneaked into the room, and he was invisible. Now he could figure out who it was even with his toes. In the entire Huqing base, Cui Zhe was the only one who could become invisible. Did he already gather the information and report back? But if he was reporting back, why did he use the invisibility ability to sneak in? Did he think that what he said before was just a lie and wanted to test their strength to see if he could really get rid of their control? Thinking of this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt that this person had not been discovered until now, because the people in this small base were not very experienced. No one had thought of the invisibility ability until now. Otherwise he would have died many times. A few minutes later, when the person on the sofa had put on his clothes, Shen Zichuan let Zhou Yang go. Turning around, it was Cui Zhe without a doubt. Shen Zichuan looked at Cui Zhe coldly. What do you want to do by sneaking in here incognito? Cui Zhe rubbed his limbs that were painful from the electric shock. Still a little confused at this moment. Didn't you ask me to check people? I come and tell you when I find out. Shen Zichuan continued to ask coldly. Since you are here to hand in information, why do you want to be invisible? Hearing this, Cui Zhe was stunned for a moment. I have always been invisible to give information to my employer. I think it is safer this way. Zhou Yang on the side twitched his mouth. You have never been caught for such a sneaky behavior? No. I didn't tell them directly. I wrote it on paper, and put it somewhere for them, when no one was paying attention. Just like this. Cui Zhe scratched his head, and said, as he took off a folded piece of paper from the sole of his feet, and then handed it to the two. Looking at the paper in front of them, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan fell into silence. This is a savory news. Chapter 289 Brother. Do you still need a younger brother? Neither Zhou Yang nor Shen Zichuan took the small piece of paper, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while. In class, Cui Zhe also came to his senses, and realized that Zhou Yang and the others disliked the paper stuck on his feet. So he took the initiative to open the paper, and put it on the coffee table. Zhou Yang took a look at the small piece of paper, that was still small after opening it. The dense words on it made him feel a headache before he even read it. Well, we won't read the paper. Just tell me directly. What are the names of those people and where are they? What are they like now? Hearing that Zhou Yang and the others didn't want to read the things on the paper, Cui Zhe didn't force them, and immediately dictated, okay. Then I just pick out the important things and tell you first. These three people all live in the family compound of the Guard Brigade of District 1. Although they are not members of the Guard Brigade, they all have some relationship with the Guard Brigade, and belong to the family members of the Guard Brigade. The scarred man of the physical evolution is called Zhang Chengshan. 32 years old. A bachelor. He was a scoundrel before the end of the world. And now he likes to visit the red light district every other day. Although this person's strength is average. He is the brother-in-law of the captain of the Guard Brigade, Xing Tian. He has two sisters. One is Zhang Mei, who has space ability and married Xing Tian. And the other is Zhang Li, who was killed by Xing Tian. Arranged to spend his days at the exchange. It is said that he has taken a fancy to CFAU, the deputy captain of the Guard Brigade, but has never caught up with him. The second bearded man is called Lu Feng. He was an ordinary worker before the end of the world, and he is still an ordinary person now. But he has a promising younger brother who has awakened the fire ability, and is now a member of the Guard Brigade. The last short and thin middle-aged man is called Ling Yan. He has no ability, but he has a good daughter. He has no ability, but he is known as the most beautiful woman in the base. He is also married to Xing Tian as a concubine. He is considered Xing Tian's father-in-law, and often bullies others in the base. These three people seem to have a good relationship. Not only do they often go to the red light district together, but they also live together, all arranged to the east of the guard team's family compound. Well, this is what I found out. After listening to Cui Zhe's oral account, Zhou Yang was also very surprised. He expected that the three people might have some background, but he didn't expect that the background was actually a bit strong. I originally thought that I could just find him, and kill him and leave. But now it seems that there might be some trouble after killing him. But he couldn't give up revenge just because of this little trouble. It's just that he really doesn't know much about the Guard Brigade. He only heard about the Captain Xing Tian from others, and saw him from afar in his previous life. So it's necessary to learn about it in advance. You should know a lot about Xing Tian and the Guard Brigade. Tell me about it. Yes, I know a lot. But this is a different price. Cui Zhe sniffed. You have to pay more. Zhou Yang nodded. Okay. No problem. Go on. After hearing Zhou Yang's assurance, Cui Zhe started talking about Xing Tian and the Guard Brigade again. Xing Tian is the founder and leader of the Guard Brigade. He is currently the top-ranked metal superpower in the Heqing base. I heard that he was promoted to level 5 2 days ago. He is now the first level 5 superpower in our base. In the future, the status of the Guard Brigade will probably surpass the city defense team of the army. The predecessor of the Guard Brigade was actually just a superpower team established by Xing Tian and several brothers. However, it continued to grow and refused to obey the military's discipline. It changed its name to the Base Guard Brigade in order to compete with the army, although they did make great efforts in guarding the base. Their underground members were really unhuman and were often exposed for robbing. But in the end, no one was killed. And the deputy captain of the guard team, CFAU, apologized every time. While punishing these members, he also doubled the compensation for the victims. So everyone turned a blind eye. After listening, Zhou Yan was silent for a while, and quickly picked out an unusual point: this guard team. When the subordinates commit crimes, it is always the deputy captain who steps in. Has Xing Tian never stepped in? Cui Zhe snorted coldly. Xing Tian is arrogant, has a bad temper, and protects his shortcomings. How could he possibly come out to apologize? So it was CFAU who stepped in to clean up the mess. Hearing this, Zhou Yan became interested. You don't seem to like the Guard Brigade very much, and you don't have a good impression of Xing Tian. What? Do you have a grudge? No big grudge, but a little grudge. The main thing is, I just can't stand their guard team bullying the weak. In the past 2 years, when I checked the news, many of them were related to the guard team. Xing Tian even issued a bounty for me. After Cui Zhe finished speaking, he chuckled twice. That bastard has been issuing bounties for almost 2 years, and he hasn't caught me once. Seeing Cui Zhe's smug look, Zhou Yan didn't have the heart to expose that he was just lucky. Otherwise his little cleverness and invisibility could not save him. Okay, that's it. Here, this is your reward. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. After knowing what he wanted to know, Zhou Yan took out 5 boxes of instant noodles and a large bag of dried meat directly from the space. Looking at the pile of instant noodles and dried meat on the coffee table, Cui Zhe's eyes widened. Obviously, he didn't expect to get so much food as a reward. But after being surprised, he was worried again. How can he take it back? And it's not certain that he can keep it if he takes it back. After thinking for a long time, Cui Zhe looked at Zhou Yang and the others and suddenly thought of a good idea. So he grinned and rubbed his hands in a very servile manner and asked, Brothers, do you still need a younger brother? How about I be your younger brother? He could see that neither of these two was simple. He himself was also a late-stage 4th level psychic. But he couldn't see the strength of these two. Moreover, this thin brother, who has both mutant plants and spatial abilities, is a powerful dual-system psychic. Although the other one doesn't talk much, he is a rare thunder psychic. Besides, when he said Xing Tian was already a level 5 psychic, these two didn't even blink, obviously not taking him seriously, so they might also be level 5 psychics. Anyway, my identity has been exposed by them. If I can follow them in the future, wouldn't it be easier to do things with a big brother behind me? Chapter 290, Get a Younger Brother. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were surprised to hear that Cui Zhe wanted to be their younger brother. This was really beyond their expectations. And Zhou Yang didn't quite understand Cui Zhe's train of thought. So he asked, Why do you suddenly want to be our younger brother? Cui Zhe scratched his forehead. Ahem. Isn't it obvious that both of you big brothers are powerful characters? And I only got so many things from you after 2 days of gathering information. So if I follow you, wouldn't I be able to eat and drink delicious food directly? Shen Zichuan snorted coldly. You are quite discerning. I think you can't take the reward back. And you can't keep it if you take it back? So you want to follow us? Right? Seeing that his little thoughts were exposed, Cui Zhe didn't feel embarrassed, and nodded directly, yes. My special ability can only make me invisible. And I am not aggressive. I can't fight. I can only live like an ordinary person, and live in a big bunk bed. Although so many supplies are good, they can't be protected, and there is no place to hide them. So they are useless. So, 2 big brothers, can you consider taking me in? Shen Zichuan sneered. You also said that your special ability can only make you invisible. And you may not even be able to protect yourself. What do we need you for? Cui Zhe was unhappy when he heard it, and patted his chest. The old saying is right. I was born with talent, and it must be useful. I can infiltrate the enemy, and help you get information. I have already found out everything I should find out. Do you think you are still needed? Shen Zichuan rolled his eyes at Cui Zhe, and didn't think this person was useful at all. Just because I don't need it now doesn't mean I won't need it in the future. Right? What if I need my ability in the future? Chui Zai snorted at Shin Sichuan unconvinced. Then turned to look at Zhou Yang. Don't you agree, brother? When he heard Chui Zai asking Zhou Yang, Shin Sichuan immediately looked over, staring at Zhou Yang with burning eyes, as if he would eat him if he agreed, which made Zhou Yang feel uneasy for a moment. But he was a little greedy for Chui Zai's ability from the bottom of his heart. Invisibility. You can kill people without anyone noticing. Although this ability is not very aggressive, it is indeed very concealed. And you can remain undetected even if you are several levels behind. If Chui Zai's level is not high now, his vigilance and mobility are not high enough. Like when he sneaked in just now, he was exposed. Otherwise Shin Sichuan would not have noticed him. So invisibility is definitely the best ability to get information and assassinate. And their team just happens to lack this type of ability. So after thinking for a while, Zhou Yang still agreed to it despite Shin Sichuan's angry eyes. Okay. From today on, you will follow us. Go pack your things and move over first. There is a second bedroom here that is empty. Okay. Brother. I go now. Chui Zai jumped 3 feet high. And just as he was about to rush out, he stopped again. Well, the room is not enough. How about I sleep on the floor in the living room? When Chui Zai came in, he found that this house had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. But Zhou Yang let him sleep in the second bedroom, which was obviously not reasonable. He couldn't ask the 2 brothers to give him a room. Right? As a clinging AFK, Chui Zai was still very self-aware. So he chose to take the initiative to sleep on the floor. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, No. We have always lived in the same room. But there is no bed in the second bedroom. You still have to sleep on the floor. Okay. Go back and pack your luggage. Oh! Chui Zai nodded and ran away immediately. However, halfway through the run, he realized that something seemed wrong. The relationship between these 2 brothers seemed to be too good. Just wondering. He suddenly thought of the scene when he just entered and was electrocuted. When the younger brother was held in the arms of the older brother. And Chui Zai suddenly understood. Ah! The younger brother and the older brother are boyfriends. No wonder the older brother always looks at him with eyes that are not eyes and noses that are not noses. Humph! On the other side, after Chui Zai left, Shin Sichuan started to put on a sullen face again. Seeing this, Zhou Yang could only coax him again. Don't be angry. His ability is still quite useful and very rare. Our team may need it in the future. Or even in the base. It's not a big deal to raise 1 more person. And he's stupid and easy to control. Shin Sichuan glanced at Zhou Yang. Forget about you taking him in. Why let him live in? We finally have a world for 2 people. It's only been a few days. And it's gone again. In fact, Shin Sichuan also understood Zhou Yang's intention. If it were him, he would also consider taking him in. He was just showing off because he was a little bit repulsive about a stranger living in his house. And he also wanted to get more benefits for himself. Hearing this, Zhou Yang slapped his forehead. Why didn't you say you didn't agree? I thought you didn't care. Shin Sichuan looked at Zhou Yang aggrievedly. You didn't discuss it with me in advance? And you said it. I can't let you lose face. Zhou Yang asked tentatively. How about? When he comes later, I will let him go back. Forget it. We have already said it. And it makes us look very cowardly. But, Shin Sichuan paused. You have to compensate me. From today on, we will live in the space at night. Well, you can think of any idea with your feet. But Zhou Yang was wrong first. And he couldn't say no at this moment. So he acquiesced. Anyway, the space is still dominated by him. And at worst, he can just throw him out. An hour later, Chui Zai arrived with his bedding roll. A broken mattress. A broken quilt. A wheat pillow. A bag of clothes. And a multigrain cake for today's relief. That was all his belongings. You haven't earned any supplies after gathering information for so long? That's all you have? Zhou Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. If I remember correctly, Chui Zai's fee for getting information is not cheap. Is it wrong to be so poor? Chui Zai scratched his head. I usually accept anonymous points cards directly. Which is convenient. Then I dare not spend the points lavishly. I just spend as much as I need to eat. Don't you save some spare supplies for yourself? In case something happens in the base. Points can't be used as food. I live in a big bunk bed. And I can't save them. If I don't pay attention, they will be stolen. I am lucky to be able to keep my belongings. Chui Zai said, while moving his belongings into the second bedroom. Shin Zichuan was puzzled. Didn't you earn points? Why don't you rent a house to live alone? It's too expensive to rent a house alone. It's not cost effective. And I don't feel safe living alone. If something really happens, there's no one to protect me. Living in a large bunk bed is a bit hard. But as long as I pretend well, no one will think I'm worth stealing. And the more people there are, the safer I will be hiding. Zhou Yang and Shin Zichuan. Okay. As long as you are happy. Chapter 291 Visiting the family quarters at night. Seeing Cui Zhe was too pitiful. Zhou Yang gave Cui Zhe a straw mat and a thin blanket. After all, in this weather, there was no need to cover himself with a quilt. After Cui Zhe settled his belongings, Zhou Yang asked him to move the boxes of rewards on the coffee table to the second bedroom. After that, the three of them gathered together for lunch. Because Cui Zhe had just met, Zhou Yang didn't want to show him too much. So he directly took out the big rice balls and water in this space and divided them up. Of course, Cui Zhe was given ordinary water, while Zhou Yang and Shin Zichuan drank spring water. Cui Zhe looked at the rice ball in front of him, which was bigger than his face, and was stunned for a long time until Zhou Yang urged him to eat quickly. And he took it with trembling hands. After taking a bite, the fragrance of rice instantly filled his mouth, and when he took another bite of meat, he actually cried directly. Wow! I'm eating rice again. It's so delicious. Wow! There's even meat. So touching. He had long forgotten what rice balls tasted like. And even eating rice and meat felt like a thing from his last life. And today he actually ate it again. And he felt so happy. I'm so smart. I actually hugged your thighs. Cui Zhe cried while eating, and didn't forget to praise himself. When half of the rice ball was swallowed, he remembered an embarrassing thing. It seems that he still doesn't know the names of the two big brothers. So, after swallowing the rice ball in his mouth, he asked embarrassedly, that, two brothers? I forgot to ask what your names are before. Can you reveal them? Zhou Yang was amused when he heard this, and put down the rice ball in his hand. I thought you would wait until we leave before you remember to ask. Cui Zhe touched his nose. Ahem. Isn't it too excited that I forgot? May I ask the names of the two big brothers? Zhou Yang lowered his head and supported his forehead. Cui Zhe's reflex arc was fortunately hit by them. Otherwise, he would have been sold out and still helping others count money. My name is Zhou Yang. I should be older than you. You can call me Brother Zhou. His name is Shin Zichuan. He is also the captain of our team. You can just call him Brother Shin. Cui Zhe nodded. Oh, is it our team of three? But isn't the captain you? Brother Zhou? Zhou Yang shook his head. There are more than three of us. But the other team members are not here. You will know them when you follow us back. Also, I am not the captain. Your brother Shin is. I am just hanging around in the team. Shin Zichuan was unhappy when he heard it. How can you be hanging around? You are the captain's wife. You can even ride on my head. Zhou Yang sneered and kicked Shin Zichuan on the calf. After that, he didn't bother to pay attention to this person, lowered his head, and ate his rice ball. But he used a lot of force in his mouth, as if he was taking the rice ball as a way to vent his anger on Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything. He ate silently and handed Zhou Yang water from time to time. Cui Zhe didn't dare to say anything beside him. He ate his rice balls and listened to the conversation between the two elder brothers with a knowing smile. As expected, the two elder brothers are a pair, and their family status is also clear at a glance. Well, he should be careful not to be a light bulb in the future, and he must stand firmly on Brother Zhou's side. After dinner, Zhou Yang's anger subsided. He didn't hold on to what happened just now. He pulled Shin Zichuan and Cui Zhe to talk about business. I plan to visit the family compound of the guard brigade tonight. See if there is a chance to kidnap those three people directly. What do you think? Okay. Shin Zichuan agreed without thinking. However, since they were unfamiliar with the place, Shin Zichuan was worried about Zhou Yang going with him. So he added, but I think I can go alone. If everything goes well, I will bring the people back to you directly, so you don't have to go. Zhou Yang also knew that he was an ordinary person, and it was indeed risky to sneak into the guard brigade where there were many psychics. So he didn't take it too seriously. Okay, then I won't drag you down. But you can bring Cui Zhe with you. He is very familiar with the base and the family compound of the guard brigade. Let him lead the way for you, which can save a lot of time. Cui Zhe, who was squatting on the side and acting as a mascot, was stunned when he heard that he had his own things to do. "Ah, I'm going to?" "Well, don't worry. You don't have to fight. Just help lead the way. And help your brother Shin point out the rooms of the three people." Chui Zai, "Oh." Then the three of them took a nap to recharge their energy for the action in the evening. In the evening, when night fell, the three of them had a simple dinner. However, there were still people coming and going in the base at this time, and the three of them were not in a hurry to act. It was not until midnight that the entire base was as quiet as a chicken, and Shin Sichuan took Chui Zai out together. Zhou Yang stayed at home and waited for news as agreed before. Although he believed in Shin Sichuan's strength, he still had some concerns. However, it was useless to just sit there and worry. So Zhou Yang went directly into the space to find something to do and divert his attention. On the other side, Shin Sichuan followed Chui Zai all the way to the periphery of District 1. Unlike the fully open areas of Districts 2 and 3, the residential areas of District 1 are basically surrounded by walls. And even in the middle of the night, there are still patrols passing by from time to time. Obviously, the richer and more powerful people are, the more they cherish their lives. After Chui Zai and Shin Sichuan discussed, they found a corner to take off their clothes early in the morning and use their invisibility ability to follow Shin Sichuan. So at this moment, it seemed that Shin Sichuan was the only one left. However, Shin Sichuan's strength was there. After the patrol team passed, he easily entered the interior of District 1 and successfully sneaked to the vicinity of the family compound that Chui Zai mentioned. After confirming the location of the room where the three people were with Chui Zai again, Shin Sichuan did not let Chui Zai follow him, and he turned over and entered the compound by himself. He left a gun for Chui Zai and asked him to stay there and be ready to respond at any time, and to pay attention to the movements outside and fire a warning shot if necessary. After entering the compound, Shin Sichuan did not rush to find the three people directly, but first walked around the guard team's family compound. He originally wanted to see if there were any people who would get in the way before taking action, but he unexpectedly found the guard team's material storage point. It was a basement built in a remote area. If he hadn't seen two figures coming up from below, sneaking away with something, he wouldn't have thought of this. After the two people left, Shin Sichuan went downstairs and directly moved all the good things in the basement. Chapter 292 Kidnap 3 People. After coming out of the basement, Shin Sichuan didn't waste any more time and went directly to the east courtyard. According to the approximate location indicated by Chui Zai, he found out the rooms of the three people. The population of Huqing Base is small, and the base area is relatively small, so the housing here is also very tight. Even in the guard brigade with a superior status, except for the few leaders in the team, everyone else is 2 or 3 people in a room. However, Zhang Chengshan and Ling Yin were also assigned separate rooms because of their special status. Lu Feng was not treated so well. Although his younger brother was also a member of the guard team, he was not very important, so he could only squeeze into a room with his younger brother and another single member. Shin Sichuan first sneaked into the room of Ling Yin, who was the easiest to deal with, because it was hot, and he felt that the base was safe. Although the windows were not directly opened, Shin Sichuan easily entered because of the screens for ventilation. Ling Yin was old and slept soundly at night. He was also an ordinary person and didn't notice that someone had entered his room at all. Shin Sichuan easily knocked him out, tied him up with a hemp rope, and threw him directly into the deep mountains in the space. After dealing with Ling Yin, Shin Sichuan sneaked into Zhang Qingshan's room next door. Interestingly, although Zhang Qingshan's room was a single room, there were 3 people lying on the big bed inside. Shin Sichuan didn't care about anything. The first thing he did when he entered was to knock out all 3 people. After making sure that everyone on the bed had fainted, he shone a flashlight and found out at a glance that it was a threesome. TSK. Worthy of being a physical evolver. Playing really fancy. After silently complaining in his heart, Shin Sichuan immediately turned his eyes away, took Zhang Chengshan out alone, tied his hands and feet, threw him into the space, and left the room. The last one, Lu Feng, was a little more troublesome. Chui Zai said that there were 2 other people living with him, and they were 2 superpowers. One was his younger brother Lu Min, a level 3 peak fire superpower, and the other was also a member of the guard team, a level 3 earth superpower. However, it was not a big problem. It was just that the power output needed to be increased. So Lu Feng, an ordinary person, would be more injured. Just in case, Shin Sichuan used enough power to knock out a level 4 psychic this time, and successfully knocked out the 3 people in the room before climbing through the window. The 2 level 3 psychics did not look abnormal, and they were no different from sleeping normally. Lu Feng was a bit miserable, looking like a fried chicken that was not burned, and even his hair was fried into a chicken coop. At first glance, he thought he was dead. Shin Sichuan sniffed and confirmed that he was still alive before he breathed a sigh of relief. He was too lazy to tie him up and threw him into the space. After solving the problem, Shin Sichuan did not stay any longer. He directly found the nearest place to climb over the wall and went out. After meeting up with Cui Zhe, he immediately returned to Area 2. In the space, Zhou Yang had just picked up a batch of vegetables and fruits, and was directing to Huang, Xiao Huang and Ah Hu to plant new seeds, when he felt something thrown into the space. So he teleported himself there with a thought. When he looked up, he saw rows of neatly stacked large boxes on the grass by the river. They were all numbered, and the numbers were very similar to the numbers on the boxes of ammunition they brought back from the military base. Zhou Yang went forward to open a box and took a look. It was indeed guns, and they were all the kind used by the army. Obviously, these things all came from a certain military base. Did Shin Sichuan rob the military arsenal at the base? Zhou Yang looked at the small mountain of supplies and fell into deep thought. But he thought it was not right. According to Shin Sichuan's temper, he would not rob the military's supplies. In addition, the purpose tonight was the guard team. So these were most likely supplies from the guard team. But how could a private guard team have so many sophisticated military equipment? In the previous life, although the Haching base was backed by several large bases and had not encountered a major crisis, there were still small zombie waves. Later, the military was seriously short of hot weapons, so they sent a team to a military base to look for hot weapons. As a result, after waiting for several months, no one came back. Everyone thought that this team was defeated by zombies. Even the military itself thought so. But now it seems that the batch of arms of the guard team is very likely the batch that the military was looking for. And the team that was sent out is also very likely to be Xing Tian and others. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang's impression of the guard team has become much worse. After closing the lid of the ammunition box, Zhou Yang went around to the back of the ammunition and saw a lot of rice, flour, grain, oil and canned food. But it's the 3rd year of the apocalypse, and many of them are expired. But in the apocalypse, these are not important. It's just expired. As long as it's not moldy, it can still fill your stomach. When the time comes, all of them will be donated to the military at the base here. Zhou Yang was thinking about it, and suddenly felt that something had entered the deep mountains again. When he passed the message over, he saw that it was Lin Yin who was tied up. Zhou Yang recognized that it was the short, thin, and middle-aged man who had killed him, and kicked him immediately. He felt that it was not enough, so he asked Ah Hu to pierce the man's scapula with a branch and hung him up, which made him wake up suddenly. But he fainted again. Zhou Yang was thinking about how to start, and the second person, Zhang Qingyan, was also tied up and thrown in. He just happened to hit Lin Yin, and then fell face down on the ground. However, even so, the man did not wake up. It can be seen that Shin Sichuan hit him hard, although the man was lying down. The scar across half of his face exposed on the side of his face made Zhou Yang recognize him at a glance. Just as he was thinking about whether to pierce the man's scapula and hang him up, the third person, Lu Feng, was also thrown in. Compared to the first two, this bearded man was much more miserable. He looked like he was fried in an air fryer. His whole body was black, like a black shrimp. It was obvious that he was electrocuted by Shin Sichuan, and the electrocution was not light. I don't know if he will become a fool or a cripple directly. Zhou Yang touched his chin and thought. 3 years after his rebirth, when he saw these 3 faces again, Zhou Yang's anger at the beginning gradually turned into calmness. Maybe it was because of the change of identity, the feeling that he was the knife and he was the fish. It even made him feel that revenge was just a small matter. Anyway, the people had been caught, so Zhou Yang was not in a hurry to take revenge. He would wait until he thought about what kind of death he would prepare for them, calculating that Shin Sichuan and the others should be on their way back. He asked Ah Hu to tie up Lu Feng as well, and then he flashed out of the space. Chapter 293. Find an opportunity to take down the guards. About 20 minutes after Zhou Yang came, Shin Sichuan and Cui Zhe came back. However, Shin Zichuan was still energetic and strolled leisurely. But Cui Zhe was tired like a dog. As soon as he entered the door, he greeted Zhou Yang and went back to his room to sleep. That night, he ran all the way with Shin Zichuan, using up his exercise for a month. He was really tired. Now he felt that his legs were not his own. Apart from lying down to sleep, he had no other thoughts in his mind. Zhou Yang looked at Cui Zhe's back, which could be called a runaway figure, puzzled, and turned to ask Shin Zichuan, what happened to him? Why is he so tired? Shin Zichuan rolled up his sleeves. It's okay. I just ran 10 kilometers. I didn't expect that a level 4 psychic could be so tired. His physique is really too poor. Not as good as the physical strength of a level 3 person. When I get back, I throw him into Uncle Gu's army and train him well. Zhou Yang opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He just lit a candle for Cui Zhe in his heart. Fortunately, relying on the spring water for more than 2 years, his physique has been able to catch up with some low-level psychics. Otherwise, he would be a weak chicken who couldn't run 10 kilometers, and he might be sent to the army for training. But it is rare for Cui Zhe, a level 4 psychic, to be so weak. It's better to throw him into the army for training. Otherwise he is too weak, and it's not useful. Cui Zhe, who was in deep sleep, had no idea that he had been arranged a training package by the 2 big brothers. At this moment, he was still dreaming of holding the big brother's thighs and winning the end of the world. When he followed Zhou Yang and Shin Zichuan back to the Baijishan base in the future and packed up and threw into the army, he couldn't help crying. But he had already boarded the pirate ship, so he could only cry while training with the troops. After Zhou Yang and the others finished talking, they ignored Cui Zhe and went back to the master bedroom. However, there was a little brother who was not familiar with him at home. So Zhou Yang still left Shuhu outside to guard. It was to guard against Cui Zhe and the survivors outside. The master bedroom was connected to the bathroom. The 2 of them washed up briefly and laid down in the quilt. As soon as they lay down, Zhou Yang was about to ask about the pile of supplies in the space. But Shin Zichuan couldn't wait to pull him into the space. In a moment of distraction, the 2 of them were already lying on the bed in the master bedroom of the small building. Shin Zichuan had always been thinking about his welfare, and now he hurriedly touched him. But just as he touched her waist, before he even reached inside her pajamas, he was beaten down by Zhou Yang. Shin Zichuan's mouth shrank, and he looked at Zhou Yang with accusatory eyes, whispering, "Are you trying to cheat?" Zhou Yang waved his hands in disdain and sat up. "No. But let's talk about business first." Seeing that Zhou Yang was annoyed and said it was business again, Shin Zichuan also sat up and put away his little expression in a second. After thinking for a while, he found nothing else and thought that Zhou Yang was still thinking about revenge. So he said seriously, "Are you talking about those 3 people? I tied them up and threw them in the deep mountains at the other end of the space. Do you want revenge now? Then let's go kill them now." After saying that, he was about to get out of bed. But before his feet touched the ground, he was grabbed by Zhou Yang. "I'm not talking about those 3 people. I saw those 3 when you threw them in. These 3 pieces of trash are not urgent for now. I still have to think about how to deal with them." Hearing this, Shin Zichuan was puzzled. "Then what are you talking about?" Zhou Yang pointed in the direction of the other side of the mountain. "Didn't you also throw in a bunch of munitions and supplies?" "That's what I want to ask. Did you find it in the guard team? I see the serial number on the munitions box seems to be from the army." Speaking of this, Shin Zichuan finally became serious. "Yes. I was just walking around inside to see if there were any patrols or something. I didn't expect to see someone in their guard team stealing. I took advantage of the gap when they were transferring supplies to take a look. And then I saw this batch of arms." Shin Zichuan paused for a moment before continuing. "The batch number of this batch of arms should belong to a military base at the junction of 2 provinces south of the Heqing base. This base is a secret base and is not on any map that ordinary people can access. Only the military knows about it. It is impossible for a private team like them to know that base. Either they followed the military team and intercepted this batch of arms, or they directly used some means to get the confidential map and found the military base. But no matter which one it is impossible to get it by legitimate means." Zhou Yang was silent for a while after listening, and then said, "It should be the former. I heard that the military of this base once sent a team to a military base in the south to find supplies, but none of them came back. I think they must have been intercepted by the guard team." Shin Zichuan nodded. then it's not unfair that I rob these supplies. This guard team doesn't seem to be a good thing either. But wasn't this base also built by the military? Is the military so useless? Didn't they notice it was intercepted? It's not useless. It's just that the army in this base has too few people. When the base was first built, there were only a few thousand people. Now it's estimated that there are less than 1,000. So the guard team has become bigger and bigger. And the base's voice is almost gone. It's also possible that they have already discovered it. But they don't dare to tear their faces with the guard team. If a fight breaks out, the ordinary people in the base will be hurt. Zhou Yang sighed after speaking. If it weren't for the bad things in his previous life, he would still like this small base very much. Especially the army that took the lead in building this base. These soldiers always stood at the front, blocking zombies for everyone, and directly or indirectly saved him from the zombies countless times. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like him survive for the 3rd year? So he still had a good impression of the army here. And at the same time, he felt sorry for the base commanders who tried their best to protect the base but were constrained by the guards. If there is a chance later, he can help the military here to destroy the guards. While Zhou Yang was thinking, Shen Zichuan came up again. Is this matter over? Seeing that Zhou Yang hadn't come back to his senses, Shen Zichuan immediately added another sentence. You can't make excuses this time. Zhou Yang finally looked at Shen Zichuan at this moment, but didn't respond. He didn't intend to refuse. But seeing Shen Zichuan's anxious look but not daring to rush over, he was just secretly happy for a while in his heart. When Shen Zichuan got a little impatient, he held his face and kissed him. Shen Zichuan's eyes were brighter than peas after receiving the signal. He threw Zhou Yang onto the bed and kissed her lips. During the extreme heat period, because it was inconvenient to live in the underground shelter, the number of times they were intimate could be counted on dozens of fingers. The most recent time was almost a month ago. Both of them had been holding back for a long time. At this moment, the two of them were like two fish out of water. They each found their own river. Once they touched each other, they couldn't wait to blend in and absorb the breath of each other, as if this was the only way to survive. Chapter 294 Search. The next day, Zhou Yang felt backache as soon as he woke up. He didn't care about Shen Zichuan, who woke up early, and was holding his head to admire his wife's sleeping face. He said, I'm going back to the space to make breakfast. Don't follow me. And then he flashed into the space. Of course, he didn't make breakfast, but took a bath. This man who has been holding it in for a long time is really deadly. But between constant pain and occasional pain, he still chooses the latter. After all, doing too much is not good for the body. Outside the space, Shen Zichuan, who lost his wife in the blink of an eye, was stunned for a long time. Just when he wanted to chase into the space, he remembered Zhou Yang's words not to let him follow. So he could only sigh and lie back. When Zhou Yang came out of the space again, Shen Zichuan had changed his clothes and was sitting at the head of the bed, looking out the window in a daze, like a big dog abandoned by his owner. Hearing the movement, Shen Zichuan's eyes immediately became bright. When he turned around, he saw Zhou Yang on the bed and immediately came over, smelling the fresh scent of Zhou Yang, which was still mixed with the wet water vapor. Shen Zichuan took a deep breath. You took a shower after making breakfast? It smells so good. Zhou Yang sighed, pulled the person down from under him, and took out the prepared plate from the space and stuffed it into the other person's hand. Take it. Go out for breakfast. Shen Zichuan nodded repeatedly. Okay. But Yang, let's make a deal. Next time, let me do the cooking. Although I can't do complicated things, I can still make porridge and boil eggs. You were exhausted last night. I'm afraid you're not feeling well. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him when he heard this. Then you should do it less often. Ahem. It's not that I've been holding it in for too long. I couldn't help it for a while. Shen Zichuan touched his nose, feeling a little aggrieved. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang didn't listen to him anymore and snorted coldly. You didn't hold it back for long, did you? Shen Zichuan knew he was in the wrong and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. But Zhou Yang didn't want to pay any attention and turned around and walked out of the room. He had already figured out this man's temper, actively admitting his mistakes. He dared to do it again next time. Shen Zichuan had to follow him when he saw this. But fortunately, this man still had some face. He was still pretending to be Zhou Yang's grandson. As soon as he walked out of the room, he shut up immediately and stood straight. Even if he followed behind with a plate of food, He looked like a guarding knight. Outside, Choi also got up early. But his limbs were limp, sore and weak, and he was lying on the sofa at this time. When he saw the two big brothers coming out, he quickly raised his head and greeted them. Zhou Yang responded and went to the dining table and sat down. Okay. Come and have breakfast. Okay. Choi responded quickly. But he had to move slowly to get off the sofa. He even clenched his teeth and cried when he got to the table. Shen Zichuan looked at Choi dead look and was very disgusted. It's been a whole night, and you're still not well. Woo. It hurts more after sleeping. I haven't run like this since I entered the base. My legs are sore and painful now. Choi wanted to cry, but had no tears. He lay on the dining table and looked limp. Zhou Yang smacked his lips and was quite curious. How did you escape the zombies like this? Choi, why should I run? I just need to be invisible. And the zombies won't see me. Zhou Yang, Okay. This invisibility is indeed cheating. After returning, he will be put into the army to practice well. In the future, he will be given the missions that need to be completed in the zombie pile. Seeing Choi still humming, Shen Zichuan was annoyed and directly took the big meat bun from the dinner plate to block his mouth, which made his ears quiet. After breakfast, Zhou Yang wanted to go out of the base with Shen Zichuan to deal with the three people in the space. Just as he told Choi to look after the house, he heard a hurried knock on the door. The three of them paused. Then Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at Choi at the same time. And the meaning was clear. Seeing this, Choi had no choice but to drag his legs and limp over to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw 5 big men standing outside. Before Choi could ask what was going on, he was scolded. What are you dithering for? Waste our time. Get out of the way. We need to search the house, said Choi. And several big men rushed into the house. 2 of them went straight to the 2 rooms. The leader, a flat-headed man in black, led 2 other men and walked straight to Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan. After looking at them for a while, they sat down on the sofa opposite them without any hesitation. You two look unfamiliar. Are you the psychics who just came to our Hichi base? Shen Zichuan sat forward and blocked Zhou Yang behind him. Then said, We brothers have indeed just been here for 2 days. We came to find our cousin and settle down. I am a level 4 thunder psychic, but my 2 brothers are ordinary people. After saying that, he waved to Choi, who was standing stupidly at the door, and asked him to sit on the other side of him. Zhou Yang also shrank next to Shen Zichuan without saying a word, and acted as a timid mascot. The flat-headed man's eyes lit up when he heard this. Oh? A level 4 thunder type ability user. You probably don't have a team yet. Are you interested in joining our guard team? You are from the guard team? I've heard a lot about you. Shen Zichuan pretended to be very surprised, but then said with regret, I don't have a team, but I can't leave my 2 brothers behind, so I may not be able to go. The flat-headed man didn't care when he heard this. What's the matter? Our guard team has a family compound. Can't your 2 brothers live in the family compound with you? Really? That's great. I shouldn't have bought this house earlier. Isn't it a waste? Shen Zichuan said, pounding his thigh with a look of regret. After hearing this, the flat-headed man was overjoyed. It's not a waste. You can just sublet it. But it's not easy to join the guard team now. If you want, I can help you. But you have to spend energy to get the upper hand. As he said this, the flat-headed man twisted his fingers. This pre-apocalyptic gesture of asking for money was understood by Zhou Yang and the other 2 at a glance. TSK. This is to see that they can afford to buy a house. And they also want to cheat some points and supplies. Zhou Yang thought about it and decided to go along with this man first to see if he could get into the guard team. So he took Shen Zichuan's hand, wrote a few words on his palm, and stuffed 2 packs of cigarettes into his hand. Shen Zichuan was stunned for a moment before he understood. Originally, he didn't want to pay any more attention to this man. But since Zhou Yang wanted to play in the guard team, he also took the opportunity to join in the conversation. I understand. I trouble you to help me with some connections. And I definitely reward you handsomely after the matter is done. After that, Shen Zichuan stuffed the 2 packs of cigarettes in his hand. Okay. The flat-headed man couldn't take his eyes off the 2 packs of cigarettes, and hid them in his pocket as soon as he got them. He hadn't smoked them for almost half a year, and he was so greedy. At this time, the 2 men in charge of the search also came back, and one of them even moved the boxes of instant noodles and dried meat out of Choi Zai's second bedroom. Boss, we found these. Although the flat-headed man was just trying to get close to Shin Sichuan and accepted 2 packs of cigarettes, he was still a little jealous when he saw the boxes of supplies his younger brother had found. Oh, Brother Shin, you have a lot of supplies at home. But unfortunately, our guard team just lost a batch of supplies. And these things were among them. If the higher-ups knew about this, we would have trouble explaining it. Look. Hearing this, Shin Sichuan understood immediately and immediately smiled. Well, brother, it's not a big deal. Please help me deal with it. Just say a few good words for us later. The flat-headed man was very satisfied to see Shin Sichuan being so sensible. Don't worry. I will definitely deal with it for you. And I will never find out about it. Chapter 295, Martial Law at the Base. Shin Sichuan played along with the flat-headed man for a while, before sending him and his men away. After they left and the door was closed, Chui Zhe jumped up in anger. Ah! All the supplies I worked so hard to earn are gone. Zhou Yang had been pretending to be a grandson for a long time. But now, he finally didn't have to pretend anymore. He stretched, turned his neck, relaxed for a while, and then comforted Chui Zhe. Okay, don't be angry yet. Just make them pay back double in the future. Hearing this, Chui Zhe had no choice but to give up and sat alone in grief. But after being sad for only a few minutes, he turned around and asked, But do we really want to join the guard team? Didn't we say we have a team? There are few good people in this guard team. I don't want to go at all. Shin Sichuan rolled his eyes at Chui Zhe. We are called infiltrating the enemy. Do you know what it means to not venture into the tiger's den, but to get the tiger cub? Chui Zhe finally came to his senses. So we are going to deal with the guard team? That's about right. Zhou Yang nodded, without saying much. After a while, Zhou Yang looked at Chui Zhe again. I give you a new task. Now you go to the base in stealth to check the movements of the guard team. Although he could roughly guess that the guard team was for the stolen batch of arms and supplies, Zhou Yang still wanted to confirm it. By the way, he also wanted to see how much presence those 3 scumbags had in the guard team. Although Chui Zhe was reluctant, but the 2 big brothers kept asking him, so he could only turn around and leave silently. While waiting for Chui Zhe's news, Zhou Yang and the others were not idle either. The 2 first went back to the room and took a look. There was no furniture inside, only a bed and 2 bedside tables. At this moment, they were all turned upside down, and even the quilt was dug out. Zhou Yang was speechless and changed all the bedding. Then the 2 went out, went to the parking lot to get the car, and drove directly to the base gate, intending to go out and deal with the 3 people in the space. However, when they arrived near the gate, they found that the base was under martial law today, and no one was allowed to go out. Many teams that were going to go out to fight zombies and find supplies could only turn their cars back. Seeing this, the 2 could only silently follow those people and turn around and leave. What's going on? Can't even get out of the base? On the way back, Zhou Yang was puzzled. The incident was only with the guards. Why did the military also follow the martial law? They even forbid people from leaving the base? Shin Sichuan couldn't figure it out. So he just shook his head. I don't know. Let's go back and wait for Chui Zhe to find out the news first. If that doesn't work, we climb over the wall in the middle of the night. Zhou Yang nodded. That's the only way. After the 2 of them went back, they waited for a few more hours at home, and only heard a knock on the door after dinner time. Chui Zhe finally came back, but the kid was very hungry, and as soon as he entered the door, he asked for food before Zhou Yang and the others asked him anything. Brothers, I'm so hungry. Let me eat first. Zhou Yang and the others had already eaten, so they were not in such a hurry at this moment. So they brought out a portion of beef rice for Chui Zhe. After Chui Zhe had eaten his fill and burped, he collapsed on the chair with satisfaction. Shin Sichuan couldn't stand his lazy look, so he dragged him to the sofa opposite. Okay, now that you're full, tell me what you found out. Chui Zhe faced Shin Sichuan's sharp eyes, shrank his neck, and said, I heard that the guard team found out early this morning that the most important underground material storage point was stolen. The captain of the guard team, Xing Tian, was furious and beat the people who were responsible for guarding the basement half to death. But he didn't find out anything. But he did find out that they were stealing from the company. But they only found some food and a few guns and a few bullets. And the rest are still missing. And 3 people from the guard team disappeared inexplicably last night. 2 of whom were Xing Tian's brother-in-law and father-in-law. Xing Tian suspected that someone. It will be bad for him and the guards. So they're now checking the entire base. Especially those who have recently entered the base. In order to thoroughly investigate. It is said that pressure was put on the army. I don't know what means were used to make the army agree to martial law in the entire base. And no one is allowed to enter or leave. Chui Zhe finished speaking in one breath. Drank a sip of water to moisten his throat. And then smiled flatteringly at Shin Sichuan. I guess those 3 people were kidnapped by Big Brother. And did Big Brother also take away the supplies? But Big Brother, where did you hide the people and things? The guards turned the base upside down and couldn't find them. I went to investigate with Big Brother yesterday. And today the people disappeared and the supplies flew away. It's hard not to connect them together. No. I want to know where they are too. Shin Sichuan didn't care what Chui Zhe thought. And directly denied 3 times in a row. Looking at the calm face of Big Brother, Chui Zhe was a little unsure again. The eldest brother has lightning ability, while the younger brother has plant and space ability. So, it seems that the eldest brother can't take people and materials away. Chui Zhe didn't consider the possibility that Shin Sichuan also has space ability. After all, there are too few dual ability people. He has only seen Zhou Yang so far. Well, I don't know which great god made a move. But why didn't he give all the supplies of the guard team to the robbers? He only robbed 1 person. Isn't it a big loss? Zhou Yang coughed lightly. Don't talk about this for now. You should go and check your room first. It's all messed up by the guards. Hearing this, Chui Zhe also remembered that his room was searched and ran back to the room immediately. Soon, Zhou Yang and the others heard Chui Zhe's roar. Ah! The spare anonymous points card I hid in the quilt is gone. Guard! I can't coexist with you. Chapter 296 Join the Guard. Hearing the noise, Zhou Yang and the others couldn't help but hold their foreheads. This silly boy. Who would hide the spare points card in the quilt? Wouldn't it come out after a shake? Zhou Yang spent a long time to coax Chui Zhe, and promised that he would definitely get double back in the future. And Chui Zhe stopped cursing, since he couldn't leave the base. Zhou Yang was not in a hurry. Anyway, he was tied up in the space and couldn't run away. At most, he would starve to death. But it seems that starving to death is also a good way to die. This process is much more painful than being hacked to death. Zhou Yang thought to himself. That day, the 3 of them stayed at home for a day, and no one went out again. After lunch the next day, Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan were about to take a nap, and the flat-headed man came with a little brother. As soon as he entered the door, he invited Shin Sichuan to join the guard. What do you think, brother? I told our deputy captain yesterday that he welcomes your joining. Shin Sichuan raised his mouth with a happy expression. Great. I'm looking forward to it. But are you sure my 2 brothers can really come with us? The flat-headed man patted his chest. Of course. Don't worry. Many of our brothers have families with them. So there will be no problem. Then I'm relieved. Shin Sichuan seemed to be relieved. Then when can we go to the guard team to take a look? The flat-headed man, if you are willing. You can go now. It just so happens that our deputy captain is here today. I will take you to see him. Our deputy captain is a good man. Zhou Yang and the other 2 did not comment after hearing this. But since the flat-headed man said that they could go today, the 3 of them did not hesitate. They went back to the room to pack their simple luggage and followed the flat-headed man to the guard team. Zhou Yang and his companions did not drive their own car, but took the flat-headed man's car. A few minutes later, they arrived at the compound of the guard team. The guard at the door was obviously familiar with the flat-headed man, and they exchanged pleasantries as soon as they met. But the guard team had something wrong in the past few days, and strangers were not allowed to enter. The flat-headed man brought 3 people in at once, and the guards were embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to help you. The captain just issued an order that strangers are not allowed to enter. Aren't you making things difficult for us? The flat-headed man didn't take it seriously. This brother is a level 4 lightning ability user, and he will be our brother in the future. He will join the guard team. And I have reported this to the deputy captain. And now I am taking them to see the deputy captain. What are you afraid of? The deputy captain approved it. So why didn't you say it earlier? Okay. Go in. When the guard heard that it was the deputy captain who wanted the person, he immediately smiled and let the flat-headed man's car pass. Zhou Yang and the other 2 sat in the back seat of the car, and they didn't say a word from beginning to end, just silently looking at the people and things outside the car. It seems that CFAU the deputy captain, has a great prestige, and can easily break the orders given by the captain. At this moment, Zhou Yang had a new understanding of this deputy captain. The car soon arrived at the final destination. This is an ordinary 3-story villa located on the west side of the compound. But at this moment, there are many people gathered inside and outside the door, coming in and out. And it seems quite busy. This is where our deputy captain lives. And it is also where we usually work. These brothers are basically our deputy captain's subordinates. The flat-headed man introduced to Shen Zichuan as soon as he got off the car. Come on. I take you in to see the deputy captain. Shen Zichuan nodded, and took Zhou Yang and Cui Zhe to follow the flat-headed man into the villa. As Zhou Yang walked, he was also observing the so-called subordinates. He found that these people were different from the idle guards he usually saw in the base. They were all dusty and unfamiliar. They were probably the ones who often followed CFAU to kill zombies and find supplies. The group went up to the second floor and turned a corner to a room that was converted into an office. At this time, the door was open, and several people easily saw a young man in military green clothes sitting at the desk near the window. He looked about 25 or 26 years old. No need to guess. This must be CFAU, the deputy captain of the guard team. He is also the second in command of the guard team under Xing Tian, a peak level 4 wind-type supernaturalist. In his previous life, the base's celebrity who made him envious when he only saw him outside the crowd was now a few meters away from him. But he was calm at this moment. Zhou Yang was a little emotional for a moment. The flat-headed man knocked on the door, and CFAU inside said, without even raising his head, "Come in." Zhou Yang and the other two immediately followed the flat-headed man in. "Boss, I've brought the people," the flat-headed man shouted as soon as he entered the door. CFAU then looked up and saw Zhou Yang and the other two behind the flat-headed man at first glance. He looked at them and finally set his sights on Shen Zichuan. "Hello. I'm CFAU, the deputy captain of the guard team. Are you the level 4 thunder-type psychic that Ping Tu mentioned?" Although he didn't see anything on the three people, the man in the front was obviously a strong man, so he should be the thunder-type psychic that Ping Tu mentioned. However, he is already at the peak of level 4, but he can't see his strength. I think level 4 is just a trick to fool people. This person's strength is probably above him. If there is no way to hide his strength, maybe he has reached level 5 like Xingtian. Yes, deputy captain. My name is Shen Chuan, and this is my brother Shen Zhou and cousin Cui Zhe. Shen Zichuan still used the pseudonym he used when registering. As for Cui Zhe, he was originally from the base here, so he could only report his real name. Although his tone of speech was very polite, his expression was neither humble nor disrespectful, as if the deputy captain of the guard team was just an ordinary person outside in front of him. CFAU was more certain of his guess, so with a hint of amusement, he asked, "You shouldn't be level 4, right?" Shen Zichuan knew that CFAU must have seen that there was something wrong with his level, so he smiled and said, "Luckily, I just got promoted to level 5. Hearing this, CFAU nodded. No wonder he couldn't see it. Since you have joined the guard team, you are our brother, but you are a level 5 superpower, so your treatment must be better than that of ordinary team members. If you have any needs, you can just ask. I can arrange it for you if I can." It was rare to recruit such a powerful member, so CFAU also gave him enough face. "There are no other requests. But my two ordinary brothers are timid and afraid of strangers. It's not safe in the end times now. I want them to live with me. I wonder if this request is okay," Shen Zichuan said, looking at Zhou Yang and Cui Zhe, who had been playing the timid brothers behind him, like a good brother who was worried about his younger brothers. Seeing this, CFAU also showed his understanding. "Of course, there is no problem with this. I will have someone vacate a 2-bedroom apartment for you now. 1 room for you, 1 for your 2 brothers, and it will also have a living room and a small kitchen. How about it?" Shen Zichuan was very satisfied with this treatment and nodded immediately. "That's the best. Thank you, deputy captain. Then welcome you to officially join the guard team. I will let Ping Tu take you to get some supplies, and then take you to your place to live," CFAU said as he stretched out a hand to Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan smiled and shook his hand back. Chapter 297 CFAU and Xing Tian. Afterwards, Shen Zichuan and the other two followed the flat-headed man out of the villa. The 3 of them first went to the material collection station, took some lists issued by CFAU, and each received a set of materials. Zhou Yang and Cui Zhe each received 2 packs of noodles and 5 bottles of water. Shen Sichuan's was relatively richer. A box of instant noodles, 2 packs of ham, and a box of salted duck eggs. This was obviously an extra treatment given by CFAU. And even the team members who distributed the materials were jealous. But this was the material list approved by the deputy captain himself. So he didn't dare to say anything and took out the things very quickly. Next, the flat-headed man took Zhou Yang and the other 2 to where they were going to live. On the way, Shen Sichuan continued to get close to the flat-headed man. And under the pretext of wanting to integrate into the group faster, he asked a lot of questions about the guard team, especially the 2 captains and deputy captains. The flat-headed man didn't think much about it and told Shen Sichuan everything he knew. It turns out that CFAU and Xing Tian are from the same town and were high school classmates. But their grades were not very good. After graduating from high school, CFAU joined the army as his family wished, while Xing Tian was admitted to a junior college. It is said that CFAU could have stayed in the team, but he was maliciously excluded and had to quit the team. After retiring from the army, CFAU returned to his hometown. It happened that Xing Tian had just graduated at that time, and because he could not find a suitable job in the big city, he also returned to his hometown. The 2 got together again, and the 2 of them contracted a breeding farm together, and they did quite well. It was less than a year before the end of the world came. Fortunately, both of them awakened their superpowers and escaped successfully. On the way to the base, they also saved many survivors. The flat-headed man was saved by CFAU and followed them all the way to the Huqing base. Soon after, the 2 of them took the brothers they saved on the road and jointly established the Tianyu superpower team. Because Xing Tian was higher in level and better at diplomacy, he served as the captain of the village and was responsible for recruiting talents. As the deputy captain, CFAU also had experience in fighting in the army, while handling team affairs and member management. He was also responsible for leading the team members to fight zombies and find supplies. Later, the team gradually stabilized, and more members came. Xing Tian saw that the army was beginning to be unable to cope with it, so he proposed to help the army manage the base together. So the Tianyu ability team transformed into the current base guard team. However, after gaining power, Xing Tian's lust and greed gradually emerged. Not only did he have a big wife on the left and a little wife on the right, but he also repeatedly broke the rules of the team for these 2 wives and gave their families welfare benefits that exceeded the specifications. In particular, the captain's wife's sister also fell in love with CFAU and harassed him many times. However, Xing Tian was always confused about the situation and wanted to match the 2 of them. This gave CFAU a headache, until one time, the woman didn't know how to get aphrodisiacs and wanted to drug CFAU. CFAU discovered the clues on the spot and brought the matter to Xing Tian. Unexpectedly, Xing Tian actually asked CFAU to let the woman go, which directly pissed CFAU off. And then he had a big fight with Xing Tian. Later, the relationship between Xing Tian and CFAU began to crack, and the team members led by the 2 gradually split into 2 factions. The people in Xing Tian's faction followed Xing Tian, violent and wanton, lustful and greedy for money. The people in CFAU's faction followed CFAU, restrained and serious. The flat-headed man was a real member of CFAU's faction, but he was a little greedy and took some kickbacks. And he was used to looking at the dish and taking more when he met rich people. Zhou Yang and his people were rare big families. Speaking of this, the flat-headed man also felt a little embarrassed. Although he felt a little painful, he decided to return the things later. However, Shen Sichuan directly refused and just said that it was a gift to the brothers. When the flat-headed man heard it, he smiled and called him a good brother. While they were talking, the group finally arrived at their accommodation. But before they got off the car, they heard a commotion in front. A few people looked behind the crowd and found that it was a woman who was causing trouble there with others. And she was an acquaintance, the woman who maliciously offered a high price at the exchange that day. What was her name? Oh, Zhongli, or Xing Tian's sister-in-law. Then it's nothing for this woman to appear here. But her elder brother is missing. Why are you making a fuss here if you don't rush to find him? Zhou Yang and the other 2 stood outside the circle with some curiosity and watched the excitement with great interest. But they found that the melons seemed to have been eaten by themselves after watching for less than 2 minutes. Zhongli yelled loudly, "I live well in this house. Why should I move out? I don't want to live in the same room with others. The man on the side hurriedly persuaded her in a low voice. Sisterly, don't be angry. You can live alone in the East. You don't have to live with others. The East Side is where ordinary members live. I won't go. Besides, the houses over there are all single rooms. I have no place to put my clothes and things. How can I live there? The man was immediately overwhelmed when he heard this. Sisterly, please don't make it difficult for me. This house was originally empty, and was temporarily given to you to live in. Now it has been assigned to the new team member by the deputy captain. And it must be vacated. John Lee snorted coldly, then let the newcomers live in the East Side. Anyway, I won't move. No one is allowed to touch my things before my brother-in-law comes. Everyone was silent after hearing this. And the people who were about to move their things also stopped their actions instantly. You look at me. I look at you. No one dares to move. When Zhou Yang and the other two heard this, they were speechless. TSK. It seems that the house they are going to vacate is for this woman to live in. TSK. Then they have to take it over. But they are not in a hurry to come forward now. After all, there are people who are more troublesome than them. Sure enough, Zhou Yang turned his head and saw the flat-headed man with his brows wrinkled into a shape. He had not expected that the house he was going to vacate was occupied by Zhongli. He sighed in his heart that it was troublesome. Then he thought for a moment and pulled the younger brother behind him to give him a few instructions. After hearing this, the younger brother immediately ran away. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at each other and thought that the other party had gone to find CFAU. So they were not in a hurry and waited calmly. Chapter 298 Brothers Quarrel. Not long after, there was a commotion behind the crowd. Zhou Yang was wondering why CFAU came so quickly. But when he turned around, he saw a muscular man about the same age as CFAU, with several men behind him. Zhou Yang recognized him at a glance. The man was the captain of the guard team, Xing Tian. Zhongli, who had been frowning at the people who wanted to move her house, immediately greeted Xing Tian with a smile and hugged the leading man's arm. Her voice was as sweet as a few pounds of candy. Brother-in-law, you are finally here. Look at them. They actually want me to move out for no reason. I don't want to live in the East. It's so far away from you. Zhou Yang felt goosebumps on his arms when he heard Zhang Li's coquettish voice. He couldn't help hugging his chest and rubbing his arms. Shen Zichuan and Cui Zhe also felt some physical discomfort. Xing Tian on the other side was enjoying it very much, patting Zhang Li's hand on him. It's okay. Brother-in-law can help you solve it. Right? Zhang Li immediately laughed. Brother-in-law is still the best to me. Xing Tian listened to his sister-in-law's sweet voice and felt more and more comfortable. He immediately shouted at the team members who came to vacate the house. What are you guys looking at? Why did you move Lily's house? Who gave you the courage? Several team members were embarrassed by Xing Tian's scolding, just as he was hesitating about how to reply. CFAU also arrived with his men. Seeing his men being scolded by Xing Tian, he said directly, I asked someone to vacate the house. Hearing CFAU's voice, several team members instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But Xing Tian's face froze for a moment. He looked at CFAU, who had already walked in front of him, and felt a little embarrassed. After a while, he spoke again under the pull of Zhongli. Lily has been living here all the time. Why did you suddenly ask her to vacate the house? Hearing this, Zhongli looked at CFAU with hope. Unfortunately, CFAU didn't even glance at Zhongli. He just looked at Xing Tian and said, Before, it was empty, and no one lived there. So I didn't bother to say anything. But now I have recruited a few new people, one of whom is a high-level superpower. People need this house. So of course she has to vacate it. How can she, an ordinary person without superpowers, live in this two-bedroom apartment? Xing Tian was stunned for a moment when he heard this. You have recruited a high-level superpower? Why haven't I heard about it? He received the news said by Zhongli, and only knew that someone forced her to move out, and didn't know the cause and effect. At this moment, when he heard that CFAU had recruited new members, and there was also a high-level superpower, he immediately felt biased. After all, a high-level psychic who can make CFAU look up to him must be a powerful character who is very useful to the guard team. And Zhongli is the younger sister of his first wife Zhong Mei. But she is an ordinary person who is useless. No matter how bad he is, he can still distinguish the priorities. So he patted Zhong Li's hand and coaxed her, Lily, be good. This house is very useful to your brothers, yeah. Don't be willful. I will ask someone to renovate your new room later. Brother-in-law. Zhongli saw that Xing Tian didn't help her, and her face turned pale. But she didn't dare to get angry with Xing Tian. Her cheap brother-in-law only looked easy to talk to. But in fact, he was very dictatorial. Her sister, a space psychic, could only endure Xing Tian bringing that vixen back and didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Zhongli could only stamp her feet angrily and glare at the stupid CFAU. She liked CFAU very much when she first saw him. But in the past 2 years, she had tried every trick to make him look at her with a higher regard. Since the last time he failed to drug her, he would take a detour whenever he saw her. Zhongli was sulking alone. But Xing Tian had no time to pay attention to her. Instead, he continued to ask CFAU, "Where are the new people you recruited? Bring them here for me to see." CFAU then turned around and waved to Shen Zichuan and the other two who were standing in the crowd watching the excitement. Seeing this, Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang looked at each other and then walked out together. Cui Zhe immediately raised his leg and followed. Seeing the 3 people coming out of the crowd, Xing Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked suspicious. He couldn't even tell the details of these 3 people. In this case, they were either at least as good as him, or they were just ordinary people. But CFAU clearly said that there were high-level psychics. And Zhongli, who saw Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan, immediately recognized them. Thinking of the unpleasant experience at the exchange that day, Zhongli was immediately certain that these 2 people were deliberately making things difficult for her, which was why CFAU had to vacate her house. The more Zhongli thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. She looked at Shen Zichuan and the other man with poisonous eyes. Shen Zichuan, however, did not care about Zhongli's thoughts. At this moment, he stood in front of Xing Tian and CFAU, and took the initiative to introduce himself without CFAU saying anything. "Hello, Captain. I am Shen Chuan, the new guard today. I am a level 5 Thunder Psychic. The 2 behind me are my brother Shen Zhou and my cousin Cui Zhe. They are ordinary people. I asked the deputy captain to arrange for them to live with me because I was worried about them." Xing Tian was surprised to hear that Shen Zichuan was a level 5 Thunder Psychic. However, he felt unhappy. Originally, he was the only level 5 Psychic in the base. Now, another level 5 Psychic suddenly appeared, and he was at least at the same level as him. He immediately felt that his position in the team and the base was threatened. Naturally, he had to keep such a person who would threaten him under his nose to feel at ease. So Xing Tian forced a smile and invited enthusiastically, "Brother Shen, do you want to be the face of the team with me? When we negotiate with the military, come with me." Before Shen Zichuan could reply, CFAU rolled his eyes at Xing Tian. "You can be the face alone. Why let Shen Chuan go with you? What a waste of talent. Shen Chuan must go on the mission with us." Xing Tian was once again directly humiliated by CFAU, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. But because so many team members were watching, and CFAU was a friend for many years, he was silent for a moment and suppressed his anger. "Don't just decide for yourself. Don't you have to ask others too?" Xing Tian smiled at CFAU seemingly indifferently, and then turned to look at Shen Zichuan. "Brother Shen, what do you think?" Although Xing Tian thought he was restrained, Shen Zichuan, who was a shrewd man, still saw his unhappiness from his micro-expressions. He immediately understood that this pair of good buddies, who seemed to be as close as brothers, had already started a quarrel during the trials of the apocalypse. CFAU didn't know whether he really didn't notice it or really regarded Xing Tian as a brother. Facing Xing Tian's dark face, he didn't seem to care at all. After thinking for a while, Shen Zichuan had a plan in his mind. With a turn of his eyes, he waved his hand and said with a righteous face, "How can a man hide in the base and wait for others to protect him? As a level 5 superpower, of course, I have to follow the deputy captain to go out and kill zombies. Otherwise, if everyone hides in the base, when will this apocalypse end?" Xing Tian's face became uglier as he listened to Shen Zichuan's words. Wasn't this a mockery of him only hiding in the base to enjoy himself? CFAU, who was standing aside, patted Shen Zichuan on the shoulder and smiled heartily. "That's right. Do you think everyone is as lazy as you? A real man should go out and kill zombies." Xing Tian's face immediately turned black when he heard this. He snorted coldly and walked away. Zhongli saw her brother-in-law, who was her backer, leave, after instructing a few younger brothers to help her pack up. She hurriedly chased after him. CFAU looked at Xing Tian's back as he walked away, but didn't take it seriously. He said to Shen Zichuan, "It's okay. He has that temper and loves face. He will be fine after he gets over his anger." Shen Zichuan didn't comment and could only nod. Chapter 299. The big and small wives are extremely jealous when they meet. After CFAU ordered his men to vacate the house for Shen Zichuan as soon as possible, he hurried away again. After all, there are still many things waiting for him to deal with in the team. Xing Tian is a person who doesn't like to meddle in other things. So all the big and small things in the team fall on him alone. On the other side, Zhang Li, who was chasing Xing Tian away, thought about the feud between Shen Zichuan and her, and kept saying bad things about them to Xing Tian all the way. One moment she said that this person was here to share power, and wanted to take over by using the guard team as a springboard. And the next moment she said that CFAU deliberately joined forces with Shen Chuan to make her unhappy. Xing Tian didn't listen to anything else. But he heard that CFAU and Shen Chuan joined forces. Originally, because most of the power of the team fell into CFAU's hands unconsciously, and his prestige in the team was slightly higher than that of him as the captain. He was always unhappy. However, because his ability level has always been at the top of the entire base. Even if CFAU holds power and has many supporters, he can't surpass him. So he is not worried. But now Shen Chuan, who is at the same level as him, suddenly appears. If these two join hands, it will not be difficult to undermine him as the captain. Thinking of this, Xing Tian felt more and more irritable. So he left Zhang Li and went straight back to his villa, and then called his trusted subordinates to keep a close eye on CFAU's every move and the new Shen Chuan. After giving all the instructions, he sat alone on the sofa in the living room thinking about what happened today. At this time, a beautiful woman came back from outside and saw Xing Tian sitting in the living room on the first floor, and immediately went up. The person who came was Xing Tian's eldest wife, Zhang Qingshan's sister, Zhang Mei. "Brother Tian, do you have any news about my brother? He has been missing for 2 days. I have searched all the places he might have gone, but couldn't find him. I am afraid someone is trying to harm him." "No. Please wait patiently. I have checked everything. There is no record of your brother leaving the base. He must still be in the base. And everyone in the base knows that your brother is my brother-in-law. Who dares to touch him? You also know that your brother likes to play. Maybe he is hiding somewhere to play, and will come back later." Xing Tian was annoyed when he heard Zhang Mei's question. He didn't want to pay attention to it at all. However, Zhang Mei was a space ability user, and was very useful to him. So he didn't care about her face, and coaxed her in a nice voice. Zhang Mei wanted to argue for her brother as soon as she heard it. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she heard the sound of high heels coming from the stairs. Looking up, she saw Li Lan coming down from upstairs. She was wearing a hollow cheongsam, graceful and twisting like a snake with every step. Zhang Mei was so angry when she saw this coquettish woman. Although she looked good and stood out in the crowd, she was not as good as Li Lan. After all, no matter how beautiful a decent woman was, she could not compare to a vixen. It didn't take long for Li Lan to walk in front of Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei was about to show her authority, but Li Lan didn't even look at Zhang Mei. She walked in front of Xing Tian and leaned into the man's arms softly. "Husband, hasn't my father been found yet? I'm so scared. As soon as you left in the morning, I started to have nightmares. I dreamed that I was kidnapped. It was really scary." As she said this, she looked like she was about to cry, and I felt pity for her. Xing Tian was particularly satisfied when he saw Li Lan clinging to him. His impetuous mood was also improved. So he touched the looming waist of the woman in his arms, and said in a good-tempered manner, "Don't be afraid. My husband is here. I don't know who dares. Your father is still looking for you. Don't worry. Your husband will definitely find you after turning the base upside down." After receiving Xing Tian's guarantee, Li Lan smiled and pressed directly against the man's chest. One hand even touched the other's chest along the open collar. "Well, then I want to stick to my husband. I feel safe when I am with my husband. We have only been apart for 1 morning. And the baby misses her husband again. Okay. I am like you. A little goblin." Enjoying the watery touch of the little woman, Xing Tian's mood reached its peak at this time. At this moment, there was only yellow waste in his mind. He picked up the man and walked upstairs. "Brother Tian." Seeing Xing Tian holding Li Lan and about to leave, Zhang Mei shouted unwillingly behind him. Li Lan in Xing Tian's arms raised her lips to Zhang Mei, revealing a smug smile. But the words she said were so gentle that they could drip water. Ah, sister, don't be angry. If you feel unhappy that I stole your husband, then you can come along. Let's serve our husband together. Zhang Mei stared at Li Lan's face, dark and gloomy. Humph. Do you think everyone is like you, only knowing how to climb into a man's bed? Seeing Zhang Mei staring at her, Li Lan smiled contemptuously, then shrank directly into Xing Tian's shoulder, and whispered in a crying voice, Sister, don't stare at me. I'm scared. I also want to be as useful as your sister, but I don't have any special powers. The pitiful appearance of the shrinking shoulders made Xing Tian feel distressed, and he turned his head and glared at Zhang Mei. What are you arguing about? Either come up together, or go find your brother. After that, he carried Li Lan upstairs, leaving Zhang Mei alone in the living room, gnashing her silver teeth. But she still had her dignity, and couldn't do anything like serving a man like other women. So she could only stomp her feet hard, turn around and walk out. Chapter 300. Choose a good day to send them off. Not long after Zhang Mei walked out of the villa, she ran into Zhongli, who had chased after her after seeing the east room. Zhongli saw her sister and her face lit up. Sister, is my brother-in-law at home? I was retaliated by CFAU and those newcomers, and I was very upset. Can you let me stay here temporarily? The east room is really too broken and too small. I can't live there. I don't know. Ask yourself. Zhang Mei was so annoyed that she didn't have the mood to care about this sister who was indifferent to her brother's disappearance and only cared about her house. She casually dismissed her and turned to leave. Zhongli looked at Zhang Mei's back as she left angrily, confused, and muttered softly, What a bad temper. No wonder my brother-in-law was seduced by that vixen. Then she stood there for a while, ran to the door of the villa, asked the guards at the door, and walked straight in after learning that Xing Tian was in the villa, because she often comes here. The two guards didn't stop her. Zhongli walked around the first floor with familiarity. When she didn't see Xing Tian downstairs, she went straight upstairs. Zhou Yang and the others on the other side didn't know what was going on with Xing Tian. After CFAU's men vacated the house, they took the key and moved in directly. The remaining bed Zhongli used in the master bedroom was not wanted by Zhou Yang and the others. They directly threw it to Cui Zhe in the second bedroom, and he put away before leaving the house. Cui Zhe was not picky. He was very happy to have a bed to sleep on. Not to mention that the nasty woman had slept there. Even if there were dead zombies, he could clean it up and sleep there. After settling down, it was already evening. The three of them used the supplies given by the guard team to make a simple pot of noodles and had dinner. After dinner, Cui Zhe took the initiative to take on the task of washing the pots and pans. This two-bedroom apartment is not big. There is only one shared bathroom, and you have to take turns to wash. Zhou Yang was the first to wash up. Shen Zichuan was behind Zhou Yang. After both of them finished washing up, Cui Zhe also cleaned up the kitchen. After a simple wash-up, he said hello to Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan, and quickly returned to his second bedroom. As soon as he closed the door, he threw himself into the bed and rolled over with a thin blanket. He hadn't slept in a bed for more than 2 years, and he missed it so much. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan didn't stay in the living room any longer. After leaving Xiuhu in the living room to watch the door, they went back to the room to rest. But it was only 7 o'clock in the evening. Still very early, and it was impossible to sleep at all, remembering that he hadn't visited the three people in the space for a long time. Zhou Yang was worried that the three people really starved to death in the space. So he pulled Shen Zichuan directly into the space. When the two opened their eyes again, they were already in the deep mountains of the space. Except for Li Nian, who was hung by 2 scapulas. The other 2 were still lying on the ground. But they woke up halfway. So they all moved to different places and changed their lying positions. But at this time, I don't know if the 3 of them fainted from hunger or something. Zhou Yang and the other 2 walked in front of them, but none of them opened their eyes. Hey, they are not really starved to death, are they? Zhou Yang stepped forward to sniff their breath. Fortunately, they are all still alive. They must have fainted from hunger. It makes sense. The flow rate of space is about 3 times that of the outside. After 6 days of hunger, even a cow would fall down. But among the 3, Li Nian's breathing is particularly weak. He has been hungry for so many days, and has lost too much blood from a pierced scapula. Now it is estimated that a random kick can kill him. TSK. We can't let them fall asleep and die so easily. Zhou Yang used his mind to get a bucket of water from the fish pond. And each of them poured a bucket of water on the heads and faces of the 3 people. The 3 people who were originally in a coma finally opened their eyes slowly. It's unknown how long it has been since they were tied here. There is no food or water. The 3 people are hungry and thirsty. Zhang Chengshan and Lu Feng were fine. Although they were tied up, they were still on the ground and could eat some grass when they were very hungry. Li Nian was hanging, and he was still dripping with water. So when he woke up and felt the water on his face flowing to his mouth, he subconsciously licked it first. But how could these few drops of water quench his thirst? They were gone before they could even taste the taste. The 3 of them opened their eyes in a daze, and saw the 2 people standing in front of them. Li Nian was hanging, so he could see them most clearly, looking at the 2 people in front of him, who he didn't know at all. It took him a while to have the strength to ask, "Who are you?" Zhou Yang tilted his head and glanced at Li Nian. "You don't need to care who we are, as long as you don't know that we are here to escape deaths from you." After that, he scooped up another bucket of water and poured it into Li Nian's mouth. Just now, he suddenly thought of a good way for Li Nian to die. So now he is not in a hurry to let him die, but also to let him keep his breath and live until that day. Li Nian was choked by the sudden water and coughed for a long time before he recovered. Cough. 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 I don't know you. However, Zhou Yang no longer paid attention to him at this time. He turned around and picked up the water scoop filled with water and walked towards the other 2 people. At this time, Li Chengshan and Lu Feng on the ground also tried to raise their heads to see the 2 people clearly. But unfortunately, because they were lying on their stomachs, they could only see the uppers of their shoes no matter how hard they tried. "Let me go quickly. Do you know who my sister and brother-in-law are? When they catch you, you will be dead." Compared with Lu Feng's weakness and fear of not being able to speak, Li Chengshan, the evolver, was obviously more energetic. At this moment, he could still talk to them with full confidence. It seems that he will not die even if he starves for a few more days. So Zhou Yang took the water scoop and directly passed Li Chengshan, only gave Lu Feng a scoop of water, and then walked back to Li Chengshan. "You don't think that Xing Tian will value you more because you rely on your sister, do you?" Li Chengshan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You know who I am? And you dare to tie me up? Are you going to die?" Zhou Yang sneered and didn't explain. After making sure that the 3 people would not die for a while, he turned around and walked away with Shen Zichuan with the bucket, ignoring Li Chengshan, who asked for water after failing to threaten him. After walking out of the deep mountains, the 2 did not leave the space, but moved directly to the small building. When Zhou Yang was playing tricks on the 3 people just now, Shen Zichuan did not ask. And now that the 2 were lying alone on the bed, he asked, "Aren't you in a hurry to take revenge? Then why do you keep these 3 people?" Zhou Yang smiled. "Nothing. Just want to wait for a good day to send them on their way. The first rain after the extreme heat should be in 1 or 2 days. On that day, send these 3 people on their way." Chapter 301 CFAU's sister. When I woke up, it was still light outside. Just when Zhou Yang wanted to take a nap, he heard a rustling noise outside. Now, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Zhou Yang simply didn't sleep anymore. Stretched and sat up. Shen Zichuan, who was beside him, had woken up a long time ago. Seeing Zhou Yang get up, he also sat up. "Did the noise outside bother you? Well, what's going on outside?" Shen Zichuan thought about what he heard from the 2 people passing by the window before. It seems that something happened in Xing Tian's villa, but I don't know the details. "Well, Xing Tian's. Let's go and see what's going on." Hearing this, Zhou Yang became interested, got out of bed, and put on his clothes immediately, and then went out with Shen Zichuan. As for Cui Zhe, he seemed to be sleeping soundly, so the 2 ignored him. A few minutes later, the 2 were not far from Xing Tian's villa. At this time, many members had gathered outside the villa to watch the fun. Even CFAU rushed over with his men after hearing the news from his subordinates. At this moment, he was outside the villa, with his arms folded across his chest, watching the farce in front of him coldly. At the gate of the villa, 3 women were fighting in a group. They were Zhang Li, Zhang Mei, and Li Lan. Although Zhang Mei's clothes were messy, she was intact after all. But Zhang Li and Li Lan were both in disarray. Especially Zhang Li. who only had a bed sheet wrapped around her. This scene was no different from the mistress being caught in bed by the main wife. Jo Young and the others watched from a distance for a while, and then asked a few members who had been watching for a long time, and finally roughly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Sure enough, it was just as Jo Young expected. The story is roughly like this. The sister-in-law climbed into the brother-in-law's bed while her sister was not at home. And what was even more explosive was that the brother-in-law, who was serving her brother-in-law with his mistress, was found to be in a 3P relationship by the wife, who woke up early this morning. She caught the two of them in bed and dragged them out to beat them. The three of them fought all the way from the second floor of the villa to the gate of the villa. Now this matter has almost spread throughout the family compound of the entire guard team. The male protagonist Xing Tian tried to persuade them for a while, but the three women quarreled too fiercely, and finally he left all three women and left because he was too annoyed. After understanding the situation and watching the excitement, the two of them immediately lost interest and turned around and went back. When they returned to the two-bedroom apartment, Cui Zhe had just gotten up. Seeing the two coming back from outside, he asked curiously, "Brother Zhou and Brother Shen, why did you come back from outside?" "I went to watch the excitement in Xingtian," Zhou Yan said casually, and then took out a pot of white porridge and pickled vegetables from the space and put them on the dining table. He took the big bowl of porridge that Shen Zichuan had served him and sat down to eat. Cui Zhe was puzzled for a moment, and then turned to shock. "How can you watch the excitement without me? I like watching the excitement the most." Zhou Yang took another sip of porridge with pickled vegetables, and then said, "You were not up at that time, so I didn't call you, but you can continue to watch. Anyway, it's not over there yet." Cui Zhe was energetic again after hearing this. "Then I go out and take a look in a while." After saying that, he sat down quickly, finished his breakfast in 2 or 3 bites, and then went back to the room. Afterwards, the door of the second bedroom opened and closed. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan did not see anyone, but only heard a voice. "Brother Zhou, Brother Shen, I'm going out. Remember to open the door for me later." Before they could react, they heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan looked at each other and fell silent. TSK. Shouldn't this person feel awkward and ashamed to go out naked? Why does it seem that Cui Zhe seems to enjoy this process? Is this the difference between being visible and invisible? Because the base is still under martial law, except for the army and the guard team that need to go out to search for supplies. No one else can go out. Although Shen Zichuan said that he was going to go out with CFAU to fight zombies, no one came to call him yet, so he was naturally happy to be idle. So after breakfast, Zhou Yang and the others sat in the living room, watching the movie stored on the tablet while waiting for Cui Zhe to come back. Before they knew it, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were almost done watching a movie, and Cui Zhe hadn't come back yet. Just when Zhou Yang thought Cui Zhe was in some trouble and wanted to tell Shen Zichuan to go out and take a look, he heard a knock on the door. There were 6 knocks on the door, 3 urgent and 3 slow, exactly as the two had agreed with Cui Zhe before. Realizing that Cui Zhe was back, Zhou Yang gave Shen Zichuan a look, and the latter immediately stood up and went to open the door. Sure enough, when he opened it, it looked empty outside. But as soon as Shen Zichuan turned to the side, he felt a gust of wind passing in front of him, and then hung directly into the second bedroom. Shen Zichuan shook his head, closed the door, and returned to sit next to Zhou Yang. A few minutes later, Cui Zhe came out of the second bedroom and sat down opposite the two of them with an excited look on his face. "Brother Zhou, Brother Shen, guess what I saw?" Zhang Li climbed into Xing Tian's bed and played a threesome with Li Lan. She was caught by Zhang Mei. The 3 women were fighting. Zhou Yang was still concentrating on watching the end of the movie. He answered casually without even giving Cui Zhe an extra glance. "Hey, that's nothing. I went over there and saw that Xing Tian was nowhere to be found, so I looked for him in the base. Hey, I actually found him at the courtesan in the red light district. And after he came out of the courtesan, he went into the building at the back of the red light district. There was someone guarding that building. After I followed him into a basement." When Cui Zhe said this, his tone suddenly became mysterious. "I actually saw that he also imprisoned a little girl there. And it was the girl on the missing person mission that the guard team had issued for almost 2 years. CFAU's sister, Xia Weiwei." Hearing this, Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan were shocked and looked at Cui Zhe. Are you saying that Xing Tian imprisoned CFAU's sister? Zhou Yang had heard of this missing person mission. It was said that at that time, CFAU and Xing Tian's team had just established a foothold in the Huqing base. One day, they both went out of the city to search for supplies. But when they came back, they found that CFAU's sister was missing. Although a missing person mission was issued at that time, and the entire base was searched, it was still not found. This search lasted for almost 2 years. Unexpectedly, it was Xing Tian who sent people to imprison CFAU's sister. Cui Zhe nodded repeatedly. Yeah. I almost didn't recognize her when I first saw her. The 12-year-old girl has changed a lot in 2 years. She is not the same as the photo in the missing person mission. But the necklace on her neck is exactly the same as the photo. There is no mistake. But why did Xing Tian imprison CFAU's sister? Xia Weiwei in the missing person mission is an ordinary person. But I think she seems to have awakened superpowers. And it's a special superpower that can see the future. I saw Xing Tian coaxing Xia Weiwei to use superpowers to help him predict something. Zhou Yang paused after hearing this, and the surprise in his eyes was about to overflow. Damn. A prophet. Chapter 302 Night Visit to the Small Building. That's no wonder. It should be that Xing Tian accidentally discovered that Xia Weiwei had awakened her superpowers. And in order to hide it from everyone, he simply imprisoned this girl. Even so, CFAU still regarded him as a good brother, which was really a waste. Zhou Yang thought this was shocking enough. But he didn't expect Cui Zhe's next words to directly shatter his 3 views. Xing Tian is such a jerk. He locked up a girl and used her powers. And he even made advances to a girl who was not yet an adult. I couldn't stand it. So I sneaked back early. Zhou Yang was also very surprised after hearing this. Isn't it enough that he already has 2 wives? He actually made a move on a 14-year-old girl. Cui Zhe also followed up and said, that's right. If my powers were not limited to hiding, I would have beaten Xing Tian to a state of paralysis. But brother, is it possible for us to save this little girl? She is quite pitiful. It's not difficult to save her. But we'd better find a chance to check it out first. After all, this girl has been in prison for 2 years. And she might have been brainwashed. If that's the case, it's not easy for us to save her. If we save her, she will bite us back. And we won't be able to explain ourselves. Zhou Yang said, supporting his chin. Shen Zichuan thought about it and said, well, I also think it's better to go and see the specific situation first. Otherwise, if we rescue her and hand her over to CFAU, it will be difficult for us to explain. If Xing Tian bites back at that time, it will be a waste of time. And if this girl is really brainwashed, CFAU will have to deal with it himself. Zhou Yang nodded. Well, then let's go and see what the specific situation is tonight. Cui Zhe sat up straight when he heard it. Take me with you. Take me with you. I can lead the way for you. Zhou Yang glanced at him sideways and smiled unhappily. Of course you have to go with us. You don't think you can be lazy at home, do you? The 3 of them stayed in this 2-bedroom apartment for another day. In the evening, the 3 of them had dinner early and went back to their room to sleep. After midnight, Zhou Yang and the others were awakened by the alarm clock. After their brains were awake, they got up, changed into black clothes and black pants and left the room. Just as he was about to call Cui Zhe, he didn't expect that the door of the 2nd bedroom was just opened. Seeing Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan outside the door, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, the time I calculated is just right. Shall we go now? Shen Zichuan raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. It was almost time. Seeing that the time was almost up, he nodded. Okay. Let's go now. The 3 of them walked out of the door quietly, and then avoided the patrol team all the way, climbed over the wall to leave the family compound and District 1. It was much smoother to get out of District 1, except for the occasional military team passing by. There were basically no people on the road. But although they ran and stopped along the way, Cui Zhe was still exhausted. He was panting like a cow halfway through and had to stop to rest, thinking that there was still half a way to go. Zhou Yang had to give Cui Zhe a small bottle of water mixed with spring water for fear that he would drag his feet. Cui Zhe didn't hesitate. He drank it in one breath. He didn't feel anything when he drank it, but he felt a sense of comfort in his body immediately after he finished it. However, he didn't think much about it. He just thought that his physical strength had improved under the help of the 2 big brothers. So he turned around and said excitedly, Hey, I feel a lot of physical strength after running with you these 2 days. After drinking a bottle of water, I feel that I can do it again. Sure enough, I am still very talented. Zhou Yang smiled and didn't burst his fantasy. If you can do it again, let's go! Okay. Cui Zhe responded and hurriedly led the way. Zhou Yang and the others followed Cui Zhe, and soon arrived at the red light district in the northwest corner of the base. Unlike other places in the base, although it was already midnight, there were still many places with lights on, and people came in and out from time to time. The three of them could only choose to go around the back of the red light district. Finally, they found the small building with a hidden entrance at the end of the red light district. As Cui Zhe said, there were people guarding outside. But maybe it was because they hadn't been discovered for too long. Or maybe they thought no one would come here in the middle of the night. So there were only 2 guards at the door, and one of them was still sleeping with his head covered. Cui Zhe took a look and scratched his hair anxiously. What should we do? There is another one awake smoking? We can't sneak in. Zhou Yang gestured to him to be patient, and then grabbed Xiao Huang out of the space. Xiao Huang was a little confused after changing the environment, until he saw Zhou Yang. He excitedly waved his 2 front paws. Xiao Huang, do you see those 2 people? Go invisible and knock them out. Then go to the room to see if there are other people, and knock them all out if there are. Zhou Yang put Xiao Huang on the ground after he finished speaking. Xiao Huang squeaked, and immediately disappeared. Cui Zhe's eyes widened when he saw Zhou Yang take out Xiao Huang, and when Xiao Huang disappeared from his sight, he was even more surprised. Brother Zhou, you actually raised a mutant animal. It can also be invisible. Awesome. But is it really possible for such a small one? Don't worry. Xiao Huang's greatest ability is poisoning. Although its ability to stun people is not as good as its parents, it is still no problem to let these animals sleep for an hour or so. Hearing this, Cui Zhe gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up in admiration. Although he was very curious why Brother Zhou's space could also hold mutant animals. But under Brother Shen's high pressure and murderous eyes at any time, Cui Zhe wisely closed his mouth. Not long after, the smoking guard at the door shook his body and fell down. However, the 3 still did not move, waiting silently in the same place. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang felt his trouser legs being pulled. He looked down and saw the returning Xiao Huang. He then leaned over and grabbed the little thing on his shoulder. All done? Xiao Huang stood on his 2 feet, holding his front paws and nodded. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then put Xiao Huang back into the space. Then, the 3 put on gas masks and walked in. There was only a faint light inside the door. In the small main hall, several people were lying in a mess, and there were a pile of wine bottles on the ground. At this time, they were all asleep. If Zhou Yang hadn't been the instigator, I would have thought that these people were drunk. According to Cui Zhe, there is another iron door in the basement, and it is locked. They need a key to go in. Just when Zhou Yang and Cui Zhe were worried, Shen Zichuan suddenly said, Xing Tian can't come every day. One of them must have the key and is responsible for delivering food and drink to Xia Weiwei every day. Zhou Yang understood instantly. That makes sense. So the 3 of them searched on several people. And sure enough, they found a key tied with a red ribbon in the lining of one of them's clothes. The 3 of them then took the key and found the entrance to the basement. Going down the stairs, they finally saw an iron door at the end. Shen Zichuan took out the key and tried it. Click. As the lock opened, the 3 of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 303 Xia Weiwei. It was pitch black inside the door. Zhou Yang quickly took out the flashlight, and then he saw a thin figure lying on the bed against the wall. He and Shen Zichuan looked at each other, and neither of them was in a hurry to wake up the person on the bed. Instead, they looked at the environment of the basement first. The layout inside was very simple, with a bed, a table, a chair, and a bathroom on the other side of the basement that was obviously built later. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Zhou Yang looked on the wall next to the door again, and indeed found a switch that looked like a flashlight, and pressed it. Sure enough, the next second, the whole basement was lit up. As the basement regained light, Zhou Yang and the others saw clearly that the person lying on the bed was a short-haired girl in her teens, perhaps stimulated by the light. The girl gradually showed signs of waking up. Then a few minutes later, under the gaze of the 3 people, she opened her eyes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, she did not scream loudly, Nor did she lose control of her expression in fear. Instead, she sat up and straightened her nightgown, so calm that even Shin Zichuan admired her. Aren't you afraid of us? Zhou Yang instantly became interested in the girl in front of him. So he asked. It stands to reason that a teenage girl who suddenly saw 3 people wearing gas masks in her room in the middle of the night should be afraid. But she was just the opposite. She was not nervous at all. As if the visitors were acquaintances. The girl looked at them and blinked. Then said, I saw you when I used my superpowers this morning. Are you sent by my brother to save me? Hearing this, Zhou Yang was a little surprised. But thinking of her ability, he understood and couldn't help but chuckled. You are quite brave. You are CFAU's sister. Xia Weiwei. Right? Xia Weiwei nodded. Yes. So it was my brother who asked you to come? Where is my brother? Zhou Yang was about to answer. But Cui Zhe, who was a little slower, seemed to have discovered a bright spot and suddenly exclaimed, Wait! Are you saying that you used your superpowers to predict that the 3 of us were coming this morning? As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned again. He frowned and denied what he said, but that's not right. When I followed Xing Tian here this morning, I saw you telling Xing Tian that you have been using your supernatural power too frequently recently, and you can't see anything for the time being. Xia Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. I lied to him. Shin Zichuan, who was standing by, crossed his arms and examined Xia Weiwei before saying, You are quite smart, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. We are not sent by your brother. He still doesn't know that you are imprisoned by Xing Tian. He still thinks Xing Tian is his good brother. Hearing this, Xia Weiwei suddenly became depressed. Didn't my brother look for me? Before Zhou Yang and Shin Zichuan said anything, Cui Zhe couldn't bear to see Xia Weiwei's face about to cry, and hurriedly coaxed her. We have looked for her. Your brother has never given up. But maybe Xing Tian kept it a secret too well, and your brother trusted him too much, so he never thought about it in this direction. After hearing this, Xia Weiwei sighed. My brother is still too honest. After Xia Weiwei's emotions stabilized, Shin Zichuan asked again, Are you locked up here because Xing Tian discovered your superpowers? Xia Weiwei nodded. Yes. I didn't know it was my superpower at that time. I thought it was just a nightmare. And then one day Xing Tian suddenly told me that I should have awakened an incomprehensible power, let others know about my special ability, and take me to a safe place. Then I will stay here. Zhou Yang interrupted. It's been almost 2 years. Haven't you ever thought about escaping? I did want to, but I can't run away with my ability. Xing Tian is too strict. Although I only come every now and then, he has found several people to watch me together. Not only can I not find a chance to escape, but I also have to rack my brains to make up a story to deal with Xing Tian. Zhou Yang looked at Xia Weiwei with suspicion. Has Xing Tian never doubted you? I told him half true and half false. Even if he suspected me, he didn't dare to do anything to me. Zhou Yang nodded when he heard it. This makes sense. But this girl is quite wary, seeing that the 3 of them didn't seem to have anything to ask her. Xia Weiwei hurriedly asked, Then can you take me with you now? I want to find my brother. Shin Zichuan shook his head. Not today. We just came here to check the situation. But we can tell your brother about this and let him come to save you personally. Seeing is believing. And it can also make him see Xing Tian clearly. Xia Weiwei sighed. Okay. Then I hold on for 2 more days. You guys better hurry up. I want to vomit when I look at Xing Tian's face now. And I have to act weird. It's too tiring. Zhou Yang smiled. Don't worry. It won't be too long. By the way, can you lend me your necklace? He was just worrying about how to quickly defeat the guard team. And Xing Tian offered a shortcut. Zhou Yang would not let it go. Although Xia Weiwei was reluctant to part with the necklace, she still took it off and handed it to Zhou Yang. After telling Xia Weiwei a few more words, Zhou Yang and the other 2 locked the iron door of the basement again and returned to the ground. After that, they put the key back to its previous position and left the small building together. Just after Zhou Yang and the others left, the guard who was smoking at the door woke up first. After a moment of stunned, he realized that he had slept a little strangely. So he sat up from the ground with a somersault. Then, he looked at the teammate who was sleeping like a dead pig next to him and kicked him directly. As a result, he didn't wake up the man with such a strong force. The man was worried that someone had discovered this place and knocked them out at night to rescue them. So he hurried inside to take a look. The main hall was filled with alcohol. and the smell of farts left by Xiao Huang had long since dissipated. A group of people were lying on the ground, all unconscious. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether these people had fallen asleep inexplicably like him, or were all drunk. But now he had no one to ask. Helplessly, he could only turn around and take a look at the basement. The iron door and the lock on the door were still in good condition. He shone the flashlight through the small window on the iron door again and found that the person inside was still there, sleeping with his back to the door. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It was just a false alarm. Otherwise the boss would have peeled him off. It must have been infected by the sleepy old Ding who was on duty with him. Otherwise, how could he fall asleep? No. He had to go out and kick him a few times. Thinking of this, he walked out in a hurry again. Chapter 304 Complete Revenge. Zhou Yang and the other two knew nothing about what happened in the small building, and went straight back to the residence of the guard's family compound. As soon as he opened the door and before he entered, Zhou Yang felt a chill on his face, as if something had fallen on it. He reached out to touch it, but there was nothing. Shin Zichuan, who was walking in front, saw that Zhou Yang had not caught up, and quickly turned his head to look over. What's wrong? Zhou Yang came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Maybe I felt it wrong. Just as he was about to step into the door, a few strands of coolness fell on his face. The familiar touch brought back Zhou Yang's memory. Is this raining? Zhou Yang, who finally came to his senses, laughed immediately. It seems that the good day he has been waiting for has finally arrived. However, Chuize was still there at this time, and Zhou Yang did not plan to act now. So he said as he walked, it should rain. Let's go in first. Although Shin Zichuan was puzzled as to why Zhou Yang was laughing, he did not ask at this time, and followed Zhou Yang into the door. After Chuize returned to the second bedroom, Zhou Yang also hurriedly pulled Shin Zichuan into the room. As soon as he closed the door, he directly dragged Shin Zichuan into the space. The first thing he did was to go to the deep mountains to take a look at Zhang Chengshan and the other two. Seeing that they were all still alive, he returned to the living room of the small building. As soon as he sat down, Shin Zichuan asked, "Are you finally going to deal with them?" It was a question, but his tone was very firm. "Well, it's raining outside. It's a good day I've been waiting for. I go out and kill these three scumbags later," Zhou Yang said with a smile. He was in a good mood and made a cup of tea for each of them. He hummed an unknown tune unconsciously. When the two came out again, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning outside. It was still dark. The original drizzle had turned into light rain. Zhou Yang took 2 disposable raincoats, one for each of him and Shin Zichuan, and then went out one after the other. At this time, it was so quiet outside that you could hear a pin drop. Not to mention people. Even dogs were sleeping soundly, and only the patrol team on duty was still hanging around outside. The two of them bypassed the patrol team smoothly, and came to the place where they met and traded with Chuize before. The dilapidated house and muddy road looked even more hideous and terrifying in the dark night and the increasingly heavy rain. Zhou Yang found the dilapidated house, where he hid from the rain in his previous life according to his memory. Then he followed the route he escaped in his previous life, and walked all the way to the place where his life ended in his previous life. The same mud puddle. But no one has fallen into the puddle now, and it still looks very clear. Seeing this place again, Zhou Yang felt mixed emotions. Shin Zichuan had been following Zhou Yang silently, and now he just stood behind him quietly, without disturbing or urging him. He knew that Zhou Yang had always had a secret in his heart. A secret of why he knew so many doomsday events. And this time, he felt that Zhou Yang was particularly different. He was just solving 3 enemies that were easy to solve. But he had to choose a good day and a good place. Obviously, this hatred was very important to Zhou Yang. He felt that Zhou Yang could only truly live after dealing with the last 3 people. While Shin Zichuan was thinking, Zhou Yang had already ended his memories. With a thought, he threw the 3 people in the space out and directly into the mud puddle. The clear rainwater became turbid in an instant when the heavy object fell. The dirty muddy water hit the 3 men who were only a few breaths away. Their faces were even more miserable than Zhou Yang's in his previous life. Like 3 dogs that fell into a cesspool and were about to drown. Zhou Yang looked at the 3 men who were struggling to breathe, raised the corner of his mouth, and a short knife appeared in his hand. After taking a look at the 3 people under his feet, Zhou Yang raised his hand and stabbed Li Nian's body with the first one, followed by the second knife. The third knife. Li Nian died a few times after Zhou Yang stabbed him. But Zhou Yang did not stop until he returned all the knife wounds in his previous life. And then he stood up again. Then, he turned to the remaining Lu Feng and Zhang Chengshan, and went up to them and cut their necks directly. These two didn't touch him, so let them die quickly. Although he was wearing a raincoat, Zhou Yang's hands, clothes, and shoes were still inevitably stained with blood. Looking at the three bodies under his feet that were still warm, the blood that kept flowing out mixed with the rain slowly dyed a large area of the ground bright red. And he finally smiled. He threw away the knife in his hand, turned his head, and said to Shen Zichuan behind him, "I have taken revenge. But my body is too dirty. I want to go back to the space to take a shower and change clothes. You take me back to where I live first, and then go into the space to take me out." Shen Zichuan wiped the blood that accidentally splashed on Zhou Yang's face, without asking any more questions. Just nodded and said with a distressed face, "Okay. I pick you up later." Zhou Yang rubbed his face against Shen Zichuan's warm palm like a kitten, and then flashed into the space. Shen Zichuan looked at the suddenly empty palm, and the scene in front of him where his wife was gone, and there were only 3 corpses. He regretfully withdrew his hand, and turned away quickly. He had to go back as soon as possible, and go into the space to coax his wife. On the other side, Zhou Jia entered the small building in the space, and the first thing he did was to take a bath, and change into a set of laundry. He didn't want the blood-stained clothes, so he called Wando to burn them clean. After doing all this, Zhou Yang came to the orchard, set up a picnic table, put 2 chairs on it, brewed a pot of fruit tea, and sat down, watching Wando and Xiao Huang chasing and playing, while drinking tea and waiting for Shen Zichuan. After taking revenge, he was extremely calm at this moment. Since his rebirth, revenge has always been a major motivation for him to live. Now that he has finally achieved it, his mood has changed. It seems that he has a different feeling when looking at everything. He also feels that the shackles on his body have been broken, and he feels indescribably relaxed. But after being relaxed, he was a little at a loss and confused. His understanding of the end of the world only goes so far. What should he do in the future? How long can he live in the end of the world? Will he die again? Zhou Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I don't know how long he was in a daze, and how much flour and fruit tea he drank before Zhou Yang's thoughts came back to him in the familiar call. When he looked up, he saw Shen Zichuan, who had walked to the other side of his picnic table, and was also fresh after taking a shower. The moment he saw Shen Zichuan, Zhou Yang couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "You are here?" "Yeah," Shen Zichuan responded, then turned around and dragged a chair to Zhou Yang's side, and sat down directly. "Are you feeling better now?" "I'm not in a bad mood. I was a little bit at the beginning, but not anymore. I feel very relaxed now, as if I were born again," Zhou Yang said in a brisk tone. Shen Zichuan shook his head. "You just look relaxed. But your eyes don't say that. They say you're tired." Hearing this, Zhou Yang's raised mouth corners paused. Chapter 305: The Secret of Rebirth. Zhou Yang lowered his head unconsciously. He didn't expect that his disguise didn't fool Shen Zichuan for a second. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, he felt Shen Zichuan slowly approaching from above his head, his chin resting on the top of his head. And then he heard him whisper, "You don't have to pretend to be strong in front of me. You must remember that we are one. If you have anything you can't bear or can't figure out, you can tell me. Yang, you really can trust me a little more." Hearing this, Zhou Yang paused, and his mind kept recalling every bit of being with Shen Zichuan. And every time he supported his willful behavior without asking for reasons. He knew that Shen Zichuan was a trustworthy person, and he could trust him with his back without any worries. But if he really told him about his rebirth, he couldn't help but feel a kind of fear in his heart, like a snail being stripped of its shell, naked and insecure. Zhou Yang struggled for a long time between finding excuses to conceal and completely entrusting. He was silent for a long time. It was so long that Shen Zichuan thought Zhou Yang still didn't trust him enough, and was still unwilling to tell him. When he was about to give up, he heard Zhou Yang's muffled voice. "Do you believe in rebirth?" Zhou Yang's voice was very soft. So soft that Shen Zichuan could only hear it vaguely even if he was close enough. But he still heard 2 key words from such a soft voice. Rebirth. Since it is rebirth, it must be experienced first before rebirth. In an instant, He understood why Zhou Yang could predict so many things about the end of the world in advance, and why he was so obsessed with revenge. It turned out that he had already experienced the end of the world once, and those 4 people must be the culprits who caused his death. After thinking this through, Shen Zichuan hugged the person in his arms with a distressed look. Did it hurt at that time? Were you also stabbed so many times by them before? You should have told me earlier, and I would have helped you to deal with them. I will definitely let them know what it means to live a life worse than death, Shen Zichuan added secretly. At this moment, he hoped that time could go back and torture those scums a few more times. These people hurt his baby, but they died so easily. It was too easy for them. He now wanted to pull these people out and whip their corpses. Compared to Shen Zichuan's anger, Zhou Yang calmly shook his head. It's okay. I can't remember whether it hurt or not. Anyway, I stabbed the one who stabbed me back myself. And as for the others who didn't do anything, it doesn't matter if they die quickly. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Shen Zichuan seriously, and asked, but, aren't you surprised that I'm reborn? You accepted it so easily? What's so surprising about this? I always knew you had a secret, because you could always give us hints in advance. And you know a lot of things that no one else knows. And you are also the person who posted the prophecy that my old boss asked me to check before. The IP address of the person who is in the future is the same. So we thought you were the prophet. Shen Zichuan paused after speaking, but we always thought you just had the ability to predict the future, but just didn't want to expose it, and never thought about rebirth. Now that I know you were reborn, I just feel distressed. After listening to this, Zhou Yang felt touched. But then, he heard another key point from it, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait? You? So Yin Fei and the others all knew? When did you suspect me? Thinking that he always thought he was disguising well before. But he was discovered a long time ago. I always feel like a clown. Why do I suddenly feel ashamed? Let me think. Shen Zichuan thought for a while. A long time ago, when the base was just established, Yin Fei was originally ordered to investigate the prophet, and later guess from your words and deeds. My guess was similar to his at the time. So, are you really the prophet? Didn't you guess it? Why are you still asking? Zhou Yang grabbed his hair and asked again. But didn't the higher-ups ask you to investigate me? Have you ever thought about handing me over? I just want to confirm with you again. Shen Zichuan chuckled, then said seriously, besides, why would we hand you over? You are our very important companion, brother, and my wife. No one will hand you over. Besides, at that time, we couldn't contact the higher-ups at all, and we had no idea what the state machinery had become. Wouldn't handing you over be like sending you to death? Even now, we will never expose you. I know. I believe in you, too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped you so much. Zhou Yang leaned his head on Shen Zichuan's shoulder after he finished speaking. Shen Zichuan took the opportunity to rub Zhou Yang's hair, and then he pressed against Zhou Yang's head and said seriously, besides the matter of rebirth and revenge, is there anything else you haven't told me? For example, who else has bullied you? Have you been hurt? I will go and teach these people a lesson for you now. Zhou Yang shook his head. No more. No more. But the army of this base has done a lot for the base, which can be regarded as indirectly helping me. I want to help them. Okay. For those who Zhou Yang has helped, they are his benefactors. So Shen Zichuan agreed very happily. Perhaps it was because he talked to Shen Zichuan about rebirth that Zhou Yang really felt relieved at this moment. He no longer had to keep secrets in the future, and he didn't have to worry about being dragged to slice and study. It felt so good to have someone guarding him behind him. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang missed everyone in the Baijishan base again. So he looked up and said, after we have solved the problem here, let's go back early. I miss everyone a little bit. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan nodded. Okay. We will find an opportunity to confront CFAU, and quickly dismantle the guard team, and then give the supplies looted from the guard team to the military here. And then we will leave. How about it? Yeah. Zhou Yang also nodded, and then smiled cunningly. The base should be very lively at dawn tomorrow. Why not make it more lively? Shen Zichuan was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what Zhou Yang meant. You want to confront tomorrow? Zhou Yang nodded. Yeah. Don't give Xing Tian a chance to react. And wait until tomorrow, he will be entangled by 2 women, and be too busy to take care of other things. It will be much more convenient for CFAU to save his sister. Shen Zichuan naturally did not disagree, and nodded immediately. Then do as you said. Let's go tomorrow. Chapter 306. Look at this thing. Does it look familiar? Early the next morning, the people in the base woke up one after another. Just like in the previous life. Everyone was excited when they woke up and saw the heavy rain outside. They took their own water storage tools one by one. They ran outside to get water. Streets, squares, and even alleys were filled with buckets and basins, making it difficult for people to pass through. Many people couldn't find a place to collect rainwater, so they had to choose to go to the edge of the area with few people. The place where Zhou Yang died in his previous life was one of the places with the least people. So naturally there were many people who chose to come here. A man in tattered clothes chose this place. He was seen carrying a bucket with a broken edge, limping to a ruined area, putting down the bucket, and just about to find a place to shelter from the rain. He turned around and saw a few people lying there in front. The man hesitated for a moment, but still went forward to take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but you will be scared to death when you see it. Lying on the ground were Zhang Chungshan and the other two who had disappeared from the guard team. And they had all become cold corpses. Didn't the guard team search the base long ago? How could their bodies suddenly appear here? The man couldn't figure it out. But his first reaction after coming to his senses was to turn around and leave. But as soon as he raised his legs, he remembered that there might be something good on these three people. So he boldly turned back to dig up the bodies. The guards were all rich people in this base. And if they dug out a little, it would be enough for them to eat for several meals. Unfortunately, it was late at night when Shen Zichuan tied them up and took them out. The three of them were only wearing simple short-sleeved shirts and shorts. And the man couldn't find anything after searching, thinking that they might have been taken away by the murderer long ago. The man had to give up and turned around and left with the bucket, fearing that the crime of murder would fall on him. Although a few people occasionally die in the base, and there are tragic deaths like this, they are ordinary people with no power and no influence, and no one cares about their death. But this time, the person who died was a member of the guard team. If he was regarded as a murderer, the guard team would definitely not let him go. Unfortunately, the man was unlucky. He had just walked a short distance when he met other people who came here to get water. Seeing this, the man had to pretend to be a newcomer, looking around for a suitable place to get water, and then found a remote corner to place the bucket. The few people came over quickly, and they were not surprised to see the man here. Just after passing the man and walking a few steps, one of them suddenly saw three corpses in the distance and screamed. Why do they seem to have died there? Ah? People died? Where? Hearing the sound, several people gathered over. The man also took the opportunity to pretend to be curious and followed the few people behind. Fuck. Aren't these the three people the guards have been looking for? How did they die here? Who knows? But shouldn't we go find the guards? Didn't they say we could get points if we found information about these three people? Now that we have found them, we can get a lot of points. Right? Are you stupid? The guards want living people. If you just say you found the bodies, what if they think we are the murderers? What should we do? No matter what. Let's just go. There will be people coming later. The bodies of these people will definitely be discovered. If they are framed, it will be a disaster. It's better to go find the military. At least the military is easy to talk to. Okay. The few people discussed it and left in a hurry with the buckets, heading straight to the military headquarters. No one noticed that the man sneaked away behind them. More than 10 minutes later, the military sent a team to follow the few people. After confirming the identities of the three people, they immediately sent someone to notify the guards. Soon, the guards received the news and told Xing Tian about it. Xing Tian had just gotten up and hadn't even had a bite of breakfast when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. He was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a while. He couldn't understand how the person he had searched for all over the base suddenly appeared in the uninhabited area of the base. He had obviously searched there before. But at this juncture, he didn't have time to think, because Zhang Mei and Li Lan, who were sitting on his left and right, were both making a fuss and clamoring for him to take them to identify the body. Xing Tian had no choice but to take them out in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhang Li, who had been sitting at the end, also hurriedly got up and followed. As soon as Xing Tian went out, Cui Zhe, who was pulled out of the quilt by Shen Zichuan early in the morning and assigned to follow him, ran back to report the news. Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang, who received the news, smiled at each other, and then took Chui Zhe out of the door together. After the three of them arrived at CFAU's villa, they directly asked the guard to report it. Not long after, the guard came to notify them to go in. The three followed the guard into the villa. At this time, CFAU was also having breakfast. When he saw the three people coming in, he immediately asked, "Brother Shen, what's the matter with you coming here so early? By the way, have you had breakfast? If not, why don't you have a bite from me first?" Shen Zichuan shook his head and refused. "No. We have already had breakfast. I came here today to discuss something with the deputy captain." "Is that so? Okay. You sit there and wait for me for a while." CFAU saw that Shen Zichuan looked serious and didn't seem to want to talk about trivial matters. He pointed to the sofa next to the three people and quickly finished his breakfast. Zhou Yang and the other two turned around and sat on the sofa next to them. Not long after, CFAU came over and sat directly opposite the three people. "Brother Shen, is there something important?" Shen Zichuan didn't say anything. He turned around and took the things from Zhou Yang and handed them to CFAU. "Deputy Captain, do you think this thing looks familiar?" CFAU stared at the thing in Shen Zichuan's hand for a long time before picking up the silver necklace. Looking at the familiar silver-rimmed jade Buddha pendant on it, his hands couldn't help but tremble. This is the necklace that his sister has been wearing since she was a child, even before she disappeared. There is a small mechanism behind the jade Buddha, which contains photos of their family of four. Thinking of this, he immediately turned to the back of the jade Buddha, which also had a buckle that could be opened. He opened it with shaking hands and saw the familiar photos inside. After confirming that the necklace was indeed his sister's, the next second, CFAU's eyes unconsciously overflowed with tears. He grabbed Shen Zichuan's arm excitedly and asked anxiously, "This is my sister's necklace. How did you find this necklace? Where is my sister?" Shen Zichuan patted CFAU's hand. "Don't get excited first. We also found this necklace by accident. We didn't know it at first. It was my cousin Chui Zhe who stayed in the Hiching base for a long time that recognized that this necklace belonged to your missing sister." Chapter 307 What if she is not? CFAU calmed down for a long time before he calmed himself down as much as possible, and then continued to look at Shen Zichuan. "Brother Shen, tell me, where did you find my sister's necklace? Has she already?" Speaking of the latter, CFAU almost choked up, and couldn't say the following words at all. His mother passed away early, and his father worked outside all year round. He can be said to have been a brother and a mother since he was a child. Raising his sister, she is called a sister, but in fact she is more like a daughter. During the years when he was in the army, he would call home to his sister whenever he found an opportunity, fearing that she would be bullied at school. Shen Zichuan shook his head. "Your sister should not be in danger of life for the time being." CFAU was relieved when he heard this, but Shen Zichuan's next words made his heart feel like it was being grabbed. "Didn't the captain have an incident yesterday? We went over to join in the fun, but when we left, we saw the captain sneaking out of the family compound without anyone noticing. We didn't take it seriously and left, but my cousin was very curious and followed him, and then followed him all the way to the back street of the red light district and entered a guarded small building. He saw a little girl imprisoned inside, and this necklace was given to my brother by her." Hearing this, CFAU couldn't accept Shen Zichuan's words at all, and interrupted Shen Zichuan directly. "Wait a minute. You mean Shang Tian imprisoned my sister? How is this?" "Maybe?" After asking, he quickly reacted, and recalled the wrong part of Shen Zichuan's words, and continued to ask, "No. Didn't you say that your cousin is an ordinary person? How come he is still following Shang Tian without being discovered?" Shen Zichuan saw that CFAU didn't quite believe him, so he explained, "Chui Zhe is actually a superpower, but his superpower is special, which is invisibility. As long as he doesn't actively expose himself, no one can find him. Before, I was afraid that he would cause unnecessary trouble, so I always let him pretend to be an ordinary person. I was really embarrassed." Hearing the invisibility superpower, CFAU looked at Chui Zhe with a little surprise. It's the first time he has heard of this superpower in such a long time, since the end of the world. But then he let it go. After all, there are more diverse superpowers than this, and he also understands why the other party doesn't want others to know his ability. The invisibility superpower is good for one's own use, but if it is obtained by the enemy camp, then no secret can be kept. If he knew there was such a superpower in the base, he would have to keep him under his watch 24 hours a day. Okay, I can understand. But you said that my best brother imprisoned my sister. That's impossible. My sister is just an ordinary person. Why did he imprison my sister? CFAU really couldn't figure out why Xing Tian wanted to hide his sister. What use is an ordinary little girl to Xing Tian? And Xing Tian has always loved Wei Wei as his own sister. When Wei Wei disappeared, he was as anxious as himself, and almost dug the base with him to find her. So he never connected Xing Tian with his sister's disappearance. Shen Sichuan looked up at him. What if she is not? CFAU did not react for a moment. What? So, Shen Sichuan repeated it, and even made it clearer. What if your sister is not an ordinary person? CFAU looked incredulous. How is it possible? Why not? After the end of the world, the awakening time of each person's superpowers is not fixed. But the awakening of some special superpowers is sometimes difficult for even the superpowers themselves to discover. Shen Sichuan stopped talking here, and let CFAU think about the rest. You mean my sister awakened a special superpower? But we didn't find it. And Xing Tian found it. So he secretly imprisoned her? CFAU thought about Shen Sichuan's words. And then he remembered that his sister had frequent nightmares, since she was on the road to escape. But at that time, all his thoughts were on guarding against zombies and escaping. And he just thought she was afraid. And he didn't even have time to listen to what she had a nightmare about. Many times, it was Xing Tian who took the time to patiently coax his sister. Is that why? Thinking of this, CFAU couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and really wanted to slap himself hard. Shen Sichuan on the side didn't answer directly, but just said, whether it is true or not, we will know after we go and see it now. As for the reason why he imprisoned your sister, you can ask your sister directly in person when the time comes. Now Xing Tian is taking a few women to the no man's land to identify the body. And he certainly can't take care of the red light district. Now is the best time for us to go there. CFAU clenched his fists and nodded. Okay. I call a few trusted men. And we go there now. He immediately stood up and called a few trusted men over. A few minutes later, the group left the villa, got in the car, and headed straight for the red light district. If it weren't for the fact that the base was full of people collecting water and water storage containers, CFAU would have wanted to step on the accelerator to the bottom. More than 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the end of the red light district and followed Shen Sichuan's car to find the gloomy small building that didn't look like anyone lived in it. Because of the heavy rain, the guards in the small building were probably huddled inside, and no one could be seen at the door. This actually made it easier for Shen Sichuan and his men to move. The group got out of the car and immediately rushed into the small building. The people in charge of the guards inside started to drink and play cards when they saw the heavy rain outside. They were arguing about the winning and losing of the card game just now, and didn't hear the movement outside at all. When they saw a group of people rushing in and wanted to draw their guns, the other party's gun barrels were already against their heads. A group of people froze in place without any agreement, not daring to move. When CFAU came out from behind and stood in front of them, some of these people were so scared that they collapsed on the ground and began to tremble. CFAU looked at the people in front of him and looked at them for a while. He found that some of them looked familiar. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that they had appeared beside Xing Tian before, but he never saw them again. He heard that they died when they followed Xing Tian out. He didn't expect that they were hiding here. At this moment, CFAU really believed what Shen Sichuan said. And he should also re-examine Xing Tian, the so-called good brother. But at the moment, he didn't have time to pay attention to this. He turned around and asked Chui Zhe directly, "Where is my sister locked up?" Chui Zhe pointed to the direction of the stairwell at the back of the small building. There is an underground entrance covered by a carpet under the stairs over there. But after going down, there is a locked iron door inside. And you need a key. Oh, I saw the key is also on them. CFAU nodded, and then asked someone to search those people, and soon found the key. Chapter 308. Except for fighting desperately, he had no chance of winning. CFAU walked quickly to the bottom of the stairs with the key, and lifted the incongruous carpet on the ground, revealing the iron cover underneath. After lifting the iron cover, there was a basement entrance of a medium size. CFAU looked at the dark entrance, and a feeling of depression surged in his heart. He didn't go down until his subordinates behind him handed him a flashlight. Not long after going down, he saw a locked iron door. After opening it, CFAU pushed the iron door open eagerly, shone the flashlight around, and soon saw a thin figure on the bed in the corner. Wei Wei? Is it Wei Wei? Xia Feiyu asked tentatively. Xia Wei Wei, who had heard the noise on the other side a long time ago, was worried that Xing Tian had come, so she could only pretend to sleep on the bed. When she heard the familiar voice, she opened her eyes. Although she couldn't see the other person's figure clearly because of the flashlight, she was sure that the person who came was her brother. So Xia Wei Wei sat up excitedly. Brother. Hearing Xia Wei Wei's familiar voice, Xia Feiyu was so excited that he walked over in 2 or 3 steps, until he saw Xia Wei Wei's beautiful face that had grown up a little. Xia Feiyu's eyes were sore, and he tried his best to hold back the tears that were about to fall and hugged Xia Wei Wei in his arms, and kept apologizing. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. I'm sorry. Brother. Woo. Xia Wei Wei also cried bitterly at this moment, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had suffered in the past 2 years at once. Don't be afraid. Brother is here. No one will dare to bully you in the future. Xia Feiyu hugged his sister distressfully and comforted her, and finally couldn't hold back his tears and overflowed from his eyes. Then Shen Zichuan and others followed and looked at the brother and sister who had just recognized each other in the dark and were crying uncontrollably. No one spoke, just stood there silently waiting for the two to calm down. Only Chuize looked around, not understanding why no one turned on the light. So he scratched his hair and reached out to turn on the wall light. In a flash, the whole basement was bright. The men who were helping Xia Feiyu with the flashlight suddenly looked embarrassed and put away the flashlight silently. The sudden light interrupted the crying of Xia Feiyu and his sister. It was at this time that Xia Feiyu realized that his sister was only wearing a thin off-shoulder nightgown, thinking that there were a group of big men behind him. He quickly took off his coat and put it on Xia Wei Wei, then looked at this dark and simple basement and said, "Let's go out first." After saying that, Xia Feiyu lowered his head to look for his sister's shoes. But after looking around, he found that there were only a few spliced carpets on the ground, let alone shoes. Not even slippers. He must have been afraid that his sister would run away, so he didn't leave her shoes at all. Thinking of this, Xia Feiyu wanted to punch the man who tied up his sister, thinking of what Shen Zichuan said, and the former subordinates of Xing Tian that he saw when he entered the room. Xia Feiyu turned to look at Xia Wei Wei and asked, "Wei Wei, do you know who locked you up here?" Xia Wei Wei didn't even think about it, and coldly spat out 2 words, "Xing Tian." Hearing Xia Wei Wei say Xing Tian's name without emotion, Xia Feiyu was stunned for a moment. Because of him, Xia Wei Wei and Xing Tian had a very good relationship. They kept calling each other brother Xing Tian all the time, during the time when they had nightmares on the way to escape. Their relationship was even so good that it was almost as good as that of her biological brother. At one point, he felt like he had drunk a jar of aged vinegar. But now, Xia Wei Wei actually said Xing Tian's name without emotion. It seems that Xing Tian's harm to his sister must not only be to lock her up here. Xia Feiyu really wanted to ask Xia Wei Wei what Xing Tian had done to her, but he was worried that asking would make his sister sad, so he could only hold it in. Finally, he endured it again and said only one sentence, "Brother will carry you up first, and we will go home." As he spoke, he was about to reach out and pick up Xia Wei Wei. Xia Wei Wei hesitated for a moment and stepped back. Xia Feiyu's hand was awkwardly hanging in the air. After a while, he realized that his behavior was indeed inappropriate, and put his hand down awkwardly. Yes, his sister is no longer 12 years old, but a 14-year-old girl. It is not appropriate for him, her brother, to hold her. Then he thought about it and changed his words. "Then brother will carry you out." After that, he sat on the edge of the bed with his back to Xia Wei Wei. "Yeah," Xia Wei Wei responded, and then gently lay on Xia Feiyu's back. "Let's go. Brother will take you home." As soon as the voice fell, Xia Feiyu immediately carried Xia Wei Wei on his back and left the basement. Fortunately, it was raining outside and there was no sun, so it didn't affect Xia Wei Wei directly coming out of the basement. Xia Feiyu asked his men to take those bastards and took Xia Wei Wei back to the family compound. Shen Zichuan and the other two also drove behind Xia Feiyu's car and returned to Xia Feiyu's villa together. When they returned to the villa, Xia Feiyu found the wife of one of his men and asked her to help take Xia Wei Wei upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. He went directly to check on Xing Tian's movements and asked them to notify him as soon as Xing Tian came back. After the arrangements were made, Xia Feiyu sat down tiredly opposite Shen Zichuan and the other two. And thank Shin Sichuan, brother Shin. Thank you for this. If not, I'm afraid Xing Tian would still be in the dark, knowing nothing, and even treating him as a good brother. You're welcome. But Xing Tian may not only imprison her, but also use her special abilities, and may even do bad things to her. Cui Zhe accidentally saw something that day, but he didn't have the ability to save your sister. Sorry. Hearing this, CFAU immediately knew what the bad thing Shin Sichuan was talking about, and his hands instantly clenched into fists, and slammed them directly on the sofa. After venting, CFAU calmed down a little. I know. I don't blame your cousin. I am very grateful that your cousin asked you to report the news. I will settle all the accounts with Xing Tian. Shin Sichuan nodded, and then asked, but Xing Tian is a level 5 metal ability user. Are you sure? CFAU scratched his hair. A little irritated. I don't know. But I have to try. Even if I risk my life, I can't let my sister be bullied in vain. Hearing this, Shin Sichuan shook his head directly. You risk your life. Then what about your sister who you finally found? She just reunited with you. If you die, you let her. A helpless little girl. How can she survive in the end times? After listening to Shin Sichuan's words, CFAU was immediately frustrated. He understood the truth, but the gap in level was there, and he had no chance of winning except fighting desperately. Chapter 309 Misunderstanding. Just as he was worried, he heard Shin Sichuan say, actually, I can help you kill him. CFAU's eyes lit up when he heard this, and just as he was about to agree, he heard Shin Sichuan say, but I have a condition. What condition? CFAU was stunned for a moment and asked. Shin Sichuan thought for a moment and said, I hope that after this is over, you can clean up the bad-intentioned members of the guard team, and then take the rest of the people to join the military, and work with the military to truly protect this base. CFAU was slightly stunned. Are you a member of the military? I guess half of it. I was a soldier before, and I still serve the military now, but not the military of this base. Hearing this, CFAU nodded, but still hesitated, but I don't really want to go back to the army. Shin Sichuan smiled. Captain Xie, I don't know what's wrong with you in the army, but now it's the end of the world. Is there anything more important than survival? And I've learned that the military of this base has been working hard to maintain peace in the base. Otherwise the so-called guard team like you should have been cleared out long ago. Besides, you don't necessarily have to join the army. You can be a non-staff team and advance and retreat with the military. CFAU thought for a long time, and finally agreed. Shin Sichuan's words were right. No matter how big the hatred was, one could compromise in the face of survival. Moreover, he didn't have any big hatred. Those who had hatred might have died long ago. And if Xing Tian died, the advantage of the guard team would no longer exist. At that time, it would be the right way to unite with the military. But he was a little worried whether the military would really accept them. So he asked, how can you be sure that the military will agree to let us join? Our guard team and the military have not always been at peace. There have been many unpleasant things. Shin Sichuan interrupted CFAU's unfinished words. First of all, I think the military here will not be so stingy. Secondly, I will negotiate with the military in the name of Baiji Mountain Base and give them a batch of supplies. After all, Huqing Base will still have to join forces with the big base to fight against the end of the world. So they will definitely not refuse. CFAU heard that he wanted to negotiate in the name of Baiji Mountain Base, and his eyes widened. You are from Baiji Mountain Base, and you can still make decisions in the name of the base? The name of Baiji Mountain Base has spread directly to nearby bases of all sizes since the rescue of Shanghai last year. It is said that this base is not large or small, but the people who come out of it are all outstanding, and one can be worth 10. Yes, we both come from the Baijishan base. Shin Sichuan nodded, pointing to himself and Zhou Yang beside him. Although I don't hold any important positions in the base, it's no problem to do some small things that don't hurt others by relying on the reputation of the base. Then this brother must not be an ordinary person. Right? CFAU looked at Zhou Yang, who basically didn't speak. Besides Shin Sichuan said, he is a level 6 space ability user. As soon as the voice fell, CFAU and Cui Zhe exclaimed at the same time, Level 6? CFAU thought that Zhou Yang might not be an ordinary person. But he didn't expect that Zhou Yang, who had always been unknown, was actually the strongest among them. That's right. Two such strong people No wonder they dared to come here together to find their cousin. Cui Zhe knew Zhou Yang's ability, but he had always thought that he was 5 levels higher than him. Now he heard that he was actually level 6. And he was very surprised. Seeing that he was exposed, Zhou Yang simply stopped pretending. He changed his previous timid look and leaned against the back of the sofa, looking relaxed and smiling silently. Before Xiaofeiyu and Cui Zhe came to their senses, Xia Weiwei came down from upstairs after washing up. She changed into a simple t-shirt and trousers, looking more energetic. Seeing that several people were sitting in the living room, Xia Weiwei walked directly to Xiaofeiyu and sat down. Xiaofeiyu calculated that Xia Weiwei should not have eaten yet, so he hurriedly asked someone to bring some food. After Xia Weiwei finished eating, Xiaofeiyu asked softly, "Weiwei, are you tired? Do you want to go upstairs and take a nap first?" Xia Weiwei shook her head. "I can't sleep. By the way, Xing Tian told me that no one in the base can beat him. Brother, don't be impulsive to find Xing Tian. If not, I can continue to hide." Xiaofeiyu looked at his sister's sensible appearance and couldn't help but feel more distressed. "It's okay. You don't have to hide. We will go and deal with Xing Tian today." Xia Weiwei's eyes lit up when she heard it. "Really? Then can I go with you?" Hearing this, Xiaofeiyu frowned, pulled Xia Weiwei and coaxed softly, "Weiwei, brother will come to take revenge. You should not see Xing Tian again. Be good at home. Okay?" As a result, Xia Weiwei refused without even thinking. "No. Although I don't really want to see him, I still want to avenge him for deceiving me for 2 years." Seeing Xia Weiwei's insistence, Xiaofeiyu couldn't help but worry, and continued to persuade in a low voice, "Weiwei, I know that Xing Tian, the beast, did something very bad to you. Don't worry. I will not let him die comfortably. I am afraid that you will think of those bad things when you see Xing Tian, and I am afraid that you will feel uncomfortable." "Ah? Bad things?" Xia Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it for a long time, she finally remembered what the big brother who came with Xing Tian yesterday morning might have seen, and her face suddenly became embarrassed. "Ahem. That? Xing Tian just touched me once yesterday, and I bit him hard, but I was actually fine." Hearing this, Xiaofeiyu instantly understood that they had all misunderstood, and his face suddenly showed a bit of embarrassment. However, although Xing Tian did not succeed, this could not offset the fact that Xing Tian did want to attack Xia Weiwei, and Xing Tian was still a scumbag. It was not only Xiaofeiyu who was embarrassed, but also Zhou Yang and the other two who had the same misunderstanding. Especially Cui Zhe, who brought this information back, was so embarrassed that he could dig out a big villa with his feet. After hesitating for a while, he still apologized. "I'm sorry. I thought Xing Tian was not the first time to you." Xia Weiwei shook her hand. "It's okay. It was an accident yesterday. He usually comes at night, so I usually don't dare to take a shower at night, and I have to make myself look dirty. As a result, I don't know what was wrong with him yesterday. He suddenly came in the morning. I just came out of the shower at that time, and he bumped into me." Listening to Xia Weiwei's words, several grown men couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the cleverness of this little girl. It's not easy for a person to be imprisoned and still know how to protect himself. Xiaofeiyu was just about to praise his sister a few words when he saw one of his men running in. "Captain Xia, Captain Xing is back and is in his own villa. Chapter 310, even dogs would hate to deal with you." Hearing the news reported by his subordinates, Xiaofeiyu immediately put away the gentle expression he had towards his sister, stood up and nodded. "Okay. Go and get the brothers ready, and follow me to settle accounts with Xing Tian later." "Yes." After receiving Xiaofeiyu's order, the subordinates immediately turned around and retreated. After hearing this, other people in the distance did not have any objections, and their faces were slightly excited. Shen Zichuan looked very surprised, turned to ask Xiaofeiyu, "Your men seem to be quite happy that you are going to trouble Xing Tian. Do they have any objections? My people often have conflicts with Xing Tian's people. Xing Tian is very lax in his control of his men, and every time something goes wrong, I have to clean up their mess. My people have had objections for a long time. Now we have to make peace with Xing Tian. They probably won't be happy enough." Speaking of this, Xiaofeiyu couldn't help but laugh at himself. "My brothers have mentioned that I should start my own business before, and not go with Xing Tian, and I always said that they are petty. Haha. In the end, I am the clown. I treat him as a brother. But he treats me as a fool. Son! Shin Sichuan nodded. Then you are indeed a little blind. We have only been here for a few days, and have seen it. But it is a good thing that you can recognize it now. Everything is still in time. CFAU, Seeing the two people talking nonsense, Zhou Yang couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up and said, Okay. Let's go when you are ready. It's almost 9 o'clock now. I will try to solve it early, so that I can go home for lunch. I have almost digested my breakfast. Hearing this, Shin Sichuan nodded quickly. Yeah. I will solve it quickly. Then he turned around and urged CFAU. Let's go. Deal with Xing Tian. CFAU twitched his mouth, said nothing, turned around and took Xia Weiwei out the door first. CFAU's men outside the door were also ready. Seeing CFAU go out, they all stood up straight. The group set off toward Xing Tian's villa in a mighty manner. And Zhou Yang and the other two followed closely behind CFAU and his sister. Behind them were the people that Xing Tian had sent to guard the small building. When they arrived outside Xing Tian's villa, Xing Tian was still inside the villa listening to the hysterical cries of 3 women, and was getting annoyed and wanted to hit them. When he suddenly heard that CFAU was coming with a group of people, he thought that they were just in time to give him some peace and quiet. So he quickly scolded the 3 women and asked them to go upstairs. And he went to the gate to greet them in person. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he saw CFAU's livid face and the little girl next to him, and his face suddenly became ugly. However, after only a few seconds, Xing Tian immediately turned into a surprised attitude, looking at CFAU and Xia Weiwei and said, Hey, is this Weiwei? Feiyu, did you find Weiwei? Unfortunately, CFAU didn't want to talk to him more, and waved his hand to let his men bring the guards over and throw them directly in front of Xing Tian. You should know them, right? They are all your former subordinates. Xing Tian, are you a human being? I still treat you as a brother, but you actually imprisoned my sister. Hey, look at you. Why are you so desperate? I just asked your sister to move to a new place. Seeing that CFAU had directly arrested the people he had arranged in this small building, he must have identified him. So Xing Tian simply stopped pretending and said to the mob in front of him with a squinting eye, And I am also protecting her. Otherwise, her ability to predict will be exposed. Not only here, but other bases will come to find her. Do you think you can protect your sister when you can't even beat me? We have known each other for so many years. And I am blind. I only found out that you are such a heartless and beastly person now. Xing Tian sneered. Very disdainful. Don't talk about how noble you are. If I hadn't ranked first in the base with my strength, would you be able to speak so majestically in the base? Besides, the old saying is right. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. I just used your sister's ability to predict. What's the matter? What's wrong? Besides, I didn't treat her badly. Otherwise, how could she be so white and plump? Speaking of this, Xing Tian felt that he was at a disadvantage, and couldn't help cursing. Damn it. I still feel at a disadvantage. I provide her with good food and drink, and give her so many crystal cores to upgrade. But in the end, she can only predict when the extreme cold and extreme heat will come, and can't do anything else. Hearing Xing Tian say that she was useless, Xia Weiwei laughed instead of getting angry. Who said that? I just didn't want to tell you. But I can tell you today that you will die today. Xing Tian sneered. Do you think I will believe it? Want to kill me? Is it your brother? Or Shin Chuan? A level 5 thunder system. Although he said that, his eyes were still staring at Shin Chuan vigilantly, fearing that the other party would launch a sneak attack. He and the other party were both at level 5. Although the other party's ability might be half a level higher than his, it was still difficult to kill him openly without a sneak attack. Xing Tian was still calculating silently, not knowing that his words sounded like a joke to Shin Sichuan and Zhou Yang on the opposite side. Shin Sichuan even whispered to Zhou Yang secretly, Why don't I just kill him directly? It feels like a waste of time to listen to him talk. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. I think so too. Xing Tian saw that the few people didn't move, and thought that his words scared the other side. A trace of pride hung on his face, so he straightened his back again. Okay. I won't bother with you. Considering our friendship over the years, you can leave the guard team with those who are willing to go with you. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Oh, you are so bold. CFAU was amused by Xing Tian's words. Since the establishment of the guard team, he has been busy running around, and Xing Tian just pretends to be a leader, occasionally coming out to sing against the military. In the past 6 months, he has been too lazy to even go out to kill zombies. How can he let him go? I have the ability. Of course I dare to say it. Look, Shin Chuan you brought with you didn't say anything either? After saying that, Xing Tian turned around and smiled at Shin Sichuan. Brother Shin, a wise bird chooses a tree to roost in. Why don't you stay with me in the guard team? As long as you stay, you will be the second in command of the guard team from today. Shin Sichuan, who was still concentrating on whispering to Zhou Yang, didn't react at first, but later realized that everyone was staring at him. And then he raised his head belatedly. What's wrong? Shin Sichuan didn't hear it, but Zhou Yang listened to it. So he smiled and looked at Shin Sichuan. People want you to be the second in command. What do you think? Do you consider it? Hearing this, Shin Sichuan immediately rolled his eyes at Xing Tian. You? Are you qualified? Xing Tian on the opposite side was furious when he heard Shin Sichuan's words. You. I gave you face. But you really think you are something. Don't be shameless. You son of a bitch. As soon as these words came out, Shin Sichuan himself was not angry yet. But Zhou Yang's face turned pale. I give you a chance to breathe. You really think you are a dish? For a piece of trash like you, even dogs will hate you. After saying that, he directly pulled out the pea in the space. The big yellow dog, as tall as a person, attracted everyone's attention as soon as it was pulled out. Especially Xing Tian, whose eyes that usually couldn't be opened were now almost bigger than copper bells. Chapter 3:11 kills instantly. Aren't you an ordinary person? Xing Tian came back to his senses after a long time, pointing in the direction of Zhou Yang, wondering. Cui Zhe gave Xing Tian a proud middle finger. TSK. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My brother Zhou is a level 6 space ability user. Hearing this, Xing Tian's face fell instantly. But when he thought about the space ability, he didn't seem to have heard of anything powerful. So he regained his tough face. He's just a space ability user. What else can he do besides collecting things? You might as well count on Shin Chuan instead of him. Seeing Xing Tian pointing at him again, Shin Sichuan didn't feel that he was being robbed of the limelight at all, but stood behind his wife happily and started to praise her directly. I can only help my brother Zhou. What do you think you are? I tell you, you are not worthy of my brother Zhou's help. You can't even beat my brother Zhou's dog. After saying that, Shin Sichuan turned to Wando and said, Wando, go ahead. Spray the trash on the opposite side to death. He scolded your master? Wando, who was still a little confused, turned his dog head and stared at Xing Tian fiercely when he heard Shin Sichuan's words. The huge dog head and the fierce look of baring teeth really scared Xing Tian. He took a step back with shaking legs. It took him a long time to realize that the other party was just a mutant dog. So he continued to twist his neck and shouted, Humph! It's just a mutant dog. Who are you trying to scare? Looking at Xing Tian, who still didn't believe in evil and felt that he was awesome, Shin Sichuan shook his head silently. TSK. He is still chasing after P's ass to catch up with the level. Suzy, a level 5 peak fire type superpower, can only be a younger brother in front of P. This Xing Tian actually looks down on P? Thinking back then, the level 5 metal zombies didn't last long under P. Xing Tian will probably die even more miserably when facing P now. While Shin Sichuan was complaining in his heart, P also understood the words of the two-legged beast in front of him. This thing looked down on it and scolded its master. Damn it! P made a few warning sounds, and then took another step toward Xing Tian. But because P is relatively large, its one step is several meters. This made Xing Tian, who was not far away from the opposite side, feel the pressure, and subconsciously threw a flying knife at P's head. CFAU and others held their breath when they saw Xing Tian throwing superpower attacks at the big dog. But seeing that Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan were still calm, they did not say anything. But they were still sweating in their hearts. Xing Tian thought he could kill the mutant dog in one fell swoop after throwing the flying knife. He was feeling very proud of himself. Unexpectedly, when the flying knife was halfway, the mutant dog on the opposite side spit out a fierce fire, which melted the approaching flying knife into molten iron and dropped it on the ground. That's right. It turned into molten iron directly. Seeing this scene, Xing Tian was stunned and didn't react for a long time. CFAU and others on the opposite side were also stunned. They were worried that the big dog couldn't withstand a single move. As a result, This reversal really surprised them. Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan smiled knowingly when they saw this. Sure enough, the level 5 metal ability user was like a vegetable in front of Wando. Not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that he had been hesitating with Xing Tian for a long time, Zhou Yang raised his hand to check the watch on his wrist. It was almost 10 o'clock. So he looked up and shouted to Wando. Boy! Hurry up and solve it. Let's go home for dinner. When P heard Zhou Yang's words, he immediately turned around and responded twice, Woof! Woof! Then he turned back and stared at Xing Tian again. This time, he was not only trying to scare the two-legged beast, but also had murderous intent in his eyes. Xing Tian also faintly felt the murderous aura coming from this mutant dog. Thinking of the flying knife that was directly melted into molten iron by the opponent's fire just now, he also realized that this dog was not so easy to deal with, and it was very likely to be stronger than him. If he was not careful, his life would be in danger. So he immediately put away his previous contempt and directly used his supernatural power to erect a metal wall as high as a person in front of him to resist, and at the same time condensed a sharp blade in his hand. But at this time, Xing Tian obviously did not realize that the gap between himself and this mutant dog named P was actually a chasm. At this time, he still held a fluke and felt that he had the ability to compete with P. Seeing that Xing Tian did not run away immediately, Zhou Yang and Shin Sichuan had already foreseen each other's death. After looking at each other, they crossed their arms and waited to see Wando crush the other party to ashes. Wando did not disappoint them. When he saw the metal wall, he spit out a large mouthful of supernatural fire and sprayed it. The metal wall was burned red in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the wall was burned red, Xing Tian, who was almost burned by the high temperature of the metal wall, took a few steps back. Just as he was scratching his head and thinking about the corresponding method, he saw the metal wall began to disintegrate, and scarlet iron water began to flow down along the wall. This metal wall is not the small flying knife just now. It is 30 centimeters thick. But it didn't even last for a minute under the mutant dog's supernatural fire. Xing Tian realized the gap between himself and the mutant dog this time, and didn't think about how to counterattack. He turned around and wanted to escape into the villa. But P behind him noticed his movements, and increased the firepower in one breath. He jumped in front of Xing Tian, and sprayed a big fire directly at Xing Tian's face. Poor Xing Tian didn't even have time to react, and was sprayed all over his head and face. The people on the opposite side only heard a scream, and Xing Tian fell to the ground without a sound. However, P didn't care whether the person was dead or not. The fire in his mouth kept burning until the two-legged beast on the ground was burned to ashes. Then he turned his head and howled twice in the direction of Zhou Yang. And the meaning of asking for credit was very obvious. Seeing this, Zhou Yang waved to P. As soon as P saw the master calling, he immediately picked up Xing Tian's level 5 crystal core on the ground, wagging his tail and approaching. After handing the crystal core to his master, he nudged his master's chin with his big head. Zhou Yang quickly stroked P's big head to show his praise. As for Xing Tian's crystal core, he threw it into the space without even looking at it. When CFAU and others saw P coming, although they knew that he was not coming for them, they still took a few steps back at the same time. Apparently, the scene of Xing Tian's death in seconds just now was still too shocking. Chapter 312 Talking to the Military. After Xing Tian died, CFAU became the head of the guard team. Those who usually followed Xing Tian to show off their power now became spineless and weak, begging CFAU to turn over a new leaf. CFAU asked someone to count them, and none of those who had committed crimes were wanted. They were all removed from the guard team, and the remaining ones, who had not committed serious crimes, were all moved to the bottom of the team. As for Xing Tian's 3 women, the useless Zhang Li and Li Lan were also driven out by CFAU. Only Zhang Mei, a space ability user, was temporarily kept after asking her own wishes. However, the previous preferential treatment was definitely gone, and she moved directly to the building where ordinary ability users lived. But CFAU still gave her a small single room because she was a woman. CFAU originally wanted to give the villa that Xing Tian had given to Shin Sichuan and the other 2 to live in. But Zhou Yang disliked that it was where Xing Tian had lived before, and he was too lazy to move around. So he refused. After reorganizing the guard team, CFAU didn't hesitate, and went to the military headquarters with Zhou Yang and the other 2 to negotiate the next day. The major personnel changes in the guard team, and the news of Xing Tian's death spread throughout the base yesterday. The military naturally received the news, but because the other party was a private team, and they heard that there was a superpower with a higher level than Xingtian, and it didn't cause much impact on the base, they didn't intervene. While CFAU was reorganizing the team, Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang also visited the military in the name of Baijishan Base. When they heard that they were from Baijishan Base, the highest commander of the military, Zhu Weihang, the base chief of Huqing Base, personally came out to meet the two. This was the first time Zhou Yang had seen the base commander so closely. He looked just as he remembered, in a neat military uniform, but still couldn't hide his fatigue. He was not even 40 years old, but he looked like a 50-year-old old man. Seeing the two of them, Zhu Weihang stood up and took the initiative to step forward and extend his hand to Shen Zichuan, who was at the head of the line. Hello. I'm Zhu Weihang, the base commander of the synthetic base. Are you two representatives sent by the Baijishan base? The name of the Baijishan base has spread among the major bases since last year. Although their Huqing is a small base, they have also heard of it. Hello, Commander Zhu. Shen Zichuan shook his hand back. I don't dare to be a representative, but I am familiar with our base commander, Gu Tianqi, and often help him with things. Zhu Weihang was surprised when he heard this. Gu Tianqi, the commander of the South China military region, is the base commander of Baijishan base? That was Zhu Weihang's former regiment commander. But he was promoted and left their unit after a few years. He was later promoted from a small team leader to a regiment commander. But he still remembered the teachings of the old regiment commander. Shen Zichuan nodded. Yes. It is this leader. We are a private team of Baijishan base. I am the captain Shen Zichuan. And this is my teammate Zhou Yang. This time, I came here to find friends, and to establish a connection between the two bases. If there is a need in the future, we can exchange what we have and help each other. By the way, we seized a batch of arms while helping CFAU strangle Xingtian. It should be the batch you sent people to search for before. Captain Zhu can take a look. After saying that, he gave Zhou Yang a look. Zhou Yang understood and took out the batch of arms by the river with a wave of his hand, filling up the small reception room. Zhu Weihang looked at the arms boxes on the ground and was stunned. It took him a long time to react. He quickly asked someone to check the numbers of these arms. Soon, his men finished counting and came back to report to Zhu Weihang. After listening to it, Zhu Weihang was happy, but also angry. He was happy that the arms were recovered, but he was angry that his brother, who was sent out, died at the hands of people in the same base. But now the culprit was dead, and he had no place to vent his anger. He calmed down after a long time and turned to look at Shen Zichuan and the others. Thank you for helping our brothers to avenge and giving us all these supplies. We really have nothing to repay you. Zhu Weihang's thanks were sincere and genuine. Shen Zichuan and his men could have quietly embezzled this batch of arms. Anyway, as long as they didn't say it, no one would know about it. But they didn't think of hiding it and returned it to them. This alone was enough for Zhu Weihang to admire them. Shen Zichuan waved his hand. Don't be so polite, base commander. This batch of arms is just icing on the cake for us. But it is a matter of life and death for you. But this time we will return this batch of arms to you. And I hope you can agree to one more thing. Zhu Weihang asked after hearing this. What is it? I heard that the military here now has less than 1,000 people, and it is very difficult to maintain the security of the base. So we negotiated with Captain CFAU, and the guard team is willing to merge with the military. In the future, they can serve as a non-staff team of the military, obey the military's command, and help the military defend the base. What do you think, Captain Zhu? Has Captain Xia agreed? Zhu Weihang was a little surprised. In his memory, CFAU disdained to associate with the military, unless he encountered a major event in the base. He was unwilling to look at the military. I thought this man hated the military, but I didn't expect him to agree to merge with the military. Shen Zichuan smiled and explained. Captain Xia was originally a veteran, but because of his unpleasant experience in the army, he had some resistance to the army, and was instigated by Xingtian. So he became estranged from you. Yesterday, CFAU discovered that Xingtian kidnapped his sister. Now Xingtian is dead, so the misunderstanding is naturally gone. And with the addition of CFAU's team, the Huqing base can be united, which will only benefit the base. Zhu Weihang thought for a few minutes and finally agreed to Shen Zichuan's proposal. But he still had a doubt. But why do you want to help our base so much? Hearing this, Shen Zichuan looked at Zhou Yang next to him. My teammate's hometown is here. Then, Shin Sichuan said, what's more, we are all Chinese compatriots. Helping each other is our traditional virtue. Isn't it? If our little contribution can make a base develop in a better direction, then it will be worth our efforts. Zhu Weihang nodded. Well said. If everyone has this idea, there is no worry about the end of the world. I promise you that as long as the brothers brought by Captain Xie can protect the base with us wholeheartedly, we will definitely treat them as our own brothers. Shin Sichuan nodded and said, with this sentence from Base Commander Zhu, we are relieved. We will go back and tell Captain Xie, and come to visit you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. After negotiating with the military of the Huqing base, Shin Sichuan and Zhou Yang left the military headquarters immediately. After returning, he told CFAU about the things he had agreed with the military, and also told him that Xing Tian had led people to attack and rob the military's munitions, and that they had returned all the munitions to the military. CFAU was dumbfounded after hearing this, and his shamelessness towards Xing Tian had reached a new height. He also said that he had no opinion on Shin Sichuan's decision, Zhou Yang and the others' reaction to CFAU. It was not surprising. After all, if CFAU was the same type of person as Xing Tian would not have had to hide the munitions from CFAU. Chapter 313, The Future of the End of the World. The next day, CFAU followed Zhou Yang and the other two to visit the military again. Zhu Weihang was still the one who personally received the few people. After several greetings, CFAU learned the real names of Zhou Yang and the other two. After being shocked for a while, he figured it out. It was really no big deal to use a pseudonym when traveling in the end of the world. If he went to a place where he was unfamiliar with people, he would probably choose to use a pseudonym first. But since they were willing to tell him his real name now, it naturally meant that he was now recognized. Since Shin Sichuan and the others had talked to both parties in advance, the meeting was also very smooth, and the merger was decided in less than half an hour. The guard team led by CFAU will be incorporated into the military formation from today, and officially renamed the base guard team too, since there are some people left by Xing Tian. Except for CFAU's trusted men, the other members were mixed up and incorporated into other military teams. One is for supervision, and the other is to retrain these people. As for Xie Weiwei's ability to predict, it was revealed by him on the day when Xing Tian was killed. Although CFAU brought only his confidants, there were also many people on Xing Tian's side. Although a few people with bad intentions, like Xing Tian, were later driven out and killed by CFAU's people, there were inevitably some fish that slipped through the net. So they also mentioned Xie Weiwei's ability to Zhu Weihang. Being able to predict crises in advance is an extremely important ability in the end times, which can ensure that more people survive. So when Zhu Weihang heard that CFAU's sister had such an ability, he was also very surprised and immediately said that the military would also work together to ensure Xie Weiwei's safety. However, he said that this matter should not be publicized. The main reason is that this ability is still too against the sky. But the more people know about it, the more dangerous it is. Once it is exposed, it will be known by people coveting other bases. And then the whole Huqing base will not be able to protect Xie Weiwei. Everyone agreed. However, Shin Sichuan and Zhu Weihang still agreed that if there were any major changes in the future, the Huqing base must communicate with the Baijishan base. And then the Baijishan base would notify other bases. Zhu Weihang naturally agreed when he heard this. After the merger was discussed, Shin Sichuan and Zhou Yang donated a batch of supplies to the military in the name of the Baijishan base. The supplies were the food that Shin Sichuan had collected along with the batch of arms, and Zhou Yang added some other miscellaneous things. Seeing these supplies, Zhu Weihang naturally thanked him profusely, but made Zhou Yang and the others feel embarrassed. When the group came out of the military, it was almost noon. So, CFAU invited the two to go back to the villa for dinner. Zhou Yang and the others looked at each other, thinking that they had something to ask CFAU and his sister. So they agreed. Okay. I just happen to have something to tell you, and I would like to ask your sister for a favor. After that, the two followed CFAU directly back to the villa in the family compound. Because the military had no extra housing, the guard team's original family compound was still used as the residence for CFAU's second team. However, because it has been merged with the military, other military personnel may be arranged to live here later. CFAU had no objection to this. He sat upright, and he was not afraid even if the military came. When the few people returned to the villa, Xia Weiwei was in the kitchen downstairs, preparing lunch with the aunt, who was responsible for cooking for everyone. He ran out immediately after hearing the noise of the few people coming back, and put the plate of freshly made stir-fried chicken in her hand on the dining table. "Brother, you are back. Come and eat. I made a lot of delicious food." Xia Feiyu smiled and rubbed Xia Weiwei's hair, giving her a thumbs up. "Great." Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan approached, looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table that looked very good, and couldn't help but admire the girl's cooking skills. "You're quite good at it." Xia Weiwei raised her head. "That's right. I learned to cook when I was very young, and I used to cook our family's New Year's Eve dinner every year." Looking at Xia Weiwei's proud little look, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Then they sat down to eat. Zhou Yang tasted it and found that it tasted good. Of course, it was still far from what Yu Jing made, and even compared to what he made himself, there was a little gap. But for a 14-year-old child, it was already very good. After dinner, they went to Xia Feiyu's office on the 2nd floor. As soon as they sat down, Xia Feiyu asked, "You two said you had something to ask us?" "Yes." Shen Zichuan nodded. "It's nothing. The main thing is to ask Weiwei to use her supernatural power to see the next few years of the end of the world. And secondly, to say goodbye to you. We plan to leave early tomorrow morning." Xia Weiwei was very disappointed when she heard that they were leaving soon. "You are leaving tomorrow. So will I be able to see you again in the future?" Zhou Yang smiled. "We will come again if we have a chance. We left our base's communication number with Base Captain Zhu, and we will also leave you a satellite communication channel. If there is anything in the future, you can ask your brother to call us." Hearing this, Xia Weiwei laughed. "Yeah." Then, Shen Zichuan reported the satellite communication channel number dedicated to their team to Xia Feiyu. Xia Feiyu also quickly wrote it down. "Weiwei, next, I will trouble you to use your supernatural power to help us see the end of the world." "No problem." After Xia Weiwei finished speaking, she closed her eyes under the gaze of several people and began to use her supernatural power to try to see the future of the end of the world. As time passed, Xia Weiwei's brows gradually began to frown, and a layer of sweat gradually overflowed from her forehead. Seeing this, several people became nervous at the same time. After a long time, Xia Weiwei finally spoke. "I think there will be extreme cold and heat in the next few years, and plague and influenza will often occur. Many people will die every year. But later it seems that a vaccine has been developed, and it will be cured with a shot. Many big monsters will emerge from the sea from time to time to attack the base on the seaside. At the beginning, we had a hard time fighting. But later, we became more powerful. I saw many powerful supermen knock down sea monsters with one punch. And we also have guns and cannons that can glow." Speaking of the latter, Xia Weiwei's tone was very excited, and her little fists clenched. After listening to Xia Feiyu and the others, they were also very moved, which meant that there was hope for the end of the world. Zhou Yan also nodded with satisfaction. Although he had heard about the next few years from Qi Feng a long time ago, he was not sure whether the rebirth of the two would trigger any bad butterfly effect. Now after Xia Weiwei's prediction, he felt much more relieved. Chapter 314 Going Home. After letting Xia Weiwei make the prediction, Zhou Yang and the others left Xia Feiyu. When they returned to the 2-bedroom apartment where they were staying temporarily, as soon as they entered the door, they saw Cui Zhe sitting on the sofa, eating the rice balls that Zhou Yang and the others had left for him before they left in the morning. As soon as he saw Zhou Yang and the others coming back, he immediately put down his rice balls and looked over. "Brother Zhou." "Brother Shen, you are back." Zhou Yang replied, "Yeah. After you finish eating, go back and pack up your things. We will leave tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Cui Zhe asked uncertainly, "Brother Zhou, am I really going with you?" Shen Zichuan on the side glanced at him. "Why? You don't want to leave. That's fine. Then I will go and tell Xia Feiyu now to let you join his team." After saying this, he was about to turn around and walk out. Seeing this, Cui Zhe immediately grabbed Shen Zichuan, and then said firmly, "No, no, no, brother. I will definitely go with you." Seeing Shen Zichuan deliberately teasing Cui Zhe, Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head, then turned back to the room to pack their own things. In fact, there was nothing to pack, and they didn't stay for a few days in total. So, it only took Zhou Yang a few minutes to finish packing. After dinner that night, the three of them went to bed early. The next day before dawn, Zhou Yang woke up, Since it rained the day before yesterday, the temperature has risen by several degrees. Even at this point where the sun hasn't risen yet, it's about 20 degrees. And it can reach 37 or 38 degrees during the day. In addition to missing home, this is another reason why they are in a hurry to go back. The two got up and washed up briefly, and Zhou Yang put away all the things in the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, the master bedroom became bare as it was when they first arrived. When Chuize got up, Zhou Yang put his things into the space, and the three of them sat in the living room and had breakfast on the small coffee table. After eating and drinking, Zhou Yang and the other two planned to leave after putting away the things outside. But before leaving, they had to return the key to the house. So Zhou Yang and the other two went to CFAU's villa again. It was still early, and they didn't plan to go in. Anyway, there was a guard on duty at the door, so they just handed the key to the guard. However, as soon as they walked outside the villa, they ran into CFAU, who was about to go out. "Captain Xie, why did you get up so early? I just wanted to see you off. By the way, have you had breakfast? Did you bring enough food for the journey?" Shen Zichuan shook his head. "No. We have already eaten. And we have enough food for the journey. We came here to return the key and leave. It's getting hotter and hotter. We have to hurry on our way." He handed over the key in his hand. That's right. CFAU took the key and didn't try to persuade him to stay. "Okay. Then I won't keep you. You can come back anytime next time you want to come. Don't worry. We still have real estate here. We will come back to visit when we are free in the future." Zhou Yang and the other two then said goodbye to CFAU and left the family compound. After that, the three of them went to get the car in the parking lot and left the hitching base directly. When they drove to an open area, Shen Zichuan stopped the car. Chuize saw this and asked curiously, "Why did you stop the car? Aren't we in a hurry to go back?" "We stopped the car because we were in a hurry to go back. We need to change to a faster means of transportation." Shen Zichuan looked back at Chuize and urged, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get out of the car." After that, he unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. Chuize was puzzled, but seeing Zhou Yang in the passenger seat also got off the tee, he had to get out of the car quickly. As soon as he flipped his hand and pushed the car door, he saw Zhou Yang put away the car, and then let out the big dog he had just seen 2 days ago. Before Chuize asked, he saw the big dog turned into a super big dog taller than this small building in a blink of an eye. Chuize couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaimed, "Fuck! Can this dog grow so big?" Shen Zichuan rolled his eyes at him. "You are surprised. Isn't there such a mutant animal in Hitching Base?" Chuize scratched his scalp. "Then there really isn't. Although there are mutant animals in Hitching Base, there is really no one that can grow so big. Which is why Chuize didn't know that there are mutant animals that can grow big or small." Shen Zichuan, Okay. You two hurry up. We are leaving. Zhou Yang, who had already climbed onto the back of P, had just fixed the dog's saddle with Xiuhu. Seeing that the two were still hesitating below, he couldn't help but shout. Shen Zichuan and Chuize stopped talking and climbed onto P's back. When the two came up, Zhou Yang directly pushed Chuize down and called P to set off in the direction of Baiji Mountain Base. And then he also lowered his body. When Wando heard Zhou Yang's order, he immediately stood up and rushed out. Before Chuize could react, he had already swallowed a mouthful of wind, and the words he wanted to ask were directly sealed in his mouth, just like the way they came. They also took the highway on the way back. Fortunately, the speed was fast enough, and the strong wind blocked the temperature that gradually rose as the sun rose. So the three of them didn't feel hot along the way. Instead, they felt a little cold because of the high wind speed. This time, there was no pause at all. It only took half a day for the three people and the dog to return to the Baiji Mountain Base. When Wando stopped, Chuize looked at the majestic and spectacular city walls and the mutant trees that surrounded the outside, and was stunned. Even Shen Zichuan, who couldn't stand it, dragged his collar down without reacting. It wasn't until they passed the checkpoints at the gate of the base and entered the base, and saw the people inside who were busy and trying to survive, that they came to their senses. This is a base completely different from the Hutching base. There are no refugees who are naked, nor children who are so hungry that they can only eat dirt. The streets are clean, and there are soldiers on duty everywhere. The whole base is in order, and there is no mess. The faces of the survivors are full of desire for survival, and the fighting spirit for it. compared with the Huqing base. This place is simply heaven. Zhou Yang watched Cui Zhe looking around curiously, and did not rush him. Instead, he asked Shen Zichuan to call Yin Fei first to inform him that they had returned. After Shen Zichuan hung up the phone, he took out the car from the space, turned to Cui Zhe, who was still amazed, and said, "Okay, there will be plenty of opportunities to see it in the future. Let's go home first." "Okay." Cui Zhe hurriedly came back to his senses and responded, and then got in the car, back to the downstairs of the community. The three of them took the elevator directly to the 18th floor. Because they had called in advance, the metal plate at the door of the elevator on the 18th floor had been removed, and the three of them went up smoothly. As soon as they walked out of the elevator, they saw Yu Jing and others gathered in the corridor. Seeing that Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan had returned smoothly, they couldn't help but come forward to welcome them. Yu Jing even held Zhou Yang's hand and kept asking about their well-being. Everyone surrounded the two and asked for a long time before they found the strange boy standing behind them. It was at this time that Zhou Yang remembered that there was a Cui Zhe, so he introduced him to everyone. "By the way, this is Cui Zhe from Huqing, with the ability of invisibility, and he will be a member of our team in the future." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Cui Zhe, obviously very curious about this ability of invisibility. Cui Zhe was suddenly stared at by a group of people, and he felt nervous, and stammered to say hello, hello, hello. My name is Cui Zhe. I am 18 years old this year, and I am the new brother of Brother Zhou and Brother Shen. Hello. Haha. When she heard that he was only 18 years old, Yu Jing's mother attribute immediately came online, and she enthusiastically pulled Cui Zhe to ask about his family background before the end of the world and his experience in the end of the world. Chapter 315, The Feasibility of Crystal Core as Energy Source. When she heard that Zhou Yang and his friends had been traveling for a long time and had not eaten yet, Yu Jing immediately wanted to pull the three of them to cook for them. However, Zhou Yang and his friends were covered in dust and felt uncomfortable, so they decided to go back to take a shower and change clothes. Yu Jing had no objection to this, and urged the three of them to wash up, and then decisively went into the kitchen to cook for the three of them. Zhou Yang and his friends were not polite, and took Cui Zhe back to their own home first. After entering the house, Cui Zhe was temporarily arranged by Zhou Yang to live in the guest room of their house, and he also put the princess bed and a new set of clothes that he insisted on taking away from the Huqing base. When the three of them finished washing up and came to the opposite side, Yu Jing had already prepared the meal, although it was not a big dish made in a hurry. It was just a simple home-cooked stir-fry, but just smelling it made the three of them drool. Cui Zhe looked like he had never seen the world, and he cried again after taking a bite. "Wow, it's so delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. I'm so touched. Wow. Oh, this child. Why is he crying while eating? Ha ha ha." The crying and laughing look made Yu Jing laugh. "Don't cry. You eat all your snot." Hearing this, Cui Zhe immediately held back his tears, fearing that he would really cry out his snot. Seeing this, the people around laughed. They all thought this child was so funny. After the three of them finished their meal, Yu Jing put away the bowls and chopsticks, and Lu Xingye pulled Zhou Yang to ask about the trip. Zhou Yang talked about the revenge, picked out other key points, and talked about Xia Weiwei, the prophet. Hearing this, everyone became interested in this prophet. After listening to this, Lu Xingye asked curiously, "Why didn't you bring back the prophet?" Shen Zichuan sighed and said, "He has his brother, and his brother has a team there. How many people do we need to bring back? Besides, we asked him to help us make a prediction before we came back, and we also left him contact information. If there is any change, he will notify us." Lu Xingye shrugged, "Okay." Unlike Lu Xingye, who only cared about why the prophet didn't come, Yin Fei and others were more concerned about the content of the prediction. Zhou Yang and the others then briefly told them what Xia Weiwei had predicted. When they heard that the future would get better and better, they all smiled. However, the guns and cannons with light mentioned at the end aroused their interest. Why does this weapon sound like a laser gun and a laser cannon? Zhou Yang stroked his chin, thinking of the weapons and daily necessities that Qi Feng mentioned in the future that would be powered by crystal cores, and suggested, similar, but the energy used may be different from before the end of the world. Do you think it will be the kind of crystal cores in novels? For example, crystal core guns, crystal core cannons, etc. Hey, Do you think crystal cores can be used to replace power sources? If it can be researched, it can be used for lighting even if there is no electricity in the wild. Shen Zichuan nodded. It is possible. I think the Research Institute can study in this direction. Anyway, there are too many low-level crystal cores now, and it is useless. If they can be researched and used for weapons, it would be great. Yin Fei nodded. That makes sense. I will call my uncle and tell him, and then let him and my dad know. The two bases will study together and try to make it as soon as possible. After speaking, Yin Fei walked aside to make a phone call. Zhou Yang saw that his meaning had been conveyed, so he stopped caring and turned to tease Gu Yaoyao, whom he had not seen for a long time. On the other side, Gu Tianqi received Yin Fei's call and immediately asked people to find several academicians and professors from the institute and gave them a new task to study the practical application of crystal cores. Then he called the capital and told Yin Fei's father about this matter. Coincidentally, the institute at the capital base has recently applied to open a new research project to study the feasibility of crystal cores as energy. Yin Fei's father is still considering whether it is necessary to study it. After all, even the virus has not been studied yet. So how can he be in the mood to consider studying these things? However, now that Gu Tianqi mentioned this matter and told the prophet what he predicted, he also waved his hand and approved the project of the institute. He also asked people to send a lot of low-level crystal cores over, and also informed the institute of the various research forms mentioned by Gu Tianqi on the phone. After receiving this new task, the scientific researchers of the two bases began to study with all their strength. Zhou Yang didn't know that the news they brought back had brought forward the advent of crystal core equipment and crystal core weapons in this world. He only focused on the extreme heat that was about to come. The most important thing he did every day was to prepare food for everyone who would live underground for the next 6 months with Yu Jing. Of course, Shen Zichuan and the others were not idle either. While the extreme heat was still a while away, they took Su Zi and others to fight zombie crystal cores outside. And Cui Zhe was also thrown to Yin Fei by Shen Zichuan the day after arriving at the base. And he was led to the army to train. He cried miserably to Zhou Yang every day after coming back. Seeing this, Zhou Yang couldn't bear it, so he could only secretly add a little spring water to the water he drank. In addition, he also added spring water to the meals at home. Cui Zhe slowly adapted to it after a few days of training, and his physical fitness improved to a higher level after a few days. While the entire Qinlong team was busy, the army and other teams were also busy, racing against time to go out and fight zombies and search for supplies. Although the third anniversary of the apocalypse was approaching, many supplies outside had already deteriorated and rotted and could not be used. Especially food. There was very little that could be found and eaten. But in order to survive, as long as there was a slight possibility, everyone would try to find it. Chapter 316 Mutated Rice. Unexpectedly, when Shen Zichuan and his team went out for the last time before the extreme heat, they got an exciting surprise. In the neighboring province to the south, they found a large number of mutant rice in a large rice field that was left over from the end of the world and was not harvested in time. Those mutant rices were as sturdy as small trees taller than people, and each grain was full and as big as soybeans. Truly realizing the hope of a certain ancestor that the rice fields could provide shade. As soon as they found it, they were very excited. They didn't care about fighting the zombies at the moment. They took dozens of mutant rice plants back to the base, notified Gu Tianqi immediately, and then handed them over to the plant research room of the institute. Several researchers put down everything they were doing and focused on these mutant rice plants. They gave a report within 2 days. These mutant rice plants are non-toxic and edible, although the mutant rice after threshing is not as delicate as the rice before the apocalypse. It is slightly rough and takes a long time to cook. But fortunately it is easier to fill the stomach and the nutritional value is a step higher than before the apocalypse. So it is still a very suitable staple food. Moreover, after being tempered by such a harsh climate outside, these mutant rices have evolved stronger survival ability. They are not only heat resistant and cold resistant, but also drought resistant. They do not need to use a lot of water to grow like before the apocalypse. This means that as long as there is land and sunshine, they can also try to plant in large quantities in the base. After reading the report and reaching this conclusion, Gu Tianqi's hands were shaking with excitement when he held the report. Although there is still food in the base, there are so many people in the base that they always eat less every day. But as long as this mutant rice can be planted in large quantities, no one will have to worry about going hungry. seeing that the report said that the dozens of plants brought back were not enough. A team was immediately sent with a few space ability users to go again with Shen Zichuan and others to transport this batch of mutant rice back as much as possible. In order to bring back as much rice as possible, Zhou Yan also went with them this time. When they arrived at the destination, Zhou Yan was stunned by the mutant rice covering several acres of land. The scene was really spectacular, because the temperature rose too fast these days, even though all the people in the group, except Zhou Yan, were all level 5 or above. They could not stand it. So with the combined efforts of everyone, they only harvested half of the mutant rice in 2 days. However, it should be enough to take it back for research and planting. So the group hurriedly finished the harvest and hurried back to the base. After the institute got this batch of mutant rice, it also quickly started the planting experiment. They didn't know the progress of the experiment, and all they could do was silently pray that the experiment would go smoothly. In the following days, the weather became hotter and hotter, reaching about 55 degrees. They couldn't go out during the day. The Qianlong team didn't go out again, and all rested at home. But just 2 days after resting, the extreme heat came, and the temperature suddenly jumped to 65 degrees. Everyone could only pack their bags and move to the shelter. Although the days underground were boring, everyone was busy. The main reason was that after half a month of experiments, the researchers finally produced the first batch of mutant rice seeds, and a large number of people were needed to carry out the next planting experiment. All the soil, water, and plant-based psychics were all transferred to help the base with planting, and even others were later pulled to separate seedlings and plant rice. After the efforts of the entire base, the first batch of mutant rice finally successfully formed ears after 1 month. Looking at the rice ears that began to take shape, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. But they did not dare to slack off. There was still a long way to go before they grew up. 1 month later, the mutant rice was completely grown, and the golden rice ears hung heavily on the branches, which made everyone happy. They did not need the base to call, and they all participated in the harvest spontaneously, while working, laughing, and crying, laughing, because the hard work of many days is paid off, crying, because they will not have to go hungry in the future, crying with joy. The first batch of planting was mainly for testing, so the area was not large. The mutant rice harvested was only enough for the base to eat for a few months, which was obviously not enough. So after measuring that the growth cycle of mutant rice was also greatly shortened, the base immediately started the next wave of planting on a larger area. And this time, a batch of grain seeds had to be reserved for the base. During the extremely hot half-year, the residents of the Baijishan base went to the ground at night every day to sweat. When the extreme heat ended, the third batch of mutant rice had been planted outside. The base's granary was full again. After the extreme heat ended, Gu Tianqi immediately sent the Qianlong team with the mutant rice seeds to distribute to the surrounding major bases. Of course, the capital base was not left behind. Since then, the food and clothing problems of major bases have been solved. Although there are still zombies and mutant plants and animals rampant outside, the survivors of the major bases in China began to cheer up after knowing that they no longer have to starve. Even many survivor teams who choose to be independent outside have to choose to live in the base. After all, no matter how good power is, it is not as important as filling your stomach. Time goes around and around, and it is the third new year of the apocalypse in the blink of an eye. The Research Institute of the Baijishan base has produced several new varieties of hydroponic vegetables and fruits. Although the taste is still unsatisfactory, it is much better than the first generation of Chinese cabbage and is very popular in the base. It is worth surprising that this time, hydroponic lemons rich in various vitamins are also cultivated, and the vitamin content is at least 5 times that before the apocalypse. 1 lemon is enough for a family of 4 for a day, and you only need to cut it into slices and soak it in water to drink. If the taste is light, you can eat it directly. It is convenient and not wasteful. Many people in the base have various diseases due to lack of vitamins. And now there is hope. Gu Tianqi was not secretive. As soon as the laboratory was announced, he directly disclosed the specific cultivation methods of these hydroponic vegetables and fruits to other bases. However, although the Baijishan base has made remarkable achievements in planting, the research on crystal cores has been stuck in a bottleneck due to the professional fields of researchers and the limitations of research equipment. Just when the institute was worried, good news came from the capital base. The first crystal core weapon, the crystal core gun, was successfully developed. In addition, a number of daily appliances that can use crystal cores for energy have been developed, such as crystal core lighting, crystal core heaters, crystal core generators, etc. Hearing this news, Gu Tianqi was overjoyed and quickly asked the Qianlong team to go again and bring back all the things and design drawings. However, other bases did not receive such good treatment as Gu Tianqi. They all took out a large amount of crystal cores to buy crystal core weapons and other appliances from the capital base. With these things, the living conditions of the major bases have been improved, especially with the crystal core gun. Even ordinary people can go out with a crystal core gun to fight zombies. Even if you don't have enough crystal cores, you can charge them while fighting, and you don't have to worry about running out of bullets in your gun. With the help of crystal core guns, humans finally began to gain the upper hand in the game with zombies. Several large bases have even begun to plan to recover lost territory and expand the base range so that the human survival circle can be gradually expanded. After the Baiji Mountain base produced crystal core guns in large quantities, it wiped out all the zombies within dozens of miles around, and at the same time doubled the base range. As a result, the mutant cypress trees outside the base were not enough, and Zhou Yang and Qi Feng had no choice but to go to Baiji Mountain again to coax and trick another batch of mutant pines. But because the two races had conflicts on the mountain, Zhou Yang spent a lot of spring water to make the two mutant trees live in peace. Chapter 317 The Dawn of Doomsday. End of text. It was extremely hot in the 5th year of the apocalypse. While everyone was busy farming, the laboratory of the institute studying mutant animals found that the silk of a mutant spider was extremely tough, and after being rinsed many times to remove the stickiness, it can be woven into cloth. Clothes made of this cloth have excellent ductility, warm in winter and cool in summer, and are not only water and fire resistant, but also cannot be scratched by zombies below level 5 or 6. After this discovery, several researchers were excited and immediately reported it to Gu Tianqi. Then the entire base went out to find this mutant spider in the wild, and brought it back to the base for breeding. After it was cultivated, the entire base was mobilized to extract silk, rinse, weave cloth, and make clothes. The first and second batches of spider silk cloth were made into bulletproof vests first and distributed to the soldiers on the front line of the army to kill zombies. From the third batch onwards, it was Zhou Yang's turn as a private team. And it was not until the 5th batch that there were extra spider silk clothes that could be sold to ordinary people. When other bases heard the news, they immediately called to place orders. Gu Tianqi saw that it was a good deal and accepted all of them with a wave of his hand. However, the capital base had been too embarrassed to ask for crystal cores because they had taken from others before. Gu Tianqi directly asked Yan Fei and his team to bring a batch of spider silk bulletproof vests and dozens of spiders to the capital base to breed them themselves. With the blessing of spider silk bulletproof vests, humans have become more courageous in conquering zombies. The living conditions of humans have gradually improved, and Lu Yanwen and Su Qintang finally achieved their goal this year and made their relationship public. When the two held hands and announced it in front of everyone, Zhou Yang and others who had seen through it long ago smiled at them teasingly. Only Su Zi, who was out of touch with the situation, was hit hard and jumped up from the sofa. When did you two fall in love? How come I didn't know? Before Lu Yanwen and Su Qintang could answer, Lu Xingya on the side added, that may be because your eyesight is not good. Even I saw it a long time ago. Su Zi, shock. He Shanshan on the side saw that Su Zi was about to explode again, and quickly pulled him to sit down. Okay. You are about to become a father. Don't be so childish. Su Zi was about to complain, but turned his head and felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. What did you say? I want to be a father. After saying that, he looked at his wife's belly stupidly and repeated, I'm going to be a father? Yes. You're going to be a father. I just found out 2 days ago. Fuck. I'm going to be a father. Hee. Su Zi smiled foolishly for a while, and then looked at the people around him proudly. Hey, brothers. I'm going to be a father. You're going to be uncles. I'm going to have a child. He looked like he had something you didn't have. And Zhou Yang and the others couldn't bear to watch for a while. In the crowd, Yu Jing, who had received double happiness, looked at a group of juniors laughing, and was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. In the 6th new year of the apocalypse, the capital base announced that it had developed large weapons such as crystal core missiles and crystal core rocket launchers. After the new year, the major bases sent teams of high-level superpowers to the capital in the extreme cold and rushed to the capital to buy the latest batch of crystal core weapons from the capital base. Baijishan base was naturally among them, and once again sent out the Qianlong squad, a team of cattle and horses. Alas, who made the Qianlong team the highest level group in the whole base? Except for Zhou Yang. The other psychics are all above level 6. Shen Zichuan, Yin Fei and Qi Feng have even reached level 7. Plus there is Wando, the travel plugin. They are really the best candidates for business trips in the apocalypse. Fortunately, Zhou Yang and the others don't care. Just take turns to go out for a walk. However, this time, no matter how thick-skinned Gu Tianqi is, he can't get it for free at Baijishan base. After all, so many large and small bases are watching this time. If people know that he got it for free, it will be difficult for the capital base to operate in the future. Besides, the crystal core weapons this time are expensive. Even the wealthy capital base can't afford it. So Baijishan base also spent a lot of money this time, and spent a lot of crystal cores to bring back this batch of crystal core weapons and blueprints. In just a few months, all major bases in China have installed crystal core cannons on the city walls, and all official teams are also equipped with crystal core rocket launchers, etc. With the new weapons, humans began to recover their lost territory, gradually marching towards the city and hunting zombies. By the 8th year of the apocalypse, the city had been basically recovered. But due to the extreme climate, humans still had no way to return to the city. No one noticed that the jade pendant throne on the corpse was gradually emitting a bright luster, which became brighter and brighter until it swallowed Zhou Yang's entire body. In the past, when it was extremely hot or cold, they could only hide underground. And even so, many people still died. But now they can not only go out occasionally in extreme weather, but also fewer and fewer people die because of extreme weather. Even ordinary people rarely die because of weather. According to this trend, humans will be able to completely adapt to such weather sooner or later, and returning to the city is just a matter of time. Although the threat of zombies on land in the country is gone, the mutant creatures from the ocean still threaten everyone from time to time. But fortunately, the things in the ocean only land in a large wave before the extreme cold every year, and they still prefer to be in the ocean at other times. After all, the land is still too small for these behemoths. The Shanghai base has now become the training ground for the strongest superpowers in China. Zhou Yang and his team will also rush to Shanghai to participate in the city defense battle half a month before the extreme cold every year, as the marine mutant creatures that land every year become stronger and stronger. Shen Zichuan and his team's levels are also constantly improving. At present, all members of the Qianlong team have been upgraded to above level 8, and Qi Feng, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei have even been upgraded to level 9. But what frustrated them was that no one among them could sense the strength of P. A group of outstanding people who were worshipped by everyone fell to the earth in an instant when they returned home every day, experiencing the frustration of being worse than dogs. Of course, the one who suffered the most was still Su Zi, who had a superpower like P. Zhou Yan always found it funny to see his teammates being so strong. Since the end of the world, the research and development of virus vaccines in the capital base has never been slack. But for so many years, there has been no movement. Later, seeing that the zombies in the country were cleared, everyone gradually began to feel that it didn't matter. But only the top leaders of the major bases knew that they had only cleared the zombies in the inland of China. But outside the country, there are still so many zombies that it is outrageous. Although the southeast is close to the sea, the west has the world's highest mountains and deserts as a barrier. And there are also continuous mountains in the north. There are still zombies from abroad that are continuously transported to the places bordering other countries. As long as the zombies abroad are not solved, China will not have a safe day. So even if many people think it doesn't matter, the expert group responsible for virus analysis and vaccine development has never stopped working. Finally, in the 10th year of the apocalypse, this group copied the first strain of the zombie virus. With the success of the first step, the rest of the road will be much smoother. It only took 2 years to develop the first virus vaccine. On the day when the news was announced and spread to various bases, everyone cried with joy. This doomsday disaster finally ushered in the dawn.